our league with the Bant Titania list that I was working on, and of course with the help from you guys, as always. But I do think that hang on a sec, just trying to fix the music. There we go. It's probably too loud. Maybe that's just perfect. Maybe somebody in chat will let me know. But hopefully you guys have been enjoying these Titania decks we've been working on. I do think that Titania is pretty powerful. We just got to find the right shell, perhaps. This is us messing around with a subtlety, which I do think is wrong, but that's okay. There's room for us to mess around with some cards. The new direction I'm taking us into the deck, we are in colors to try out some other tutors. Obviously, you can always try to make Pyre of Heroes work when you're playing these creature-y, toolboxy kinds of decks. And again, the way that I've kind of built this deck is it has a few different game plans, with the first and foremost game plan being Titania herself. Titania, Protector of Argoth, for those of you that don't know, has some really sweet wombos in Modern. She's a 5-mana 5/3. Okay, that's not all that impressive. When she enters the battlefield, we get to return a land. Okay, cool. Alright. But what's really powerful about her is if you pair her with something like a Zern Orb or a Greater Gargadon, you can sacrifice your lands very easily, right? And you sacrifice all your lands. In the case of Zern Orb, gain a bunch of life, make a bunch of tokens, 5/3 tokens, and that's usually good enough. So that's kind of the big wham bam that the deck is trying to do. Other than that, ways that we have to cross the finish line, our plan B, that's our plan A, is Titania, make tokens. Plan B is our silver bullets. We have a few different silver bullets in the main board, and we have some silver bullets from our sideboard. This build was playing Noble Hierarch. Glad that it was. I think we weren't playing Bird's Gilded Goose that yet, though. Let me check on that. Let me look at my own list, right? Yeah, we weren't playing birds just yet, I think, or geese. I think we were just playing, no, this is an even earlier build, huh? Okay. I'll fix that when I get a sec. When I get a moment, I'll fix that. Alright. So let's say, hey, good luck and have fun to our opponent. This hand's not great. It's not nothing because it's got 2 Sagas, though. So we've already got half our combo because Saga goes and gets the Zern Orb. Actually, we'll keep this on the draw. It's a little threat light. This was back when we were trying to do the Risen Reef wombo. You'll notice that in the latest build I've actually cut it. It's a bit win more, and I think having extra tutors just to assemble this or get the bullets, it's maybe just a little bit better. This is a Luris deck. Inquisition take my Noble. At least they can't take our Sagas. At least we got that going for us. So they take my Reef. They leave me with the Noble Hierarch. They don't even care. Okay. You don't even care. Alright, I'll still play it out. And hey, we're drawing spells, so that's good. Who knows, maybe they play something I get to ending. Down goes an Eldritch Evolution. The Ragavan's going to go back to their hand. So I can't actually ending it, though. Awkward, right? Well, let's get our Sagas going. I think I might as well hit them since this is sorcery speed, right? Swing them for 1. I don't want to play the next Saga just yet because I don't have enough mana. Yeah, we don't want to do that just yet. I mean, our plan, since we don't have a lot of action, I guess is just some hand hate. Is this just rags again? Sure. They could have that Noble Hierarch. So they've spent both of them. As awkward as it is, I don't mind ending here. I think that might be better than me making the first construct. Yeah, go for it, Steve. I should have just gone Cavern of Souls. I'm second guessing my prismatic. I was going to do the prismatic play, but that was before the Noble Hierarch died. This isn't great. Yeah, I'm really not liking this play for me, folks. Like, shocking there to not prismatic the Hierarch to take 3 from their Ragavan. Not great. Brazen Borrower. Sure. They decide to go with the Voidwalker. Voidwalker is a pain for us because we are Titania combo, and this actually stops us from making them. So we actually probably need to consider... And this is where I'm really punished for my play because I won't have the white for this unless I just do that. I think I have to. Your sound wasn't working? Is my sound not working at all? That's my next question. I did answer your question, Steve. Yes. What do we do here? Could needle the noble they played, but I have nobles in my own deck. We've got plenty of lands. We've got an Eldritch. I could just grab the Zuran Orb and we take care of the Voidwalker. So that's 2 colors. That's going to go away. Let's play out the other Saga. This construct is on block duty, right? It could block the Ragavan if they want to try to dash out the Ragavan again. They might have another bolt, though. They have an Unholy Heat this time. Kroxa. Okay. As weird as it looks, I'm going to ditch that. And we're going to try to set up here. Their hand is a Ragavan and 1 unknown. It's fine, Steve. Later, brother. Alright, so Construct turns on. We've got a path. That's not a bad thing. We can play out this Cavern and name Elemental. I do still need to find another green source, so this isn't... Actually, this isn't going to work out for us, is it? Oh, no, it is. Barely. Barely going to work out. Hopefully Risen Reef finds me another green source. I guess I could path my own... Oh, perfect. Or we just draw a Yavimaya. This is going to still be really close, folks. Tatsis take my evolution. Seems good. Bolt my Risen Reef. Oh, play Ragavan. Okay. So we drew an Endurance. That will get rid of the Croxa, so that's actually really good for us-ish. Endurance is also going to draw me a card with the Risen Reef. I might just want to do this now so I draw a card. I don't know if making a 2/2 construct is really as important as me just getting the Endurance on the table. I think I'd rather get the Endurance on the table, draw a card off the Risen Reef, etc. We could go get the Shadow Spear. What's up, Cylon? Alright, you might have good news about the Windows install. I have to check your PC to confirm. I think it should activate automatically based on hardware IDs. Oh, okay, that is good news. I think I'm going to go for the Shadow Spear since we're so low, life-wise. I'm going to go grab the Shadow Spear. We've been grabbing that a lot, so that's exciting. Endurance away their Croxa now, just because we draw a card. It's Endurance... them. Gets rid of their... Yep. And perfect. So even if they kill... Awesome, 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 awesome. And I'm going to slap my Shadow Spear on my Endurance. I don't really want them to trade for the Risen Reef. I don't think they would, but to stop that potential... Wow, I thought we were losing this game, and now it looks like we might win. Turok, that's annoying. I think what we have on the table is already maybe good enough, though. Like, yeah, I lose the Eldritch Evolution again, but I think our board is good enough to stabilize a little bit here. Evo's my best draw. Yeah, they made me discard it. So there's 2 more Evos in my deck. Every land I draw is more land. They don't really have good blocks on this Endurance, right? A 3/2, a 2/1... Like, if they double block our Endurance, we don't care. We kill them both. And then I can move the, Shadow Spear. And we still have good blocks-ish? No, we don't. If I do this attack, we don't have good blocks anymore. But I'm concerned about their top deck power being a little bit better than ours, because they also have Luris that they haven't used yet, which they will if they don't draw live again. That stinks that we lost both of these evolutions so far. I could naturally draw the Yavi. Have I considered Pyre? Yes, I have. So there's a new build of the deck I'm working on, Steve. How astute, Steve, to wonder if I've been working on a new build. Of course I have. So I've got a new build that plays both a Singleton Pyre of Heroes and 2 Neoforms. Neoform is similar to Eldritch Evolution. They're similar in that they both require, as an additional cost to cast, sacrifice a creature. Neoform is a little different, though. This one is blue and a green. Search my library for a creature card with CMC equal to 1+. Eldritch is X is +2, so we can go 2 higher. We jump up the curve. Neoform is only 1, but they do get a +1/+1 counter. So I'm just playing more tutors in this build. I'm playing 7 to be exact. 1 Pyre, 2 Neos. Neoform is kind of like 1 activation of Pyre, but it's cheaper because it's only 2 mana. This is 4 mana total to activate. So funny, you were thinking like 1 or 2 Pyre. Yeah. And I've added more Trinket Mages, and now I'm playing a 4 mana Changeling, so this will count, so we can go from any of our 3 drops up to this, then up to Titania. Or I have a couple of other ways we can go that aren't going to lead to Titania necessarily, but will support her. One is a Glendalound Archmage, which is very supportive, and also I'm trying out a Sower of Temptation as another Eldritch target, as another Neoform target. I don't think we attack. See you abandon the draw to win flavor. I did get rid of it. Yeah, I did get rid of the win more from Risen Reef. It's a little win more. I also just didn't have enough elementals. I think I should have put... I think I have to attack. I'm going to attack and move the Shadow Spear. I never saw it happen in like 8 games. Yeah, I think it's win more. And like here, look what's happening. I'm just slapping the... Oops. Equip. I'm just slapping this on it, and it's not going to be a great block. But we go up to 11 with that 1 attack. You'd like to see me build a deck around that strategy entirely? What? Pyre? Oh, Risen Reef? There is a deck that does that. When this hits me, I don't care, right? We're stopping the Ragavan from attacking. I think we're fine with this. We can move the Shadow Spear back. I'll take it, and I'm actually going to thin our deck. A little dangerous, I suppose. What do they have that they're not putting the Lurrus in their hand? They just forget about Lurrus? Or... That's really peculiar. We have plenty... Tons of green. Let's get a breeding pool. Plenty. We already have enough white. They have a Kolaghan's Command is what they have. That's why they're not playing their Lurrus. Oh, wow. I can mimic the Reef? That seems fantastic. This is a great draw here. Speaking of drawing lots of cards, Steve, I know you said I never saw you do it in a million games. I'm about to draw some cards here. Oh, that's not a sorry, that was funny. I was like, I could do this. No. There we go. Cast the glass pool mimic. Let's try to copy Reef. They probably won't let me. They'll probably kill this Reef in response to this. Oh, wow. They're letting me copy this. I think I copied that instead of the Endurance. Even though the Endurance is a better body, this is going to draw. So we get a Noble Hierarch. We're starting to pull ahead, folks. Isn't there a Planeswalker that lets you draw mad cards and win if you draw your last one? Jace. There's a Jace that does that. Okay, Brazen Borrower is a good draw. I'd rather do that than move the Shadow Spear. We're actually looking pretty good. We go back up to 8. Kick it back to my opponent. What did they have that they decided not to put their Lurrus in their hand? I'm really confused. Thoughtseize. I don't really want to return their Turok. If I bounce the Noble Hierarch, it's actually mine. It's not theirs. And I don't want this to get taken. I want to be able to... Yeah, so it says... Because this is owned by us... Oh, choose target non-land permanent and opponent. Controls or owns? Yeah, controls. So even though... This says owned by us... So they're going to float in response. It's fine. We get it back. They take it. That's fine. I just didn't want the Brazen Borrower to get taken, and I didn't have enough mana to cast the Brazen Borrower. Could Jace synergize with those other cards we were talking about? So Jace does get played already in a deck that the purpose of the deck is that you discard your whole deck. We could talk about that deck. It's a deck called Inverter, but it uses Thassa's Oracle, Jace, and Inverter. That's kind of the home for that card for the moment. I could show you some decks that actually do they do use Risen Reef to a pretty high level. Hey, what's up, Philosopher? They're attacking with Rags. Okay. So I like this block. And see if they have a removal spell. What were the other two blue cards? Two blue cards called, but they draw your whole deck to win strat. Jace, Laboratory Maniac, Thassa's Oracle. It's a specific Jace. There's lots of different Jaces, Grey Hat. I can't remember which one it is. It's like a 4-mana triple blue Jace. I thought that they had a Kolaghan's Command. They were acting as if they did. So they're going to destroy my Spear, and we're going to lose this, but they're losing both their creatures. Oh, not exactly. Turok's going to grow, so I actually lose the Endurance there. But we kill the Ragavan. We have a Brazen Borrower. We're still pretty good. I have a lot of life because of the Zuran Orb. Wow, we have an Expedition map. So I can just go get another Urza's, which I will. Very much. And I still get to cast my Brazen Borrower. Urza Saga. This card is nuts. This is our third one this game. I should maybe leave my Risen Reef actually to block, right? Or not. I might just want to hit them and then sacrifice some lands to the Zuran Orb. Nah. Let's try to block with the Risen Reef. Dealing 1 damage to lose a blocker for 5 damage seems foolish. I'm like basically gaining 5 life if I chump with this Risen Reef. Talking about the two blues you had in the deck to draw the... Yeah, so that's Thassa's Oracle. This one. Card Thassa's Oracle. I got you, bro. I got you. Let's put this in the end step. Block. Does this finally put Lurrus into my hand? It is. So their hand is nothing but a Lurrus. Ain't nothing but a Lurrus. Well, let's not get overconfident. Game's not over. Just looks like it might be. Just looks like it might be. Okay, now it's pretty over, right? I think playing the Trinket Mage might be better than making the Construct here, because I can go get... there's one more thing for me to go get. There's also Chalice to go get. I think I will play out the body. Instead of playing... yeah, like there's Needle to consider. I could Needle Mishra's Bauble, which is like the scariest thing they could top deck to play also with their Lurrus. Chalice also does some things, but I think I just go grab the Needle and name Mishra's Bauble. Because they will be on Bauble, they just haven't seen any of this game. If they're playing Lurrus, which they are. I'll just preemptively name Bauble. Swing, we've got a blocker we don't even need because I have Zuran Orb. Put you to 3, put you to dead. They need a top deck and answer to the Brazen Borrower right here. We win. We got there. This is actually a tough matchup for us. We've played this matchup before. This black-red Lurrus. Well, actually, no. We played against a Moon variant that was worse for us. I've been cutting the Flicker Wisp because I think it's adorable. I'm cutting it because it's bad. It probably shouldn't have been in the deck. Oh, this had a Singleton Path. Okay, so that might be good, actually, for us in this matchup. There are little differences between this and my current build. I think the Subtlety has to go, for sure. Okay, what do we got for this matchup? It's a broken card, but fun. Hey, what's up, Half-Truth? Let's play the Gusts. Let's play the Veil of Summers, even though I have a Chalice. I'm only on one Chalice now. Toski is great. Squirrel Lord. Squirrel Lord. Deputy is interesting. I don't know. We need to destroy their. Let's play the Jar. They might try to fight over my artifacts. We could still play Subtlety. I don't want to alternate cast it in this matchup. What about Linvala? Linvala is only so good here. I guess she does stop one mode on... She stops the mode on the Dalthi. What I'm worried about with the Shadow guy is that it turns off my Titania combo. Tormod's Crypt because they have some graveyard synergies. We should play it. Spellskite is good. So what's not good? We've moved away from Risen Reef. I really don't think it's great. I really don't think it's good. And I moved away from it. Pithing Needle really doesn't have targets in this matchup. Like, yes, it can stop Mishra's Baubles. I think that's a little too weak. I think the Expedition map also could go. All it's going to get in this matchup and most matchups where I have it in, it's just there to get more Sagas, but I don't think when they're on the play that that's my line. I think I am going to try to set up the Titania again, but it's tough to do it because they're going to have even more Graveyard Hate, and certain types of Graveyard Hate do turn off my Titania's ability because she says it's whenever lands go into the graveyard, so if they have a way to make it so my cards don't go into the graveyard, I can't win. We might want Deputies. Number 2. Let's cut the Needle. Let's cut the map too. Keep 2 Risen Ins. The draws helped. I just don't think it's very good though, Steve, but maybe. I would just rather bounce or remove their stuff because they're going to be hating on my graveyard a little bit harder if they understand, which they should. I would assume that my opponent knows what they're doing. Oh, let's play the Relic. I didn't mean to cut that. I do want the Relic. We want Shadow Spear. Yeah, Jar. Chalice is only so good in this matchup. I think we leave it in. It's pretty good, actually. I don't know. This is going to be like a slow match. Maybe we want to cut like a Hierarch. This is going to be like a grindy match. Trying to grind us out. Have I shown Titania? Not yet, but they should assume it's in there. They saw Zuran Orb. I mean, my opponent might not know, I guess. This hand's a little bit empty. This hand's a little bit light, but they are a discard deck, so I don't really want a mulligan. We have all our colors. We have an Urza Saga. Let's go. Let's go. Turn 1 Ragavan, Prismatic. Ah, Inquisition. All right. All right. We managed to beat them even after they hit us like 5 times with Ragavan. Card is nuts, but not unbeatable. So they take my Shadow Spear. They took my Shadow Spear. Can you hear the ambient music? Ambient? I meant to say ambient. I almost said ambiance. The ambient music in the background. Can you guys hear it? Is it loud enough? Card exists. The card that exists for you to discard when you mulligan. Yes. Oh, it's a tutor target. You hear nothing? It's not loud enough? Okay. How about now? Is that better? We have Forest Island already in our hand. Why don't we go Garden in this instance? Now it's low. That's it all the way up. It's just a bass drum so far. No, it's too loud now. How about now? Is that good? Maybe like there? Okay, what are we doing? They didn't do anything. They just played Lanza. Go. Alright. Saga, go. Let's not forget about their Luris. Oh wow, that's all they're doing? Put Luris into my hand? Here's the issue though. I don't have the right colors to prismatic that Luris. Instead, I'm making a construct. I guess it's okay as long as they don't have a bauble. I have a turn to set up to have the right colors. So let's play out the forest. We're gonna be making a construct here. As good as prismatic is, without something like Teferi, 3 mana Teferi, I can't make it instant speed. It being sorcery speed can be really important sometimes, like this, where it looks like they're just gonna play out their Luris. Engineered explosives on 0, huh? Okay. Philosopher, redeem, stretch. Oh, okay, I got it, Philosopher. Thank you for that stretch. Oh, let's just stretch for a second here. I'm wearing my nerdy Captain America shirt. I like that they added those new commands. I was having trouble figuring out what I was gonna do with all the points on the channel. Thanks for that stretch, Philosopher. That was good. It's, you know, it's important when you're streaming to stretch. I appreciate you, brother. That was nice. Did that feel like 750 points was right for that, though, Philosopher? I wonder if we've not set the right numbers to things. I don't really want to make the second construct, right? Not really. I think I just make mana. Yeah, I think we just make mana. I don't really think there's much point to making a second construct. I guess if what I did was like, if I could have bounced this explosives, then make the construct, that's a different story. Philosopher says 500 or 600 makes more sense. Proper stretch involves standing up and failing to touch your toes. I can touch my toes. Posture is 300. I think I have decent posture. Well, maybe not. This chair doesn't really quite get under the desk. Prove it. I could totally touch my toes. We shouldn't do this in the middle of a match, guys. I could totally touch my toes. I'm pretty sure. Well, maybe not. Maybe it's been too many years. All right. Here we go. All right. Gonna touch the toes. Gonna do it. Got there. Actually, maybe I have to take the slippers off so you can see my toes. See the toes, Steve? Touching the toes. See? Now, this is where you're supposed to make a short joke and say, well, your toes are your hands are closer to your toes, so it's easier for you, right, Sean? No. It does take a lot to impress you, Steve. Let me let our opponent know that we're thinking when really what we're doing is stretching and appeasing our Twitch viewers. All right. Chat finally got streamer to show feet. Hey, what's up, Norberger? No, Philosopher says, I needed the stretch more than you as I work from... Oh gosh, my mic stand just fell off. Oh boy, all the things are going wrong. What happened? What happened? No! No! Alright, it's good, I saved it. Saved it. You work from home right now, pretty much on the computer all day and night. Yeah. Stretch it out, Philosopher. Stretch it out while we figure out what the heck we're doing against this EE on 0, which is a very common play against us Saga decks. I think I just make the mana. Yeah, let's just make mana. Go get something. So we don't want to get a 0 because of the engineered explosives, but I do have a 1. I have 1/1 to go get, and it's Relic. Alright, let's attack your graveyard. And I'm not going to crack this Relic, I don't think. It's relevant against their stuff. It's relevant. I think we just play out a fetch or a basic. I want to get blue for this borrower, right? So why don't we just play out a fetch, attack for 2. They probably won't even let me hit for 2, right? Oh yeah, this card's nuts, Steve. This card's so good. They're going to use it on me? It's fine. Yep. You blew up my construct. You did it. But that wasn't a 1-for-1, right? Because we got a construct and I went and got a Relic of Progenitus. So it wasn't a 1-for-1 situation. If they don't do anything, I think we just put the borrower in. Just try to pressure. Ooh, if they're just going to play Luris, maybe I just bounce him. Hold up. I don't want them to get the explosives back on 0. Why don't we crack the Relic and then consider bouncing the Luris? I think I just bounce this instead of trying to ending. Like, we could draw something. I'm drawing a lot of lands, sure, but let's put that back in your hand. You can spend a whole turn casting it again later. Yeah, this card's sweet, Steve. It's a bounce staple to a 3/2 flyer with flash. It's pretty good. Pretty good card. Alright, so we drew a Noble Hierarch. That's pretty good too. We'll play that out and kick it back to our opponent. Well, actually, it's not that great in the top deck war. I did cut some. Did not? Yeah, I cut 1. It's not great, but... sure, it's very, very roasted. They must have a ton of removal, which makes sense. They haven't been really playing any threats out, so you're going to kill this too? Don't know what these keywords mean. Flash and Adventure. It's dead too. So Adventure is, the front side of the card is what the little book is on the front. See how it says Petty Theft, and then like the card is split like this down the middle. So the Adventure side is it goes on an adventure, it gets exiled, and then you can play the creature side as well. Or you can just go straight to the creature side. You don't have to use the Adventure side. They're very flexible cards. Veil of Summer a little late. I'm out of threats. Okay. Brazen Borrower. There's also the Giant. There's a Giant that has Stomp on one side. What's Flash? Flash is I can play the creature at instant speed. Normally you can't do that. Normally creatures have to be played sorcery speed, so slow speed. But in the case of Flash creatures, you can play them at any time during the game. Oh, we drew another one. That's a good draw, right? Play out another fetch. Man, we're just drawing a lot of land. Meanwhile, their hand is full of stuff. You just gonna K-command me here? I might Veil. I might just Veil. I probably should have fetched before this Veil. So that gets countered because I had Hexproof from black and blue. Since this is a black spell that works, and Veil of Summer even draws me a card because that was a black spell. Pretty sweet card. Pretty sweet card. I think I just play out another Brazen Borrower. So see here, Steve, I didn't do the adventure side. I'm just casting it. See if they have another removal. Do you have another removal? They're not going to Blood Moon me because they have Luris as a companion, so we know for a fact 100%, 100,000%, unless they somehow hacked the game. It's fine. I'll ditch a land. I don't need it. Don't need it. My hand is so ending. So we can go get another non-basic because we know they don't have Blood Moon. Can you use the adventure after casting it? No. Yeah, so in that way, in that sense, it like in that order it doesn't work. You always have to do the adventure first. It's like the creature goes on an adventure. Think about it. Like this Brazen Borrower went to go fetch the keys and then flew back, right? So like thematically, like they're all going and doing something, and then you get the creature, if that makes sense. Oh wow, best card in our deck. Sweet. Best card in our deck. It's cast adventure, adventure zone, cast the creature. Yeah, exactly. Hit you for 1. Noble Hierarch has a cool little mechanic. She has Exalted, or it has Exalted, which says whenever a creature you control attacks alone, that creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. This was the mechanic that was first introduced, actually in this set, Conflux, which is part of the, that set we were talking about with you yesterday, Steve. Alara, original Alara block, Conflux, Alara, Shards of Alara. Okay, so we can draw a card. I think I want to do that. I'm actually going to use an island to do so. Drew a Misty. That's not great. It's attack for 1. I mean, when they finally draw some threats, we'll finally get to start playing these off. Maybe that's why they're not playing the Lurrus out, because they know I have endings. I have so many endings. I have endings upon endings. So many prismatic endings. And I can remove anything that's up to CMC3 because I have 3 colors. Oh no, there's a bauble. They're going to play their Lurrus out, maybe, finally. So they have value. Yeah, Bone Crusher Giant, exactly. That's a really good example. So they're going to get a little value out of this Lurrus, but not a huge amount, and I'll get to ending it. So we'll make a construct. Untap, make a construct. Oh, their bauble trigger is going to go off first, so they draw extra card. Bone Crusher is powerful because you can stomp turn 2, play turn 3. Yeah. In the same way that Borrower is strong, right? Borrower is... Ooh, we can copy the construct. Could get punished by another Engineered Explosives if I do that, though. If I just copy the construct. I'm very tempted to. Let's grab the Welding Jar, right? Or do I go after the Graveyard? Well, we're about to take care of their only Lurrus. Let's go get the Welding Jar and just go all in here, right? I'm going in, folks. We're making lots of constructs. I'm on our plan B, or plan C. Plan B is our bullets. Yeah. Anyway, Glass Pool Mimic. Cast. Copy a construct. They might have 2 removal spells. I mean, we know you have lots of removal over there, friend. You haven't been doing anything. I have lots of removal too. I haven't been doing all that much. See ya. I don't get to attack this turn because they bolted, but I think I'm supposed to use the Welding Jar to protect the construct. Hopefully they don't have EE. If they have EE, we might just be done. Croxa. Okay. Ooh, is their turn just Croxa and we get to ending him? He's only CMC2, technically. Down goes another ending. Croxa hits the bin. They're going to use the escape mechanic here, Steve, to play the Croxa a second time. I hope they're chapped out here and we just get to prismatic that. That would be great. Attack them for 9. Oh, never mind. I don't get to keep the ending. Why am I thinking I get to keep the ending? Yeah, that's actually... This play is bad for us because they get to ditch both cards. Ugh, now I need a top deck. I don't know why I thought that I was going to get away with that or get something out of that play. We actually hold the land because... Oh, it's non-land card loses life, so we might as well play this out. I guess we could still hold it. I'm sitting here thinking that I was going to get to keep the prismatic. I'm sorry, folks. Being an idiot. We're in trouble. We're in trouble. Need to not draw a land. Need to draw action. Need to draw action. They drew the explosives. We're probably dead. I think we killed a lot of time with some of the stretching, so I don't know about some of those commands for us. We're probably just dead, right? Concede. I only have a few minutes to play this last game, so we'll probably lose to time. Yeah, I think in the future maybe I'll get rid of that command. As exciting as it is to have you guys doing them and interacting with me in that way, I think we killed a lot of time, Steve. I think I killed a lot of my time. Only 3 minutes to play a last game. That seems rough. I do think this is the right configuration, but I wonder if we should just throw all the Risen Reefs in and just hope. Oh, no, it's fine. It's not your fault. The field bads that we lost there. It looked like we were going to win, and then we didn't. Yeah, the Engineer Explosives was good for our opponent. We could actually just play Pithing Needle and name explosives now that we've seen that that's something they want to be doing. Just play the easiest configuration. There is no easy configuration of this. There is no easy with this deck, Steve. It doesn't exist. We'll just play quickly. Stretching also could have been done after the game. That's very true, Half-Truth. I'll keep it, but it doesn't play the high arc, so it's a little rough. I don't think I'm going to get this Chalice on 1 off. They've had turn 1 Inquisition pretty consistently this match, or turn 1 Thoughtseize. Just where you want to be with the deck. So they're going to take this, and this gets a little harder for me to win. They might leave it if they have Disruption for it, but looks like they're not. Watch us draw the green source right here. That'd be sweet. Or I'll take an Urza's, right? We want an Urza's. I mean, the fastest kill I have is the Titania combo. We have half of it right here, because this goes and gets the Zurin Orb. Speaking of Titania, I need a few more lands if I'm going to cast her, though. Yeah, we have to draw lands for this hand to work out. We'll play as much of this match as we can. It is important to test this. Sure. They're going to name Urza. This doesn't stop the tutoring on my Urzas. It just stops the ability for them to make. We could bounce that. I'm not going to. Thank goodness. Do we just play out the Trinket Mage? Or do I play out the Noble Hierarch slowly? It seems bad to just spend my turn playing the Noble. I feel like I should play my Trinket Mage. Nah, we'll play the Noble. They kill it. We're sad. Nah, I should play the Trinket Mage because it progresses our game plan. But the problem is I don't really want to... Holy Tarfire, Batman. Why are we playing Tarfire? They're not a Tarmogoyf deck. Are they secretly the Delirium deck and they just haven't drawn that card yet? Ooh, Turok. That's painful. So we lose Titania and we lose an Apparition. I don't want to bounce that so they get to kick it again. I am interested. I can't ending it, actually. It's got pro-white. That was brutal. That was brutal. That was rough. We weren't winning this game even if I had more time on my clock. So the Zurin Orb is more vulnerable in my hand than it is in play. We need second green source more than... I actually don't think I'm supposed to play this Mimic out. It's probably more vulnerable in play than it is in my hand, but it's pretty 50-50 on whether it's vulnerable sitting in my hand or sitting on the table. Just because they do have more hand disruption. Yeah, the Turok is cute. This guy. It's kind of an adorable effect. It is good. When it's good, it's very good. They hit relevant stuff, right? They hit Apparition. Although I couldn't cast the Apparition yet. So, one of their hits was pretty good. Alright, so they went and put their Lurrus into their hand. Another ending that I can't really use. I could try to copy my... Let's attack first. I could try to copy my Trinket Mage. We'll get another trigger. Yes. what do I need? Zern Orb would protect. Sorry, Welding Jar would protect. Shadow Spear is interesting. Helps us to not lose the board state as badly. That might just be better than trying to protect the Zern Orb. Let's just go get the Shadow Spear. I might be able to just beat them the old-fashioned way. Although I only have, you know, a minute 17 to do it, but... Oh, crud, they found a bauble. I did think about getting our Graveyard Hate, because they were about to go for their Lurrus, and I was like, they hadn't seen a bauble yet. They do play a playset of that card. So this stinks. They're going to pull ahead a little bit. They even have a fetch if they don't like what's coming up for them. We'll just take this. I don't have enough mana to... Unless I draw a land here, I can't Ending and Shadow Spirit. I need to Ending the Lurrus. That's not really an option. Don't really have the luxury of doing anything else. Get rid of that. Does this kill my own Lurrus? That's fine. I'm gonna ditch the Ending, maybe? Hasn't been great for us. I need a creature to wear the Shadow Spear next turn, although that's pretty vulnerable against my Call Against Command opponent. Yeah, I wonder if we had an extra few minutes on our clock. I wonder if we could cobble this into a win. I don't know. Like our Urzas are turned off, so we can't make constructs. Opponent's got a 5/4 Turok. Would have been interesting maybe to see how this played out. Another bauble. Oh, there's the Eldritch. Well, yeah. So we would go Noble, and I can block. Well, I can't block. I need that body. So no, we would go to 1, be dead to like, oh, I don't know, most things in my opponent's deck. I could Zern Orb away 1 land. We can't afford to bounce the Turok because they make us discard our hand. So I think we just let ourselves be dead to a Bolt if they have it, right? I guess I could block also with Hierarch though, but I need the green source, right? Show me Lightning Bolt? And I'll sacrifice... If they show us Bolt, I sacrifice Island and Hallowed Fountain. I don't think we're getting this game anyhow, but... I don't know, it does make you wonder. Makes me wonder. If we had more time on my clock, if I could have maybe played a little bit more carefully in some spots. Okay. Epic comeback go. Yeah, 28 seconds to resolve full Titania combo. Seems tough. I'll try. I mean, they have 3 cards in their hand. I'm assuming some of them are spells. So, tough to say, Steve. There's a lot I still need to resolve. I need to resolve this. F6. I need to resolve... Oh yeah. With that card out, actually, that just dies, doesn't it? I forgot how that works. My bad. I would play out the Shadow Spear, but I have 10 seconds. Oh, we just lose. They have an engineer explosives. So, like, I would have to attack at half power, and then I'd have to attack at full power because of the engineered explosives. This would have been a tough win, even with assembling Titania. So that's game. Good games. Interesting match. The explosives was good, and it is good against our archetype because they what was my next draw? Maybe Moto's not going to show us. I was curious what our next draw after that would have been. Yeah, if we could have played a little more carefully, maybe we could turn that into a win. The last time I played against a red-black Voidwalk list, so that's that 2-drop that's pesky and turns off my combo, we lost. So I'm not surprised to lose to it. It's just unfortunate. It's a shame you can't queue actions while your opponent plays. Yeah, I'll see you, Steve. Yeah, and I'll keep that in mind, what you said, Half-Truth. I'll keep that in mind for future people cashing in their bow ties. I'll just be like, hey, we'll do that during sideboarding, or hey, we'll do that after the match. Because it did hurt us a little bit. We were just kind of goofing off a little bit there. And I think maybe more time I could have been more focused and made a few different decisions. I do think I could have ground out the explosives my opponent had. I don't know if I could have beaten some of the other things they had in their hand, but I do think that I could have played a little bit more carefully if I wasn't rushed. It is hard for me to do much else besides talk with you guys and play the game. Like, it's hard to add a third thing, and I think we learned the hard way, or I learned the hard way. I'm less excited about this build you see in front of you. I'm more excited about this build. I'm working on a new take on the deck. It's very similar, except I've gone up a Trinket Mage. I put the second Deputy in the sideboard. I think that might even be the case with this build. I've added a couple of Geese, Gilded Gooses, because they're actually pretty synergistic with the fact that we're an Urza Saga deck, because they make artifacts. They can make more than one artifact, which is kind of cool. Other than that, a lot of the numbers in the deck are the same. I've added a Bark Channel. I don't think that's in the current iteration. Yeah, it's not. So lots of little tweaks. Cut the Risen Reef. I think that elemental. I think that synergy with Titania is cool, but the Risen Reef. But I don't think it's worth it, and I think that the deck, will be happier with more tutors. So we're incorporating Pyre of Heroes and Neoform also into the deck to just find the Titania more regularly. Because that is primarily what the deck is trying to do, is assemble Titania combo. So I don't think, and that's one of the major reasons we're in blue actually, is not because of Risen Reef, it's because of Trinket Mage. The more and more I tested with this card, the more I realized this is really nice for setting us up, because from just a Mage and an Evolution, we can get the full combo, because Mage goes and finds the Zurin Orb. It's also a 3-drop body for the Evolution. Evolution goes and finds Titania. So at least for this take on Titania that I'm working on, I found that the Trinket Mage is one of the better creatures. Easy, just gotta stay hydrated. What did I do with my water? I don't know what I did with my water bottle. I gotta find it. I could pour myself a soda from the fridge. Actually, you know what? I do have something. This is a key lime liqueur. I think that's how you pronounce it. It's a sparkling water. That'll be perfect. This opener is pretty bad, right? But this cantrips, I don't think I would keep this. It's tempting to keep a chalice hand. Yeah, thanks, Philosopher. After the match, now we'll drink now. Cheers. Thanks. Whoa, it's very limey. I think the stretch was too much, but this is fine. Let's say this probably isn't a keep the more I look at this hand. Right, we have a basic and the cavern, but who knows, maybe their deck will be bad against Chalice. Hopefully it's a Chalice on one deck. Hopefully they're a deck that cares about this. Fetch for basic Mountain, Soulscar Mage. Hey, they are a deck that cares about this. Also, I didn't hit their yard like I meant to. They're a deck that cares very much about this. They can still beat us though. Like, primarily if I don't do anything else is a way that they beat us. Drew a Flickerwisp. That's not great. Anyway, we were gonna name Elemental on this anyway. Chalice. Well, at least they're a deck that cares about this. Don't have second land. Don't have second land. Dang it. Manamorphose. They're gonna have Drake, right? Dragon. The Dragon. Manamorphose. Manamorphose. Card's pretty nuts in their list. This is the big guy. Stormwing. If I draw a white source, we can bounce that back into their hand, and then they have to have another Manamorphose. Although Flickerwisping the Soulscar might be better and try to block the Stormwing. We're not going to get to block the Stormwing, I don't think. Ooh, Brazen Borrower, that works too. So we could put the Soulscar Mage back into their hand and then try to deal with the Stormwing a different way. I also could use Subtlety with the Brazen Borrower. I don't think that's nearly as good. I think we're just going to bounce the Soulscar Mage and then they can't recast it. Just try to slow them down. I don't really see another line. We'll have to try to answer the Stormwings a different way. Bobble. Just because we have Chalice on one doesn't mean we turn off everything else their deck's doing. Bobble. This is juicy. We're saving ourselves 3 points of life now and maybe even later. Lightning Bolt is countered. Yep. Lava Dart is... Wow, we countered a lot of their hand. I mean, this is still a lot of damage, right? You know what? I wonder if we should just bounce the Stormwing instead of the Soulscar. Right? Well, if we bounce the Stormwing, there's the possibility they hit another Manamorphose, whereas the Soulscar is gone for good. Like, they won't be able to recast that one. So let's just take our lumps. Also, Brazen Borrower can block the Stormwing. So we're down to 11. Need to draw land. Okay, we did draw land, but it's not what we needed, right? This is set to Elemental, so I can't cast the Borrower. Oh boy. Alright, so we have a Saga and a redraw. Whew. Let's redraw. Maybe it was correct for me to... Oh, okay, cool. We drew a Zern Orb, so we're not just screwed. I should probably just play it out, just in the off chance that they do have enough stuff to pump this. I really hope we don't have to do that, but let's play out the Zern Orb. I saw a blue-white control deck that was terrifying. It was a playset of Urza Saga, a Brainstone, like just a smattering of different things. They had like a Zern Orb in their sideboard, and it was just straight up blue-white control. Just straight blue-white control. Just happened to squeeze in Sagas to the mana base, just for making blockers or attackers or whatever they needed. We'll take it. Okay, sweet. So we drew a green source. Yes, that doesn't turn on my Flickerwisp, but I have my Subtlety now. And that's probably good enough. I'm actually just going to flash in the Subtlety and block their Stormwing. It might lose, though, but I don't have Eldritch Evolution yet. I don't have green. I almost have just Hardcast Titania, but we're going to go down a land. I guess the other line I have is... No, I can't Borrower because this is Elemental. I guess we're just going to cast Subtlety. And try to block the Stormwing. Well, it's not going to work, right? Because we know that they've got a bunch of spells in their hand that are behind the chalice, but all those spells will still pump the entity. We're going to gain 2 life on this Urza Saga, as long as I remember when to sacrifice it. It's when the stack. It's when the ability's on the stack. So they are just building up a whole bunch of spells for this entity to try to kill us. Yep, Morphos. I mean, if they just play a ton of spells, we'll just still use the subtlety to chump and try to set something else up. Okay, so they just want it as a 4/4. I think we accept that. Be different if they were making it bigger than that. So I'll cast Subtlety. Alright, so we got our triggers. Am I making mana here, or am I making a dude? We're making mana because I just drew a Risen Reef. That's actually a really, really fortunate draw. We could also just go get the Blade, or the Shadow Spear here. There's Needle, there's Shadow Spear. I think Shadow Spear might even just win. Nearly. We could get a little greedy and play the Risen Reef and hope to hit land. Oh no, it enters tapped, right? Now, let's not get greedy. Let's be smart. Let's be smart Magic players and just put the Shadow Spear on the creature. There you go, Bruce By. See, I'm learning. Sometimes it's the simple plays. Like, gaining 4 life here is huge. I don't think we even try to sit there and block. We also have maybe a land to give up to the Zuran Orb. So we go up to 8. They need a prowess 5 times under Chalice of the Void. Let's see if they do it. That's a Manamorphose. That's spell number 1. This is their 3rd Manamorphose. We exiled the first one to a... yeah, we exiled the first one to... We win. Cool. Hey, did you guys know that Chalice of the Void is good? See, and like, we're not playing the playset right now. It's just a tutor target for Mage in this current iteration. But I don't think we won that match. Well, certainly because my colors were awful that game. I shouldn't have kept that hand. But did you guys know? Did you know? Did you guys know that? They're not really using their graveyard. Although they might be a Delirium build. I don't think they... Well, they might be. The new Delirium card might be in there, but... I don't think we have room for it. I think we want the jar. Because they're going to go after my artifacts, because they didn't like it last game. Expedition map's a little too slow and grindy. Yeah, Path is great. Flicker Wisp is bad. Although you can put back that one creature, and then they have to find a Manamorphose to put it back into play, but their deck is designed to do that pretty efficiently. Let's cut the Endurance. Okay, we got Endings, Nobles. Let's look at our 2-drops. That's pretty cool how we got to put their 1-drop back behind the Chalice. Like, certainly we'll tutor for Chalice of the Void if we find a Trigger Mage, unless we need to get to the, unless it's time to Titania. Yeah, Subtlety will certainly stay here. I mean, their deck is going to be a lot faster than me on the draw, so I kind of want to max out the number of blue cards we have for Subtlety, actually, is where my brain is. I think we just try to max out the number of blue cards I have and hope, like, if we do hit this card, we actually get to cast it. So that would be 17. Seems like the right number. But I don't think Subtlety is really for this deck. I don't think, anyway. Feel like Endurance is keepable because of Reach. They might be running Murktide. Oh, that's true, Moose Juice. Oh, wow, we just have the Chalice again? Keep. The one of Chalice again. Oh, boy. The rest of my hand is, like, really slow for this matchup. So hopefully they don't have the Spell Pierce for the Chalice on 1. Chalice on 1, pretty good last game against them. It's pretty good. It was pretty good. It was a pretty good card last game. Ah, the ugly Swift Spear. I don't get this art. I'm not a fan. You guys get this? This is from like the what's it? The ooh. So we could play this Hierarch out and then they bolt it and we're very sad. But like it's gonna get countered by my Chalice anyway, because that's what we're trying to do. But yeah, Juice, remind me to squeeze in Endurance maybe this next game. Just bolt my hierarch. Ooh, mutagenic growth. Okay. Thank you for the pun. Oh, uh-oh. Well, this Chalice on 1 is looking a lot less effective. See how they scry. They scryed 2. Hope they're 1-drops. Hope those were 1-drops. Ooh, we can ending this with Spear. Mana aficionatoli. Ending this. Chalice behind it. Don't even need to take damage. Because Yavimaya Cradle is a good magic card. This also seems like a fairly green effect. I mean, now that we're using Chalice of the Void as a tutor target, I don't mind that we have Noble Hierarchs in this build. And I'm actually going to be still running a tutorable Chalice, and I'm going to be running Geese. Whew, I thought I almost accidentally hit my hotkey and screwed us like before. Alright, so we play Risen Reef next, right? Play Risen Reef, swing for 1. I think I like that. You know what? Let's not take any damage. Let's just not take damage. I'm at 12. Let's not take damage. Let's just not take damage. So that's gonna get countered, so let's not do that. I almost did. Be an idiot play. Let's not do it. Let's not do the idiot play. Might have been correct for me to Trinket Mage to try to go get a way to protect the Chalice. I wouldn't be surprised if they had a way to kill my Chalice of the Void right here. Looks like an Abrade to me. Or they're trying to dig for it if they're doing their Metamorphose in this way. Yeah, maybe we should have, instead of playing out the Risen Reef, we should have just Trinket Maged to be able to protect our Chalice. Because the Chalice could carry us for the second game as well. Kind of thinking that's what I was supposed to do, folks. They just swing 3. That's a good sign if that's all they're doing. Them casting spells into the Chalice, also a good sign that they don't have a way to get rid of this, certainly. Hit me for 4. We probably just want to get the Zuran Orb out there too, so I don't get got. Another Stormwing. That's pretty good for them. Need some bounce, need something. I need something off the top. Maybe I should fetch because I'm dead anyway. Nah, let's not. It's very minimal, the change. Okay, so Saga Mage, right? Can't really think of anything else we can do here. Saga Mage. Now remember, I can't get anything that's CMC 1. I mean, I could. It just might be foolish to do that. So I could go get the Welding Jar. We have some extra lands to sacrifice. I mean, we can soak. No attacks here because I'm only growing by 1. We have a turn or so to draw, and that's the thing. Like the Risen Reefs, I feel like I just don't have enough elementals. If they have just 1 spell here, they grow, and I have to sacrifice some stuff. Alright, they're drawing a card with Islet. Nothing? They're not casting anything here. I go to 2. Okay. Saga ticks up. Do I need that extra mana? I want to activate Saga. I think I just play my Temple Garden tapped and eat it. Hit you for 3. I don't think I have enough lands to sacrifice to the Zuran Orb and still have enough mana to top deck and out, right? I mean, I have to pretty much Titania this next turn, don't I? I have to draw our win. Expressive. Okay. So that's already 8 damage in the air. Like, we're about to go get our equipment. The equipment that we kind of needed last turn. I mean, the Chalice was saving us. If I can sacrifice most everything except Saga and enough mana to equip by leaving Yavimaya. If I don't have to sacrifice every single one of my lands and I can keep the Saga, we actually might be okay. Oh no, I have to get rid of the Yavi, don't I? Because I need to keep the Saga. Alright, well we have Noble Hierarch mana. They just need any 1-drop in their deck. Prowess, prowess. I'm dead unless I get rid of my Saga. Right? Oh, I meant to crack the Saga and try to see if I top decked. That wouldn't save us. Alright, cool. Let's run it back. So you were saying they have some graveyard stuff. I didn't see the Murktide. Endurance isn't increasing our blue count for the subtlety. I think I see what you're getting at, though. I think the, yeah, I mean, maybe we cut Skyclave, because Skyclave doesn't hit that big dude. I think Skyclave's reasonable in this matchup, but maybe that's supposed to be the endurance. Alright, so this is a mulligan. This is a maybe keep. It's not very good, but it has a plan. Bounce their dude. Deputy their dude. Hope to draw some gas. They mulligan as well. I'll keep. So this is turn 1, go get a duel. I wish there was a Triome in Bant colors. There just isn't, unfortunately. But yeah, this hand has a plan. Oh wow, they don't have a turn 1 dude? That's a really weird keep if they don't have a dude. Green is more important, so let's go Temple Garden. Blue is relevant in our deck for the borrowers, which I just drew one, but not much else. I'd rather have the white for the deputy that I already had than the brazen I might draw, which, I mean, we did draw it, but... Wow, no threat? What's going on over there, my friend? Noble Hierarch, it gets killed. Very killed. Go. Okay. Well, now I understand why their hand is not very active. It's because that's what they're doing. Alright, so Titania is very tempting to just go for here, and I'm sure you're like, but Bruce Spy, you don't have the full wombo. I don't know if I need it yet. They have 4 cards. Sure, they could have a bolt, but I'd still get 1 elemental out of this. Nah. Now we wait. We wait. If we can just hold off for a couple turns, we'll have the other piece of the wombo. And they can't spell pierce her. I might just deputy this away. That also is a way to bleed out their interaction. I'm not going to swing. Could swing for 1 there. Might be a little suspicious that I didn't. I don't mind this tempo play. one of their better cards. It's another Spell Pierce? Okay. Well, their hand certainly makes a lot more sense that why they didn't have a threat, why they didn't have much going on. So they had a bunch of Spell Pierces. Gosh, if we can just hang on a turn or two, we've got them. Mutagenic, okay. We're not going to crack that fetch, because more uncracked fetches, the better. And I think we'll just beat down for 2 and make a construct. Weird game this has been. Okay. I mean, they really want to kill my deputy. For sure. Their deck doesn't tend to run engineered explosives, so we should be in the clear for going for Titania. It's too bad that some of the same hate people are playing for constructs hit my elemental combo, but Soulscar Mage, huh? Okay. Swinging for 2. I'll take it. This could be mutagenic. This could be dart my noble. If they dart, making a construct doesn't feel that great, obviously. Bolt my deputy. Okay. So we're going to swing for 3, actually. Make a deuter. Not crack the fetch. Which again might tip them off as to what I'm doing. Oh wow, we drew the evolution finally. Finally drew a tutor, but we're just going to hardcast Titania instead. Is there an orb? Bam, 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 bam. Titania! Fetch. Could get back the Urza Saga there. There's really not much point. It might be wise to just crack these here in case they really do have another bolt over there. Which, I mean, that wouldn't be unexpected for them to have another bolt. Just do it now. Hey, what's up, AJ? AJ, what's up, friend? We're doing Titania things. You like? I don't like swinging actually into these. That seems foolish. Kick it back to our opponent, and we're all ready to go. They probably don't have something like an engineered explosives like our last opponent did. You are welcome to cast lots of spells, my friend. I have an army of elementals. Yeah, we're just using Urza Saga as less on the construct plan, more on the it's a tutor for Zuran Orb plan, if that makes sense. You do like Titania? I've changed the list a little bit, actually. I'm playing more tutors now. And I've got a Pyre of Heroes curve. Well, if you're going to play Neoform, I need 4 drops that turn into Titania anyway. We can talk more about the next build of this in a moment. I need to finish beating my prowess opponent. I did lose last round, but we'll be 2-1 hopefully after this victory. Another mage, sure. I mean, certainly they can kill the Titania, right? But I don't think we really... I mean, like, sure, I could keep lands that let me cast the Eldritch. What would I even Eldritch? I guess I would go Eldritch for the other deputy and get rid of all of their soul scars, right? Actually, that's exactly what we're going to do, isn't it, folks? Do we not have... Yeah, it looks like we do have our white card in. I was just trying to see what lands... Well, we have Noble Hierarch. It's irrelevant. We have a tricolored source. So let's just sacrifice the Temple Garden. And I actually am going to cast this evolution on my Noble Hierarch, I think. Ooh, or we draw a Saga. Yeah, we'll play out that Saga. What happened, Cylon? That sounds dangerous. You okay? Alright, what do we got in our little toolbox here? We could copy a lot of different things. We could spell skite, right? Why don't we try to just deputy all of your dudes away? Deputy all the dudes away. Deputy all the dudes. Hey! Oh, boy. Alright, well, opponent's not saying anything, so I'm not going to be rude and offer the GG if they're not first to. So we did lose to a shadow deck, or not shadow, sorry. It was the Ragavan red black rags with Dalthies. The Dalthy isn't really what we lost to though, but Dalthy, excuse me, Shadow Walker, Shadow whatever, the Shadow reprint essentially, right? Or it's not a reprint, it's a new printing, but it's a callback, the Shadow callback mechanic card. Just quite good. Santa's bad, but I'm gonna play it, I think. Well, we cut the elemental thing going on. It just wasn't good enough, but we'll keep this. This is a early game prismatic. It's got the reef to draw cards, and you can flicker the reef. I mean, like, I think it was just too cute. You can see that I cut it from the deck. I think the Titania is good enough on her own with some of these other bullets. I think it's good enough. So. Yeah, Voidwalker, thank you. Alright, yeah, that would be a better place for it, Steve. Yeah, that would be a much better place if we were to do it. I'm actually going to lead Misty. Mercs, the tabletop game? Yes. I don't know what my opponent's on yet. Getting force doesn't really change. I don't know what they're doing yet. So I'd like to not walk into a Blood Moon. C'est possible. Like, we have the option to operate on almost all basics if we want to. Fetch, Blood Crypt makes me think Mardu, makes me think Blood Moon deck, perhaps. Snoop, never mind. They're Goblin combo. Well, Goblin combo does play Moon, but usually in the sideboard. So because it's usually in the sideboard, I'm going to maybe lose our white source here to make sure we have green. And start working towards the white we need for the Flicker Wisp. But mostly the ending, because I just want ending this. Pretty sure I just ending this. Oh, nice, we drew Saga. So we'll play that now. And we'll still ending the conspicuous. Such a conspicuous Snoop. Very suspicious. Steve, check this card out before it's gone. He's a very conspicuous, very Snoopy. Play with the top card of your library revealed. You may cast goblin spells on top of your library. As long as the top card of your library is a goblin, Snoop has all the activated abilities of that card. Bogart Harbinge, yeah? They were trying to kill us right then and there. They were trying to do the kill. Trent Lowell, thanks for that follow 4 minutes ago. I'm sorry I missed you. Thanks for that follow. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Ooh, we drew an Eldritch. Perfect. Let's just set up for the win. Oh, I don't need to tap now. It's gaining that ability. But I'm not going to have enough mana to make a construct, and we don't care. And certainly against our goblin friend here, we just want to do our thing. A Noble Hierarch would be a really good draw right here. Or I'll take a land. Subtlety's not too bad either. And I even have a blue to pitch. What do they reveal? Ringleader? I guess I'm going to counter a goblin ringleader. Tarfire this? Oh, that sucks. Okay. I think I sit on the subtlety, guys. So we're going to float and... no, that's not true. I can't afford to not play the Risen Reef here, right? Because I need to set up for the Eldritch kill. Let's go get our orb. I think I'm supposed to go Noble Reef, and I don't have the subtlety, but I think it's okay if they cast a Ringleader. As long as they don't combo me, I don't care what they're doing so much. Reef. See if we hit a different land. That's fantastic. So we do still have subtlety. And we're set up, even if they kill my Noble Hierarch, we're set up for Eldritch off of the Reef. They could kill the Reef again. Slate, have a good night. Redeem my... Oh, Philosopher, thanks for, like, using some of the points tonight, Philosopher. You have a nice night. I really appreciate you. Oh, no, this is a K command? Oh, thank goodness, it's Ringleader. Please tap out for Ringleader. They're fetching first. Yeah, that makes sense. You want to thin before you Ringlead. I like that play from our opponent. And I'm going to subtlety this, though. We still get to draw a card, by the way. Put that back. Draw a card. That's a nice little synergy. Yeah, Risen Reef makes the Evoke Elementals a lot less bad, just so you guys are aware. You kind of don't have the same amount of card disadvantage. I mean, that would be fun to brew around. I'm considering it. No blocks. I am like I haven't thrown these Evoke Elementals away. Like the Risen Reef does make it so you don't go down on your cards. It's like a 1-for-1 kind of situation instead. Anyway, let's swing for 2 and then do our combo. I can't imagine they'll kill this Reef. They might though, but I doubt it. We should be good to go. My opponent's deck does have some infinite potential. We might want to get rid of the Harbinge, in addition to going and getting Titania. Just verbalizing a thought. I think it might be smart for us to ending this because it actually is part of their combo. Because they can copy this with Kiki and with the Snoop and everything. I don't think we need to though, but we might. Yeah, don't go down on your cards, guys. Don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. Another fetch probably is correct. Let's just get rid of all your stuff. Always yield to the Titania. Go get a basic, basically. Get rid of this, because we can. Why not? My hydrate isn't being obeyed. I paid 300 bow ties for this, says Steve. Alright, it's not water. Is it okay if I just drink this sparkling water instead, Steve? Can it be sparkling? Alright. Thanks so much for the hydrate command. I don't know if I like it, by the way. It's the key lime LaCroix. I think this is maybe not a good purchase. No, go get a glass of water. Alright. We can't do this in the middle of a match, Steve. There's magic to be played. I'm making the same mistake I made earlier where I should have let you redeem your hydrate. Oh, the fridge is coming down. Alright. My fridge just fell apart. Yeah, my bridge just collapsed. Bridge? My fridge. Thank you so much for the hydrate. Alright, so let's see here. Alright, Cylon redeemed a posture check, and a stretch. Okay, I'm gonna do the posture checks now. I'm gonna redeem the first posture check now. First posture check happening right now, as you can see. Alright, that was the first posture check. I'll handle... Touch your toes. I'll handle the stretch after this match, Cylon, while we're... Or how about while we're sideboarding, we'll do the second posture check and maybe the stretch. I can't do it right now. I'm in the middle of a match. The clock... It's a chess clock, Steve. It's a chess clock. They hit War Chief. That wasn't so bad. They need a lightning bolt. I mean, even if they had a bolt, though, it doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter if they had a bolt, guys. It doesn't even matter. Toes! Steve, we're making elementals. Look at us doing our thing. Look at, we're doing the thing. We're making 1,000,000 elementals. We're doing the thing. We're doing the thing, guys. Guys, we're doing the thing. Look at us do this thing. All right. We did it. Okay, so what am I redeeming? I should switch over to this interface anyway when we sideboard, I think. The subtlety was actually really sweet because we had Reef. See, now I want to explore this again. Pitch elementals with Risen Reef. I think there's already a Caleb Deward list, though, that's doing this. Like, playing Risen Reef so that you can play, like, Subtlety and also the Swords to Plowshares one. Not Endurance. Well, yeah, you also do play Endurance. You can play Subtlety and Endurance and the white one, which are the 3 best, arguably. I mean, Grief is really good in certain decks, but, like, as far as, like, the elementals that synergize in a Risen Reef deck. Anyway, so they're playing Goblins. Do you want Gust? Chalice is not great against them. Deputy might 2 for 1. Endurance can go. Yeah, bottom of their library. So we need to stop them from, because Linvala turns off the Snoop combo because it's technically a Kiki combo. Hey, what's up, B-Boy? Fury's actually amazing. Is it? I feel like everybody's been saying Fury's not that great. I could be wrong about that, though. Just because they're saying that doesn't mean it's true. I haven't actually played with the card myself. Maybe it's got a bad rap. Bad rap? Rep? I think 1 for 1ing is bad. Flicker Wisp was just bad and was probably wrong for the build in the first place. So we'll cut it. They are playing, by the way, Goblins plays a 2 of the card that we're going to be playing in the future, maybe, Pyre of Heroes. So we might want some ways to remove Pyre of Heroes. We could play Toski. No, they're combo. We don't play Toski. We may want to try to protect our Zuran Orb. That seems like a good idea. It is good? Okay. I think Brazen Borrower is only so good in this matchup, too. Could, like, trim a Borrower. I'm not convinced that Subtlety is really where we want to be, though, in this matchup. Well, maybe with them on the play, we don't mind. I guess if we're going to leave it in, I have to play the playset of Reefs. I don't really want to cut any blue cards, or hardly any blue cards, if we're going to play this card again. Because we barely pulled it off last time. We barely did it. The Goblins is interesting. They're kind of a pseudo combo deck. But you know we don't need Relic. I think Map is also too slow for this matchup. We could Medley Mage name Snoop. And they can't combo. We have to fight over their Aether Vials, though. Which is why I might want to leave this, because this fights multiple Aether Vials. I don't think we want to play these, do we? Alright. Let's run it like so. I'm not convinced that that's the right sideboard plan for them, but... Oh yeah, I was supposed to do another posture check. Sorry. Posture checking. I've got a pillow behind my back. This is one of those kind of ergonomic, kind of back pillows situations. Sorry, Cylon had redeemed his posture check. So that's posture check number 2. Feeling good? Feeling good. Alright. And I'm not going to forget, Cylon, that we have a stretch. You have so many points. Well, please don't redeem them all at once. Please space them out. I think I set some of them so you can only redeem them so often, every like few hours or days or something. I may not have fixed it for the others, though. Feel free to give me a hydrate. I have 2 drinks in front of me. Hydrate command might be fine. Gosh, I don't think we can keep this, can we? This seems like very not interacting with them at all and then hoping to, what, evolution a deputy? That seems bad. This hand's a little bit more interactive, but it's still pretty bad. I'll put back one of my duels, right? Duel. So we have green for evolution already. Just off Yavi. So we get to name Aether Vial, hopefully. Hopefully they have vials and we get to name Vial here, right? They are an Aether Vial list. Yeah, so let's slow them down a little. Let's turn that card off. We don't want to play out the Urza Saga turn 1, right? Because I won't make a construct off it. Unless we don't care to make a construct off it. I did just draw Trinket Mage for the evolution. Well, if I play turn 1 Saga, that means it's going away on turn 3. I don't really want that to happen. I know I just fixed their mana, but every point of life can count here. Will count. Aether Vial coming down. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream tonight. A lot of familiar faces, but also some new ones. Welcome to the show, folks. This is Bruce by the Magic Guy. I'm your host, Sean, and I've been streaming for about, what has it been, 7 years? 8 years? Something crazy. I mean, not that that makes you a better streamer or anything necessarily, but, alright, let's play out the Saga and say go. We're gonna have to take shock damage on this Windswept if we want to play the Trinket Mage on time. It's too bad you're not a blue fetch. It's been 83 years, says Cylon. It's not been that long. It's not been that long. We're ready to go off in a couple turns, actually. We go Trinket Mage, Matron, that's scary. We just going off, opponent? Is this the Snoop? Ooh, Goblin Trash Man. That's awful for us. That's really good against us. Sacrifice a goblin to destroy an artifact. This card's sweet. I may just need to name Trash Master on my Medley Mage I just drew. Oh, I can't cast her yet. Oh boy. Goblin Trash Man. Yeah, get wrecked, Bruce Spy. They have a Trash Master. Alright, yeah, I guess we just start trying to... Yeah, the trash... Here comes the Trash Man to trash us. Well, let's go get Hallowed Fountain because it complements the Yavi the best. Play out the Trinket Mage, try to set up to go off next turn and not care about the Trash Man? Well, no, Trash Man's just going to kill my Zern Orb. I don't know what we're going to do about this. I think we just lose to it, maybe. You changed your account because a player sniped your Doomsday Legacy deck? It's actually because I got hacked by a Frenchman. It's a long story. We should talk about it sometime, but not right now. It's a very unique story, too, in that I didn't realize that... I should have realized that, but I didn't realize that at the time because I was young and naive and in college. Yeah, J-Bone Capone. Friend of mine. We're still buds. I haven't talked to him in a little bit, though, so how can you say that you're buds if you haven't talked to him in a while, right? I guess if we get the Welding Jar, they need a lot more. They need more goblins to kill my Zern Orb that I'm trying to go for next turn. Yeah, I appreciate you, though, Fractal. I do remember you. It's been a bit. I wonder how you've been. So, yeah, I got hacked by... We think it was a French hacker. By we, I mean I was working with Twitch to kind of get to the bottom of what happened, and they actually couldn't redeem the account because whatever that hacker did do on my account, they did something that broke the terms of service. And hopefully you guys know that, like, I'm not the kind of... we think? Yes, we do think. I mean, I'm not the type of person to just on purpose break the terms of service contract. I'm not the type of person to do something, you know, vulgar or what was... I'm trying to remember what they told me in the report. It was something like it was vulgar or just something against the terms of service. They did. They posted something inappropriate, yada yada. That's a dead Trinket Mage. I mean, not much I can do there. Trash Man. Wait, they're giving me a turn, though, to maybe stop the Trash Man. Right? Because we might draw the other colored source we need. Yeah, I could go get basic planes. I think we just float here then, right? I can't play Medley Mage and also go get... You can't get rid of MTG now with the power level of MH2. Yeah, it's been interesting. They very might have another munitions expert. I'm not... I mean, like, we could go get Shadow instead. Like, how... Okay, let's do some math here. How long is it going to be before we try to go off with Titania, right? So I'm being set back a land here, but I have 2 land drops. One more land even after this gets us to the Zern Orb. I think we actually should just go get the Shadow Spear, because they're very vulnerable to... and Shadow Spear is something I can do with my Medley Mage now. I I know that seems really weird, but this is the line I'm going for. We have another Urza Saga. We still need to see more land than this, though. All right, basic plains, cool, blue, white, mage. Try to slap the Shadow Spear on the mage. They'll try to kill it. Maybe, maybe not. So goblin, Trashmaster. Please don't cast that card. I would like you not to cast that card. Move this to that. Looks like they have another munitions expert. I'm not surprised. Could also just be their other removal spell of choice. Looks just to be second munitions expert. Not much I can do about it. Well, in fairness, we had it all last time, and now they kind of have it all this time. So, do I think Urza Saga is getting banned for Modern? Maybe, because there's a list I saw that I did not expect, but I should have expected. There was a blue-white control list floating around that is literally just stock blue-white control, except it's playing like a fun of Brainstone, stuff like Mishra's Bauble, and something else. And it's straight up blue-white control, but it just has the power of Urza Saga behind it. I'm going to take 6 here. I mean, if they just have it all, there's not much I can do, folks. Also, did I not play up my Saga? Oh, no, I had to play the Windswept to cast the mage. Okay, now I remember what happened there. I was like, wait, did I not play my land? No, I did. I played the Windswept to cast the Medley Mage. So I'm going to go after my Vial. I let this go. And I'm sure they're going to be like, wait, what? Yeah, I'll let it go. And they'll be like, oh, is it the Shadow Spear you care about? It's not even the Shadow Spear I care about. I just want to protect... ooh, we can draw a Borrower. That works too. Borrowing away the Trash Man is another way for me to protect the Zurin Orb, but I just don't know if I have enough time to... I also don't have blue to get the Borrower onto the table. You're 100% on Saga getting banned in August. Yeah, I wouldn't buy them if I were you. I will say that much. I don't think it's getting banned soon. Oh, they just have the full combo now. I can disrupt it with the... Oh, wow, they're just going to go for Ringleader. They're just going to go for value. They're just going to outvalue us. I love it. I love it. I mean, I don't love being on the receiving end of it, but... Well, we did beat them game 1. One good combo deserves another, right? If we draw another land, we could just play out the Titania. We certainly do want to Brazen Borrower the Trash Man now anyway, because we take a lot less damage if I do. War Chief. So, hang on. The math might actually make it so that we need to kill War Chief. Or, not kill, but bounce. Because, well, I think it was only Ringleader that wasn't on the table. I think the math is actually very close. So, the Anthem effect, but these two just enter the battlefield this turn. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. We could stop 4 damage by bouncing these two and still take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Or I can... It's 4 damage either way, it looks like I'm preventing. No, it's other goblins you control get +1/+1. So actually, it is less damage. It's better for me to bounce the War Chief very slightly. It's by 1 point, it's better to bounce War Chief because I'm removing 4 damage versus 3 damage. Oh no, this guy has haste on his own. Never mind, I messed up. I forgot that Ringleader has his own haste to go around. Deputy would have 2 for 1. All right, cool. I'm not surprised that we lost that after sideboard. Yeah, so they do have Aether Vial. Do we want to try to fight over it? I do have to not let them ever do the Trash Man again. Which again, like Medley Mage could stop Trash Man, but didn't there. We did cut some of the slower stuff. I do think these are correct. Yeah, let's just draw better. Linvala also turns off Trash Man. Like, make them not able to cast Trash Man. Stop Trash Man from activating Subtlety of the Trash Man. Like, we have some ways to try to interact with it. I don't think Prismatic's all that great in this matchup. The sorcery speed is not... Although, in fairness, I only have 1 piece of instant speed artifact removal. We could bring these in to try to fight over Aether Vial. I don't really want to do it that way. I'd rather just tutor for Pithing Needle. Let's run it back. I think I actually like our config. Let's just let's get a better hand. You try to message him monthly. Sometimes he responds. He's all about World of Warcraft. Oh, really? I was for a little bit there. I've been rescued. I'm kidding. I'm not insinuating that J-Bo needs rescuing. If I was to play, I would probably enjoy. I enjoyed Classic when that came out, and I played to like level. How far did I go? I also played on some private servers. I played back in the day. Quit. I'm giving you the very, very short version of my World of Warcraft experience. Played on some private servers. Actually, guild mastered for a little bit because I was old enough to do that. Guild mastering is hard. I don't think I did it all that well. But I wasn't the worst out there either. Let's see. Yeah, we had some fun times. But that was on a server that was technically, well, private servers were they illegal? Were they not illegal? You tell me. Kind of that gray area. I think the consensus though is yes, right? And how Blizzard moved and decided they wanted to like shuttle them down and do their own thing with Classic. Anyway, but. That is in the past. Alright, let's see. One land. Not great. Mulligan. Maybe too many lands. No, that's not true. We could tuck the subtlety. Since we're mulliganing, that's probably a bad idea to keep a pitch card. Probably. I don't know if this is going to need to cast my Brazen Borrower yet. I think I'll go basic green source here. Just play out the Shadow Spear. A very fair Shadow Spear. What's the Welding Jar in for? Because they're going to have their Artifact Destruction. They're going to be gunning for not so much the Shadow Spear. I'm worried about them being able to remove the Zuran Orb before I get the Titania onto the table. Nice. That's true. Goblins has Ignoble Hierarchs now, which is awesome. Speaking of what I want them to not destroy and what I'd rather tutor for, right? We could slow them down by just caverning... yeah, I might want to do that. And then we can name... we have our whole combo rolled up in our hand. I'm sure some of you are like, wait, what? I do. I do have the full combo in my hand. But I need green here, but I also need blue. So we have to ignore white this game so far. And I have to get the breeding pool because I need blue for the borrower and I need green for the evolution. Let's go breeding pool. Just because I have the whole combo rolled up in my hand doesn't mean... but that should slow them down a little bit. We just have to slow them down. Next turn, during their end step, I put in the Brazen Borrower, then we Eldritch. Hope that they don't have a way to remove my Zuran Orb. Maybe they spend their Artifact Destruction on the Shadow Spear. I don't think they will. Yep, slowed. So I do need the other blue source, so we're going to Brazen for Wizard. No, Fairy. Could name Rogue, I guess. Actually, are these Rogues? Yeah, Shapeshifter Rogue. So I'm actually going to name Rogue in our list right now. Glasspool Mimics. So we say Rogue, actually. How often do you get to name Rogue on Cavern of Souls? That's cool. But yes, that's what the Welding Jar is for, because they were gunning for Zuran Orb with... It looks the way that they sideboarded. Do it all the time. This is them searching for Trash Man, probably. This is where we hope they don't have Tarfire, right? Maybe that's what they're searching for. Okay, they search for Ringleader, not Tarfire. Hopefully they don't just have a Tarfire. They didn't attack. No attack? That tells me that they have Tarfire. Dang it. They had an attack for one because the Ignoble has... Yeah, they probably just have Tarfire for this. There's not much I can do about it. Saga feels like an enabler rather than a blower. I think it's too slow for modern, which makes the card acceptable in the format. Oh wow, they didn't just kill my Brazen. Oh wow, if they did have a removal spell, they missed the window to do it. I'm not even going to bother attacking with the borrower because I feel like they do have the removal spell, but they just decided not to do it. Maybe what they have is a lightning bolt, but I don't really care. So we've kind of done our thing. we've kind of already done our thing. Like, it's tempting to get my land drop off. But I'm probably just going to turn this into food. I could slap the Shadow Spear on somebody. Probably not Titania, right? If they had Bolt, they would have already done it. Probably put the... Well, I guess putting the Shadow Spear on Titania makes it so they couldn't top deck a Bolt. It's easy. It's harder for them to remove her. Actually, I guess I will put it on her. But usually you want to put it on the elemental token you make. But I think in this instance, I'll slap the Shadow Spear on her. Maybe they don't want to trade the Ignoble for Borrower. Borrower can't block Ignoble. Unfortunately, this can only block creatures who are flying. I really think they just missed a point of damage, or they wanted me to think that they had something that they're maybe bluffing, right? All right, Trash Man. Okay, it's a little too late now. I already have the Wombo. Already have the Wombo. Alright, so what are we sacrificing? I do have a Forest in my hand. So we can probably safely sacrifice Forest and Cavern of Souls. Sack all 5. I'm tempted to. We're going to lose the Shadow Spear. I think we do too. It's not like I have anything in my hand that I could even cast, right? It might be nice to keep the Saga because this is going to go get something. Alright, we just win. But I think you're right, because it's like, yeah, but they have the Trash Man, so whatever I would go get would get killed anyway. What's left in your deck? Orb and Spear in play. I think the welding jar from the sideboard was still in existence. Thanks for coming, by the way, folks. Ooh, I wanted to finish going through, I had a list of subscribers that we were reading through, and I just giving thanks. Just giving thanks to you guys. That's all, while we're looking for an opponent. I also do need to do the stretch. Actually, let's do that first. I promised I would. So we have a stretch to redeem. Can I just do it with this cam? I don't like taking the deck list off the screen. I think that's foolish. So we'll do another stretch command. I think that was you, Cylon, right? You redeemed it? That's what I gotta do. Touch my toes? Is that what we're doing? Yeah, I guess I am pretty stiff. Do I have to count to 10? Or maybe we wait till I get my opponent? I am touching my toes. Maybe there's some other good stretches, right? Maybe like one of these where you like stretch the hamstring. That's a good one. Oh, we found an opponent. That's a pretty good stretch, though. Can you guys even hear the music, by the way? I wonder. Oh, my opponent was last seen playing Living End, apparently, according to MTGBot. But we don't know if that's true. But if we have the Chalice, that's an easy win. Subtlety doesn't really stop what their deck's doing at all. I mean, we don't know, right? And Urza Saga would go find... Or no, it won't find Chalice, excuse me. I would need... I don't know, I don't like going off that information, right? We really shouldn't have it. You just hear random noises. Yeah, I'm in the ambience. Ambiance? I'm in the ambiance section of Monster Cat. Because, like, the music section just hasn't been doing it for me, so we just have ambience going. You do hear the ambience? Okay. Do we just keep this? This just seems like a bunch of not... I mean, we're on the play, though. I don't know. If they are Living End, I don't really have all the tools I need to win this first game anyway. I mean, like, Saga would be that. Keep. I hate going off that information, maybe, though. Right? But if that's really true, like, we would want to turn 1 the Saga, if that's really true, what they're doing. If that's truly what my opponent is doing. Alright. Oh, I forgot to say good luck and have fun. There's several different reasons why I hate going off that information potentially, and it didn't even matter. They're not even doing it. I might even consider tucking this, right? Is my hand that slow that I'm just going to lose to this beatdown? I was trying to see if they had an Obosh. I didn't remember seeing one. Yeah, they don't. So they're just maybe a prowess draw. Yeah, I don't think I can afford to subtlety this, right? Ooh, we drew Shadow Spear. That's one of our better draws. I think we play the Temple Garden tapped and get this on the table. Ooh, I should have played my Zern Orb. Ah, shoot, I just missed 2 free life because we're going to lose the Saga. I meant to play out the Zern Orb. Oh, that was bad. Oh, that was really bad. We need that 2 life. Yeah, that I really maybe just killed us. Bant! It looks like it's not going to matter, though. It looks like my draw wouldn't have really stood up to this, but we'll see if that's... I mean, the 2 life is relevant. Because you get to free sack the Saga to the orb, so that's a nice little natural synergy. I take 4. So just think of us at being at a virtual 18 as far as like what the deck was supposed to do. So I messed us up. Oh, shoot, and now I even... Do we just go get map? I mean, relic cantrips here. I mean, could you see me playing Noble and just slap the Shadow Spear on the Noble? That doesn't seem all that great. These are both too slow or irrelevant. Let's just go get the relic. They could be on the, it looks like they might be on the Red Delver or whatever it is. Yeah, I'm really kicking myself that I did that to us. Yeah, Murktide as well could be it. There's a few different things it could be. Gosh, we could be at 18 right now if I hadn't punted that. Could be at 18, guys. 18. This Snowball Hierarch's very dead. I can't imagine they don't have a way to kill it. We did beat Prowess earlier, although I think it had a lot to do with us just like drawing our Chalice naturally a bunch. So they're just going to dart. I don't have open mana to relic that. So this is 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 damage coming. It looks like the extra 2 life might not have mattered after all. Now we're just dead to any spell. Yep. Alright. We did beat this matchup earlier, but I think it, like, we also had a very good draw, and I don't know if that's indicative of what the matchup will normally look like. It looks like they do have some soft graveyard stuff going on. I don't know if we want Relic. Yeah, Chalice is very good. Keep all our early game stuff. We're not cutting lands because we're already maybe lower on the land count than I'm supposed to be. How else did we sideboard? Yeah, certainly Spellskite. I mean, they've seen that we have artifact stuff. Maybe we should. Oh yeah, Night. Maybe Night even. Endurance can go. I mean, I was playing around with the pitch elementals. You can see when we were still on the Risen Reef plan, but I just don't know. These are good. You're gonna be here because we're gonna set you to 1. These are here. These are here. So what do we want to be doing? Skyclave? Do we want the deputies? Do we want the... It is nice when you get to 2 for 1 them, but it's hard to protect these in this matchup is the issue. Yeah, Welding Jar comes to mind because I do want to be able to protect the Zern Orb. Welding Jar also protects the Chalice. It protects the Spellskite. I think we do want this. Maybe I don't want to bother with attacking their yard. Like, yes, they have the Delirium creature. That's probably about all that they have. I mean, you guys keep talking about Murktide. I haven't seen it out of them yet. But, I mean, this might be the guy that's on it. Maybe we do want the Tormods. Do we want to kind of overboard for that stuff? And then, if they don't have it, we side it out? I just don't know if going hard after their graveyard is the smartest. I guess if they do have that stuff, we could even play the Endurance. Maybe I should have played Endurance before I played the... Yeah, I should have played Endurance before I played the Tormod script. That was a mistake, maybe. I don't think I want to turn 1 Saga. I think it hurts us too much to do that. I think I actually just... Because I don't have another blue source, I think I just want to play the Mimic out as a land. So we'll play Mimic as a land next turn, maybe play Saga. Although if I don't play Horizon Canopy or Cavern next, I'm not going to cast Knight on time. Yes, they are on Channeler. We drew a fetch, though. I don't care so much if our creatures are uncounterable in this matchup. They play Spell Pierce, so that's the permission of choice that they play. We could just name Knight or Dryad here. We'll name Knight. Good night. So I think I do want to Knight on time. Well, Chalice sets a 1. It's pretty good in this matchup. Pretty good. Yeah, their draw was quite nice. It was a small punt, but it was a relevant punt. Is this a Metamorphose? It looks like it is. Go ahead and F6. Gusting their 1-drop after we have the Chalice on is nice. Can't gust the Stormwing, but we can get rid of the dragon next turn. Or I just slam Knight. This doesn't fly until they hit Delirium and they're not there yet. I might just want to play Knight and gain some life, honestly. Alright, Saga. So I don't know if I like this line of not getting the Sagas online. It might have been better just to sit on Gust and tuck the Dragon's Rage. But we're going with this line, so let's just do it. Maybe they won't even like. Maybe we'll get to save the Gust, right? Because the dragon can't swing into the Knight unless they hit Delirium here, which they may not be able to do. And if they do, we'll tuck the Knight, and maybe I made a mistake in my sequencing. A Braid. Now, the last time we played against Prowess, they didn't draw their Artifact Hate. And I do think they have quite a bit more Artifact Hate maybe now than they had previously, because there's, you know, various people trying out Urza Saga. So, I was surprised when we played against Prowess earlier in the league that we didn't get punished by their sideboard. This probably just gets darted, right? So that's another reason not to play the Knight if they had removal for Chalice. I was probably better off trying to guess this. Or heck, I mean, maybe I was supposed to sit on the Gust because of a Braid, right? Because without the Chalice, I think we're a lot more likely to lose this. We'll get the Saga going instead of drawing a card with the Canopy. I'll probably be tucking the Channeler. They're at 3 card types. They're bolting me. I think we're just dead again, folks. Just the way it looks like this game's going. My hand is a bunch of lands. We do have 22 lands with 2... I mean, like... Not 22, sorry. We have 22 lands with 2 of them being Mimics, which are land or creature in this deck. They decide to bottom it. I take 4. Down to 9. Play another Stormwing. We're just so very screwed, folks. I can't win this with just a handful of lands. Also, these are naturally resilient to Prismatics. Just kind of our removal spell of choice. I have Apath. Yeah, we're just drawing lands. It's doesn't look like it's gonna happen, folks. Noble. That means I'm not making a construct. Take 6. They just need to bolt me. They scryed bottom. Yeah, I mean, we die to any deck where I just draw this many lands. Good games. I can't draw this many lands and win anything. Alright, sweet. Well, we 3-2'd even with that. Maybe, in my opinion, kind of suboptimal build. I think that this build is a little bit better because it's just more focused on the combo with extra tutors. I'm also working on another list. I don't mind showing it to you guys. I do have one kind of more secret squirrel list I'm working on in the backdrop. Somebody was asking me if I could work on a Winota list, a Boros Winota list. I actually have been. I just needed to look at what the name was so I can find it. B for Boros. So this is kind of the SketchUp. Looks something like this. Actually, it looks like it didn't save my updated build. That stinks. Let me open a new copy. I moved away from Spyro, which is probably sacrilege because, well, there's a couple different ways we could go about this. So there is a red, white, Wynota list that used to exist. This would have been even before Modern Horizons 2. It was, you can see I'm thinking about the artifact decks that I was searching up Rebuild. Returnal Artifacts. This was printed into the modern format here in Horizons 1. Returnal Artifacts to their owner's hands with cycling on it. So it's technically main deckable. Let's see. I think I cut the Karn. I think I actually also cut the Linvala. I think I cut the 2 Rips. I think I moved U side. Gosh, I just changed so much about the... Oh, I remember why. Because I couldn't afford the Ragavans and also the rest of the deck. That was why. I think I moved away from these two. Just because... Not because they're expensive, but because we can certainly get Spyros. It actually has to do with the... We're not going to run this if we're not running Rags. This finds Wynota. I know that seems like a strange choice, but shoot. I wish I had it saved. I had a lot of different card choices. I cut the Masterwork. I think I was playing the equipment that is good with humans. Because most of this deck is humans. I think you were in the sideboard. And you were in the sideboard, but you actually we could main deck because you're an artifact, in theory. Where is this card? So yes, this is a very different concept. Avacyn's. I had a bunch of different equipment because we were going to be doing like maybe the Nahiri thing. I was going to try to actually also play Jor. We've tried Jor Kadeen in a Brea's Apprentice build of Wynota before. The mana base is, you'll see in a minute, the mana base is the reason why I was moving away from Spyros, perhaps. Let me switch our interface to brew mode. So, I think, as much as I'd like to play this deck, I actually noted on my sponsor's website that they don't have, they're sold out of their Urza Sagas. So if I actually get out of the deck I'm working on right now, I can't work on an Urza Sagas deck. Let me double check that. See if they're still sold out of Sagas. Nope, they have them again. Okay. Okay, so they do have them again. So we could play a different deck. I just want you guys at least to see the concept I was working on. I think I cut the Cavern. I think I even cut Flagstones, didn't I? I think I cut those and I was just playing Bridges, Sagas. I actually added Quarters to this. So I don't know if I had the right number of sources. My sources were going to be Quarters. I was going to play... I think I changed. I didn't need the mountain anymore necessarily. I think I played Second Plains instead because we do have some white cards I want to play. I think I might have even cut Mom Pop Thopter Shop and just moved away from the red and just played single red. Who here hasn't seen the Wynota decks I've been working on in the past? This is a very, very different build. This is a non-Eldritch Evolution build of this deck. This is just more like, has like the undercurrent of a Taxes list. Oh yeah, Esper, Esper what? What's that new card that people are playing in all their Stoneblade lists, even though I don't know if I'm going to include Stoneforge in this? It's Esper something. The new 1-drop. Sentinels. I was going to play some number of Sentinel because it is also a Saga target, funny enough. Okay, Collar, Relic, Shadow Spear, Mantle. These are kind of here. This is here. We don't need Orb necessarily. That would just be for burn. I don't think I run it in this deck. I think Expedition Map is really slow. Oh, that's what I was doing. I was grinding through. That's right. Somebody suggested this, and I that's actually where this deck started, is I wanted to do a Hall of Heliod Urza Saga deck, and I think that this deck is few enough colors that we could maybe theoretically do that. actually going to cut these and just play Rust Veils. Because I actually want a really high artifact count, just to have... I want this deck to be a little bit more about the constructs than the previous deck I was working on. So let's play Bridges. These are turn 1. Search up Esper Sentinel. Oh, does this say non-creature? Search your library for an artifact card with... No, you can. Esper Sentinel is an artifact creature. It should work. I don't know if I want to main deck it, though. I think I wanted a Thalia in this 75 too. I don't know if I want a bunch of her though. No, it has to be, it says no mana value, no mana cost. Oh, you know what, you're right. So if we want to play this, we just have to... You're right, it has to be colorless. Thank you for clarifying. No wonder people haven't been doing something like that. So it has to be 0 or exactly 1 colorless. Okay, that makes sense to me. I think I cut a Burrington. It's definitely going to play some Rip Aparts. I think they're good right now. I think this card's always been good, actually. Yeah, thank you for clarifying, Janudge. I still think this card could be good for us, though. But maybe I'll keep it in their side. I still think we have some juicy targets. Alright, let's see. Crypt, Jar, Needle. I want some more prismatic ending in this somewhere, maybe. Alright, well anyway, let me finish the engine. So, I was actually going to play a Talisman. I think in part because I have so much colorless, I kind of want... Like, I want us to be ramping up into our 4s. I'll also have to look at our warrior count again. I know that's such a weird thing to look at, but if I want to play some number of Nahiri, I need to count the warrior count. / equipment count, right? Her -2 is top 6, so we want 10 of our cards at least to be warriors or equipment, right? That's kind of a weird, like, threshold to have to hit is warrior count. I don't think any of these except the entity are warriors, right? Jor is a warrior. That's actually why I brought him back into this, because I started trying to brew around Nahiri. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think I had another piece of equipment too. I think I was playing the living weapon equipment. I think I was playing that as well, because it's a non-human for Nahiri. Oh, sorry, non-human for Wynota, but also equipment for Nahiri. Yeah, Flayer Husk. And I think all this random equipment would make the Esper Sentinels a little bit better if we want to go that route. So that's 10. So we could even stop there, technically. That's 10 hits for Nahiri. I don't know if I love that. Just a thought. I want more tutors, I think, in the deck than just a random Pyre and a random Nahiri, right? Do we want to double up on both of these and see which one we like more? So I do want to be able to turn, like, my Brea's Apprentices into the Wynota. I do wish we could support red, because Spyro is very, very good for this deck. I mean, if we tweak the mana, if we didn't do the Leonin Arbiter thing and didn't play Quarter, like, again, I don't really think of us as a taxes list then at that point. I feel like we would just be like a red-white value with tutoring. Yeah, we basically would just turn into red-white value with an artifacts undertone with some silver bullets, which is fine. I think that the mana is already pretty shabby. But we could play, like, you know, I mean, we could in theory, if we didn't do the Ghost Quarter plan, Leonin Arbiter plan, we could synergize better with our Cleansing Wildfires and play, we could play Flagstones after all if we did that. And if we were going to play, I mean, again, this deck would really want Ragavan too. I just don't think I can afford both Ragavan and the playset of Urza Saga. I think value aggro would be better than just a medium taxes list. Yeah, so maybe like aggro with whoops we win, with some silver bullets that are also whoops we wins. Because Aethersworn Canada stops the Cascade decks in the format that people are jamming. Anyway, I think we have enough warriors and equipment to maybe make Nahiri work. It's currently 10. Our finishers are Blade Historian and Jorkadine. Kind of because Blade Historian's kind of legendary in and of himself. A second Blade Historian doesn't really add much. So our finishers also involve the Mirror Entity, perhaps. I mean, I think Spyro is just so good for this archetype, for the Wynota archetype. Every time I've brewed a Wynota build, I've always played a playset of Spyro. Bray's Apprentice is really nice with all these artifacts. Singleton Fiend Hunter is another tutor target, I think. Oh yeah, I had like a cleric undertone. It doesn't need to be Fiend Hunter anymore. This could be something else. This could be... Well, we don't want it to be Skyclave though, do we? Because Skyclave I can't pyre into. Why not just play Recruiter? I don't know if I'd want to play Kiki, but I like Recruiter. I like the idea of Recruiter. Recruiter also turns into Wynota. Yeah, I like the idea of some Recruiters. I like where your mind's at. Let me show you some other cards I was going to consider real quick. We also have too many lands so far, and I need to bring back the Sacred Foundries. There we go. I need to change my mana base a little bit. Maybe we don't play Vantage. Or this many Vantages. It's right there is 21 land. I do think the Hall is sweet, because you just keep getting back the Sagas. Let's see. Signet? No. Talismans, right? Yeah, I like the idea of Recruiter a lot. I was going a different angle when I first started working on this. I think I played like 3 Talisman. Well, maybe we don't need Talisman as much, though, now that I'm playing a more colorful mana base. I'm just concerned about the red of Spyro, but maybe it'll be okay. Oh, you know what we would play, actually? We would play the Filter Lands. We'd play Ruggeds. We'd play Prairies. Actually, maybe we don't need Talisman if we're not going to play Ghost Quarter 2. We play probably 2 of these because they're kind of like a legendary land, but they work really... They work so well with our whole mana base to filter us into white for like Fiend Hunter and red for Spyro. We could play Pia and Kieran Alar again if we're going to be playing, and that's also a Recruiter target. If we're not going to play Aether Vials... Oh yeah, that was also something I was considering as a target, and I'm sure you're thinking that's weird. I think that's weird too. I think we'd be better off with, like... Maybe try to sneak a Cavern of Souls in here too, and just play the, use the Expedition map to either get us into Hall or Cavern, and not bother with Aether Vial, right? Maybe we're just trying to ramp it, and again, that's why I was considering Talisman instead. Like, we're trying to just ramp into these plays instead of hope to have Aether Vial in our opener, and I think Aether Vial is tough to, like, Aether Vial takes so long to get to some of these 4-drops anyway. Just thinking out loud with you guys as we build the list. I do have way too many lands, so we'll have to cut some of those. But, yeah, maybe this list wouldn't have room for the Sunbaked Canyons. I'm not sure. Maybe we just want Flagstones, the Filters, the Flagstone targets, the Sagas, the Hall, the Cavern, and then the Artifact lands. So that'd be 22 land. That's probably right for a deck that's going as big as Wynota. We could also play Karn. Karn is another walker I was considering for this archetype that's a little bit more on the constructs, but isn't in colors for Urza. This Karn. I think he'd be in the sideboard, though. I don't know if he'd be main board, but Karn, not that Karn, or that Karn, this one, actually. Sign of Urza is, draws you cards with his +1, grabs particular cards with a -1, and his -2 is make a construct. Make a Karnstruct. But I don't know if we want it in the main board. Just a card that we should keep on our radar. The problem with Esper Sentinel, I'll admit, in this list, even though there is like some stuff for him to wear, is that he's in the early stages we kind of want to be playing non-humans. I mean, with the exception, it's fine if the exception is like a main board sneaky canonist, because we can pitch this to the Bray's Apprentice. So like I'm not seeing precisely where I'm gonna have room for the Recruiter. Recruiter also can't find Wynota, which is a problem. It stinks that Recruiter just doesn't find a major component of my deck. But I do think it's good in the deck. It's a good hit off of Wynota to just tutor up something useful. So yeah, I do think we could maybe support 1 or 2 Recruiters. I think the Recruiters get better after sideboard when I have more bullets. I think they're fine in the main board, right? Because it's an extra copy of Canonist, Entity, Magus, Fiend Hunter. It's an extra copy of P and K Nalar. It's an extra... it's not an extra drawer, but it's an extra Blade Historian. So I do think that Recruiter is great. If we want to be more mid-range. Maybe Stoneforge should be good. Helps with artifacts, has potential. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the other way we could go, right? Instead of, like, a more... Just, like, we're trying to just do big, powerful, silly things. Stoneforge is non-human. That's also true. So maybe we want Recruiters. Probably wouldn't play more than 2 if I'm not going to play Aether Vial. And maybe we don't bother with Talisman. Maybe the only way we're ramping is cleansing on Rustvale. So if you cleansing Wildfire on an indestructible land, it ramps us similar to how Flagstones does. Maybe we don't want to play the random Talisman, because at least Wildfire cantrips. And yeah, maybe we should play the Stoneforge Mystic package. I wonder how expensive the new piece of tech is. If I know how to spell it. It starts with a K, right? No. We'll think of it. One of you guys, I'm sure, has it on your radar. I actually haven't bothered to play with it yet, the new piece of equipment. I probably only play 3 pieces of equipment in this list. I play Batter, the new piece, and a sword. Probably Fire and Ice, and that's all I would play. I don't think I'd go deeper. And I'm sure you're like, but Bruce By, you're already jamming a bunch of other equipment. No, I'm with you. I think that would make Nahiri a little bit better. I mean, I'd almost rather the engine be like play Singleton Pyre and actually maybe try second Nahiri. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Yes. Thank you, Half Truth. I don't know. I was trying not to necessarily go into the Stoneforge plan. Could this just be a Yorion list and then you can have everything you want? I'm not very good at building mana bases. I'd be nervous with Yorion. Although this is a very simple mana base in the fact that it's just 2 color. I wonder if we'd have to play more indestructible, like more lands that would synergize with Wildfire than just bridges and flagstones. I do think that Yorion is sweet. Yorion has synergy with Spyro, Pia, Brea's Apprentice, Stoneforge. Yeah, I mean, the synergy's there. It synergizes with quite a few of our cards. I wonder if we have enough red. I wonder if we could even do something cheeky like... I think we have more red than we do white, right? So far that I've selected, if you count like all the Spyros and everything. I think our white count is... Let's put everything that's this... Yeah. Let's do that count real quick, because I'm actually thinking, what about doing something... Like, if we're going to do all the things, and if we're going to do Yorion, why wouldn't we even consider, like, doing... So these are both... Like, something like Ephemerate plus the Pitch Elementals. You love a Yorion deck with tutors? Big question... Oh yeah, sorry, this was your question, Hawk. I do think that your sideboard is a lot weaker when it comes to Yorion decks. You almost, like, I almost would just, like, play a playset of Rip Apart and a playset of Prismatic Ending or something. Prismatic could be main board. I do think the Prismatic Ending is quite a bit weaker, though, and only a 2-color deck. I mean, Mantle could get us another color, but just thinking out loud with you guys for a second. We'd have to play a lot more hits to play Nahiri. I think that we'd have to get rid of Nahiri if we were to do a Yorion list, because I just think she wouldn't hit, because it's look at the top 6. I think we'd move into, if we want something mid-rangey, we'd just play Karns. Do I have a Discord or something? Yeah, of course I do, Hawkzilla. There you go, friend. Feel free to join that and come chat with us and work on decks with us. I would appreciate it. Yeah, I think that this deck deserves both Ragavan and also Urza Saga. I think I'm going to put this deck on hold and continue to work on my Titania deck. But I'll put this in the chat. Maybe you guys can make something of it. I would have to wait for this deck to really shine. I think I have to wait till I can afford both Saga and Ragavan, and it may be months, right? It may be a long time before both of those cards are a little bit cheaper. We may never get to put them in the same deck because I can only borrow 500 tickets worth of card. So we'll move on from that for now, and maybe play the next build of Titanias that I'm working on. So maybe you can sink your teeth into this instead, Hawkzilla. I want to see inevitable betrayal with Shardless and Karizev's expertise. Alright, that sounds spicy. So I'm not really playing any pitch elementals in here except for the Singleton Endurance. I do wonder if my green count is better now for Endurance. I think it is than it was in the past. I mean, it's not amazing, but I think it's a little better than it was. So we actually might be more of a blue deck now. I do like Prismatic Ending in this list since we're tricolor. Yeah, blue count is... Yeah, it's 17. I think that's reasonable for a pitch spell. What's our blue count? Blue count's worse. Blue count's 14. Yeah, so if we're going to play a pitch card, it's probably... I want to play Endurance as a tutor target for this list anyway. And I think it's certainly main deckable right now because it's also just a solid body. I think Endurance is secretly the most playable of the pitch the new evoke creatures. Don't get me wrong. I think Grief is powerful. That might be like second place in my mind. I actually think Endurance might be, but Grief is the one everybody's trying to build and brew around right now. So this is a list we've been working on for a while. This is version 2.3, which means I've theoretically gone through 23 iterations of this list. So if we were to play another league tonight, unless it's one of your guys' ideas, we are rolling out a Brew My Deck program. I'm just mentioning it to you guys if you haven't seen that yet. Steve was helping me with that, my buddy Steve. If you want me to play your decks and give them the Brew Spy service of switching out cards, kind of talking through some of what we could do with the deck, and then playing your deck, look at that in the chat and maybe consider doing it. You can either do it through Twitch itself, or there's a PayPal link at the bottom, and I'd love to do that with you guys and for you guys. It's fun for me to work on my own lists, but I really do enjoy working on other people's lists too. We brought the curve down this deck a lot with adding like Pyre and Neoform and main decking of Vandal. Masked Vandal is a changeling, so it lets me pod my Noble Hierarchs or my Goose up the chain and then further up the chain. I was considering other 2-drops. I don't know if there's none that both Goose and Noble can become other than this that's playable in Modern, I think. There are 2-drop humans I could play. I could play like a main deck Medley Mage that the Noble Hierarch can become. I think in Titania you want either Bounce Lands, an Amulet, or Arbor Elf and Sprawl. I do think that Sprawl Arbor Elf was the next thing I was considering, by the way, Hawks. Hang on, maybe you ripped it right out of my mouth. Let's open a new copy. I do think that Arbor Elf Utopia ramps you enough to get to the Titania. We've been having some issues getting to enough mana, especially since Urza Saga almost fights you on ramping. Like, yes, they usually go in the same deck, but it like, oftentimes I've been stuck at 4 because an Urza Saga sacrificed itself too soon, and I almost want to play Urza Saga on turn 3 instead of turn 2. And that's much worse, right? But the reason being is because then it won't have gone away by the time I'm trying to hardcast the Titania, right? So I do see what you're saying. Maybe instead of these, we want just Arbor Elves and Utopias. I think you're onto something. I'm agreeing with you. I think you're right. We're already in Yavi. We already have most of all of my fetches are green fetches. I think we would maybe want to play maybe second basic forest if I'm gonna add Utopia Sprawls. But yeah, let's get some Arbor Elf. I want the pretty ones. I want the ones that have the symbol. I like those watermarks. And Utopia Sprawls. Yeah, maybe you're sending me in the right direction. Select. Gives us more fixing, and we need a lot of fixing considering I'm playing a bunch of colorless land. I also want to maybe consider... I've played against several grindy decks where the Heliod's Hall, as greedy as that is, I do think that Heliod's Hall is a really, really sweet target if you're already a white deck and you have Sagas. I don't think there's any other synergy in my deck that I can think of. I don't think I have any other enchants. Well, besides Sprawl, but I wouldn't get that back. I think Hall is a really cool target. So you go, instead of going, so the traditional sequence in these Urza Saga's decks is to go Saga into Map into Saga again. But if you play a Hall, you actually get to do something grosser than that. You get to go Saga into Map into Hall, use Hall to put Saga back on top of deck. 2 turns later, use Hall, put Saga back on top. Like you just stop here, right? And then it begs the question, okay, Brew Spy, is there like a different way you could be doing this? Well, yes, I could just go in the direction of that blue-white list I saw. This was the only piece it looked like he was missing. I saw a blue-white player that was just doing Saga, and I think they did have Map. I can't remember. But they were like playing like just straight-up blue-white control with Sagas. I don't know if I could afford that deck, though, because it also had 3 Force, which is Force. I think Force is also expensive right now. E-price. It's hard for me to borrow the power level of decks that I want to be playing right now. Yeah, there are 100 tickets right now. I kind of just have to play around with one expensive thing at a time and kind of feel it out. So yeah, like we could add a Hall to this, and I think that this much fixing might let us get away with this. I don't know if I love the 2 of... I don't know if I've loved the 2 of Glasspool Mimic. I'd be willing to cut 1 to test a Hall, and we'll main deck the map and let that be one of our plans. I'd love for this deck to just have more artifacts to it. The Trinket Mage is kind of increase our artifact count, or the ability for us to find our artifact count, but I do wonder if we could be a little bit more artifacty. I also wonder if our ramp could come from artifacts instead of just like Sprawl Elf. I do wonder about even playing like talismans or something in this. Well, anyway, just expressing some thoughts. Trying to keep you guys up to where my brain is going. Yeah, Canopy is here. Borrowers are here, at least for the blink side. This is a land, but I'm going to put it in the 3s pile. These are all 3s. These are my 4s. These are my 5s. And then I think I want some number of ending. I've got a main board. We used to have more chalices. I've cut it down to just a singleton chalice. I think that's actually fine. It's a tutor target for the Trinket Mages. So maybe we're not playing these. That's a 14. Why is that a 14? Did I cut something or move something? Oh, I moved the expedition map from the sideboard to the main board. So we have 3 cuts in the main board to make. It would probably be some number of endings. Some number of... I mean, I almost would rather be off the endings because we have so many like tutors now that require a creature. I wonder if we're just not an ending deck anymore, and my answer, like, I should just be playing like a bunch of Skyclaves and a bunch of Deputies. I do think that Deputy's good right now. Like, this could be just like play 2 Deputies. I don't know. Maybe the Chalice is a sideboard card in Modern. Maybe the Sower is a sideboard card too. Because not every deck we face really has stuff that's worth stealing. Maybe we should just do a split main board of Glendalindra and Chameleon Colossus, and then have this as a sideboard option. So that would give room for a couple of Prismatics. Seems good, actually. So this would give us a grindier construct capability with the Hall map. Like, we could be more legitimately on that plan, and I don't think that's going to cost me an arm and a leg. I think Hall of Heliod's generosity is very cheap. Yes, it would mean adding another colorless land to the mana base, but I think we'll get away with it. I think that's all I want to do to the list for now, and I'm sure I'm going to be kicking myself that I trimmed us down to 2 endings. I'm sure I'm going to be kicking myself that Chalice is in the sideboard. Maybe not Sower of Temptation, but I think we will miss the Chalice, but I'm trying to see if there's something else maybe I don't main deck. I like having access to Relic. I like having main board access to 2 pieces of Graveyard Hate. Masked Vandal is what's letting me pod up from Arbor Elf, but maybe that's not as important now. When we had this many Mana Dorks, I liked the Masked Vandal in the main board. Maybe this is what we're not doing anymore. Maybe Arbor Elves just don't Pyro Heroes into anything or Neoform into anything. They can be Eldritched into things, but maybe we don't bother doing that, and that would give me room for the mainboard Chalice. Because mainboard Masked Vandal, like, it's decent right now. There's enough Sagas and enough artifacts floating, just artifacts in general floating around. There's enough enchantments and artifacts floating around in the meta at the moment that you could main deck Masked Vandal, but I don't know if that's worth giving up the mainboard Chalice. There's quite a few matchups where we need to go set this to either 0 or 1. We can also set it to 2, and it's not that painful. If you notice, I also constructed the deck. I wanted this deck originally to be a pretty heavy Chalice of the Void deck. We've moved away. We've slowly whittled ourselves down to just the singleton copy. So, like, yes, it would turn off, in this build anyway, with Arbors and Utopias, like, yes, it would turn off a lot of 1s, but really, I want to set it to 1s after I've established these, and I want to set it to 1. I actually want to set it to 2 or 0 in the meta. More often, we want to set the Chalice to X's 2 or 0, actually, and as long as I'm not shutting myself out of the Zurin Orb, we don't care. This turns off the Cascade decks. This on 0 turns off Pact out of Titan. This on 0 also turns off a few other things like Bauble and such. Just not 0 value, but those are the major things. So setting that either to 2 or to 0 is more so what I want to do. It's still very powerful on 1, and there are plenty of decks that have more reliance on their 1-drop spells than I do, even with this many, even with playing this many. I do miss the Gilded Geese already, because the Gilded Geese were synergistic with the Sagas, but I wonder if this would just be a better configuration and not bother with letting the Arbor Elves, at least in the main board, Neoform or pod into something. These are Druids. Okay, so they won't turn into much of anything. I also wonder if we don't want to be on Kataki anymore, because I'm becoming more and more artifact-centric. I do think that there are decks that are more all in on this and go like, you know, Lantern, Hell's Kitchen, which is what people are calling that deck. This is not supposed to be there. Yeah, Hell's Kitchen. There's a few other decks that just go much wider with artifacts, whereas we have the choice to not do it. And so I think that's an Affinity, of course. I do think the Kataki could still work in our deck, even though we will have to pay the tax and maybe give up like a Shadow Spear or something. I think that Kataki as a tutor target for us, when we do bring it in, we're bringing it in because it hurts our opponent's deck more than it hurts our deck. And this is becoming more and more popular out of people's sideboard, so I do think this is a good meta call. Thanks for that follow, Rob. I appreciate you, friend. Yeah, maybe we just play 2 endings. Sideboard the Sower and the Vandal because they're a little more specific. I don't know. Maybe because I'm only listing those decks, that the ones that I listed out, maybe Chalice still needs to be in the sideboard. And then maybe instead of main decking the Masked Vandal, maybe I just main deck something more flexible because Knight of Autumn always has modes. It's just, will those modes be important enough, right? Medley Mage could be main decked theoretically. Even though it doesn't strike me as a main board card, there's Needle to consider. There's a lot of things that Needle hits right now in the meta. But you will occasionally run into a deck that they don't care about it, right? So maybe we should just sideboard and just mainboard Knight. I do need to have a lot of 3-drops. And 4-drops for that matter. I wish I had more 4-drops than this, folks. But we need to be able to convert a lot of different 3-drops with the evolution, with our tutors. So we have 7 tutors right now, 2 Titania. Let me just show you how this comes together. This is kind of a pile we've been working on, and it's kind of hard, I think, on the surface if you're just seeing this for the first time to see how it maybe comes together. We trimmed down to just 1 pyre. I think that's maybe correct. I cut all these. Okay, so how many copies of Titania do I have access to? Kind of this many. With the extra tutors, we kind of have 9 copies of her now. Okay, how many copies of Zurin Orb do I have access to? Kind of this many. Quite a bit more. I don't have a problem finding the Zurin Orb. So Trinket Mage finds it. I can pyre to the Trinket Mage. I can Neoform. Oh, I can't Neoform to Trinket Mage. Never mind. Let me take these off that pile. I don't have any 2-drops in the main board right now. So these actually won't find this. Good to know. But the Eldritches will find this off of Arbor Elf. But oftentimes, the way that we're finding the Trinket Mage... Actually, Pyre of Heroes won't work either as a target for you. But I think, essentially, we have 12 looks for the Zurin Orb, and it looks like I have 9 looks for the Titania. I think we're doing that right. 9 looks for Titania, 12 looks for Zurin Orb. I think that's fine. So Eldritch is the only thing that's in the gloom between. So you have 12, right? Yeah, 12 and 9. You posted a list. Yeah, I'd be happy to, Hawk. Can you put the picture in? I'll do it for you. I've just found that for my stream, it's really nice if we just put the picture there. I've got it. So this is a Yorion build of the deck. Cool. Cauldra, Sword. Oh, you went with Feast and Famine. Interesting. I might have gone with... Looks like you don't have a sideboard yet either. Yeah, I appreciate you building out a mana base for me because I am weak when it comes to mana bases, admittedly. Is Felidar something that Solitude can turn into? Were you also considering playing Ephemerates? I feel like if you're playing Solitude, don't you want maybe Ephemerate? Ephemerate also works on the Recruiters and the... Oh, you're not playing Spyro? Ooh. I don't know if I agree. Spyro is... Seasoned Pyromancer is arguably the best card in the deck. But I get this is maybe a different take on the deck. You think Solitude's good enough without Ephemerates? Maybe. It's a Cat Beast. I'm trying to understand the Felidar Sovereign. I don't hate a lot of your card decisions other than maybe the random... this isn't a warrior for her. This isn't... Like, what are we doing here? I like a lot else what you're doing. I don't know if I like trying to marry the Kiki combo into here without any ramp, though. Are we ramping? We're not ramping. There's no ramp in your list. Okay. Sorry, I gave you my most critical thoughts first. I should have been more excited first. To be excited, I'm excited that you... thank you for building it for me, A. B, I like that you've got flagstones, but where is the thing that lets us ramp with flagstones? I love prelate. Yeah, prelate's great. There's a lot of positive things for me to say too. The Thraben Inspector has synergy for the sagas. I like that. I did consider this card myself. Hawk says flagstone ramps itself. What? Flagstones replaces itself. What do I think about Wynota and taxes? I think it's too fair, but it is fun. I think what we're doing is a little bit too fair. Like, I'm not doing the draw our whole deck anymore with Titania that I was doing. I wonder if there's also a pitch elemental build in this somewhere. Because that was really cool when we didn't go down a card when we pitched our elemental. I just worry that it would be we'd have to basically pick one, and I do think the best one is not what our colors seem to be. Because it looks like we're turning out to be a primarily blue-green deck, right? But then that list would almost want... Like, yeah, maybe instead of Ephemerate, another engine for the pitch elementals is Reef, right? Let me show you what I mean. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to open a new copy. Whoops. You put the wrong Felidar in there, my bad. No, you're fine. Oh, 4-mana Felidar. That makes so much more sense. Gosh, I was just like so clueless. Yeah, 4-mana Felidar because it's an infinite combo with Kiki. I'm with you now. We're on the same page again. Yeah, keep working on that. I do think that's an interesting take. Just a brain idea for a second. I do wonder if there's a more elementals heavy build of this somewhere. Instead of playing tutors to try to, or other tutors that are quite a bit weaker than Eldritch Evolution. Eldritch is just arguably where it's at when it comes to Titania, right? So I wonder if instead of trying to squeeze in these weaker tutors and like kind of like, okay, we're going to play like these changelings, although I do think that Mass Vandal is fine in the meta actually as a tutor target. You can like sacrifice a construct to go get him. I think that maybe instead of like trying to maneuver kind of this weird way up the chain, I'd actually be interested to see what a pitch elemental build would look like. It looks like it needs to be endurances and actually the other one, the blue one. And then like a Reef build. And just like maybe even Voice of Resurgence. Well, Voice would want me to play. Well, no, Voice is white. Voice is green-white, so that would work with endurance, but it wouldn't work with the other. Yeah, I do wonder if... Okay, so let me show you this other wombo. This was something I started on. This is actually why I was in these colors from the beginning, and I moved away from the card. But I wonder if... I wonder if this is actually what... like. So this lets the Titania combo go further over the top, and I know... like, there are some matchups where I just need to make the number of lands I have in play. There's quite a few matchups where that was good enough, and so I didn't feel like we needed to go over the top. But what if the Risen Reef was doing something else, which is making it so I don't go down a card with the pitch elementals, right? So I think maybe I would like this if it wasn't just for the Titania, if it was also for us playing a few of the different pitch elementals, or the new evoke elementals. You want us to splash blue for Teferi and Queller. Oh, Wynota and then splash for those two. That sounds interesting, Aaron. Again, just thinking out loud with you guys. I do feel like Eldritch is just the more powerful tutor. I'm not really... I feel like the Neoform Pyre of Heroes like kind of try to pot up the chain thing. As cool as that is, I think it's just too slow. But yeah, how many copies of Titania would I have now? And then maybe we'll try to reportion, reevaluate how many copies of Zuran Orb I really need. So, I mean, this would just be so many fewer copies of Titania, right? It would just be the 6 of, right? So maybe I want to play a third Titania even. But yeah, so 6 Titanias and... which, I mean, it begs the question, okay, Bruce Spy, shouldn't you go back to only playing the one of Trinket Mage, maybe? Just as an Eldritch target, so when I already have the Titania, I can still, if I haven't hit a Saga, or haven't hit the Orb, I can Eldritch for the Trinket Mage? Maybe. It was nice that Trinket Mage, though, finds Chalice, but... maybe this would just be better to do like a pitch elemental Risen Reef build and play Voice of Resurgences. I did consider Voice when we were playing Risens. Voices. I mean, now this is just looking like more like Bant Elementals by the second. Let's put one of those in the side. This is a 3-drop. These are 3-drops. You're a 0-drop. Too bad there isn't an Elemental Mana Dork, right? I mean, they did print one. It's a 2-drop. It's not very good, but they did print an Elemental that makes mana. I think it's very specific, too. In these colors, I mean. I think it's, like, just too bad. Or no, they did. It's a land. That's right. I've considered playing that card in the past in this archetype. It's these. The Florahedrons. We could try to squeeze in some number of Floras. It only makes green mana, though. I thought there was a better one. Hang on. We wouldn't play more than 1 or 2 of those, and maybe I wouldn't run the Glasspool Mimic anymore. So this would be 22 lands with 2 lands that are also creatures. Let's see. But if we're playing Risen Reef, like I like, you know, playing Glasspool and Copy the Reef, or even something like this lowers our curve. I can't actually afford more than 1 endurance right now, though, which is awkward. I could afford some number of the other guy. You fleshed out the whitelist? No, you're fine. I may look at it later. Oh, let me take a quick look. Oh, I like that you did a visual spoil for me, so I can kind of see very briefly what's going on. Yes, you added the cleansings, thank goodness. Sweet. Yeah. I wish we could also have Ragavan, but I don't think I could afford it. I don't know if I could actually afford even this right now. How much is Solitude? Yeah, too much. Too rich for my blood right now. Because I'm basically spending a whole bunch of my budget right here, and the fact that we are a Misty Rainforest list. Like, the borrowers are expensive too. There are a lot of cards that are making this list expensive for me. It's 594 tickets, so I can borrow 500 tickets worth. If I own enough of that deck already, I might be able to rent it. I'll look into it. If you have the $60 Mana Traders. No, I'm sponsored by Card Hoarder, and I've got a I'm not saying that's not to boast or to be prideful. I'm just telling you what my account can rent. Because of their streamer sponsorship, I have 500 tickets to rent with. We do pretty well. I even sometimes brew in Legacy and Vintage on that much. Right now, it's just a very expensive time for Modern. Yeah. So we probably wouldn't want Sower if we're not going to be doing the cheeky potting thing around. Maybe just stick with our previous targets. One of these needs to go into the main board somehow. Oh, we could just main board the Vandal because it draws a card with Risen Reef. I think that's totally reasonable. So it's another Elemental. We're trying to increase our Elemental count. And then maybe I do play the other pitch Elemental. The other Evoke. Deputy and Containment. Containment Priest turns off my evolution. Is that what we want to be doing? Maybe we do. I mean, Containment Priest could be good right now. Yeah, it's Subtlety. I thought I picked one up. They're not that expensive. Because, I mean, people are figuring out that it's not really that great. But it'd be cool if we had a deck that Subtlety was reasonable. Just as tempo. Like, I think in combo, tempo plays are fine. Like, the Borrowers and Subtlety might be right at home. It's our blue count, though, for that Singleton Subtlety. I just don't think it's enough. If our aim is to very rarely cheat it into play, if our aim is to mostly... I mean, I wonder if we would just want to play Deputies instead of the Skyclave. I do think that Deputy is quite good because in the Urza Saga Mirror, read this a little bit closely. So this exiles target non-land, permanent, and opponent control. Skyclave can't hit tokens. I'm not saying we don't want a Skyclave in our 75. I'm just saying, and it still makes sense in the main board, but I'm just saying the cool thing about Deputy is not so much that it could be blue for some number of subtleties. The cool thing about Deputy of Detention is that it hits all of my opponent's constructs all at once, or all of my opponent's food tokens, or whatever, right? It hits all of them, and it's that player control, so if I've made some constructs of my own, it doesn't hit our own constructs, which is kind of nice. But Containment makes Deputy into Swords to Plowshares. Does it? Oh, I guess it does, right? Because the card can't enter the battlefield. I don't know. I don't know if I like turning off, like, something that I'm built around, though. I think we're pretty good in the Graveyard Hate department. Well, Containment Priest also fights... I realize that Containment Priest fights other effects. Containment Priest also fights more than just Graveyard effects, right? It fights... Through the Breach, it's going to fight... Collected Company. I know it fights other things than just graveyard stuff. It fights Aether Vial, right? No, Containment Priest is reasonable. I worry about turning off my own evolutions, but maybe that's fine. I do think we have quite a bit more meat here, and I do want other 4-drops besides just Subtlety. It's kind of sad that Voice of Resurgence could only evolution into this. I wonder if we would need to main deck the Toski. I mean, it's green count for Endurance. It's just a solid card when we have all these dudes. Just a thought. I do think that Tangled is only so good. Maybe we should try a split of Tangled Glasspool. If we just want to play some creature lands. I mean, the Glasspool Mimic also pretty much counts as an elemental for Risen Reef because it can copy the Risen Reef. Should we play Vesperlark? Should we play Revelark? They let us reanimate for value. So I do like Vesperlark when it comes to... I think Vesperlark can even hit the Glasspool, can't it? I've considered Lark in the past. We'd have to look at all the different things it hits. So this is the 2-1 if it's power 1 or less. So it does hit Mimic. So if we were playing Vesperlark, I'd rather just play 2 Glasspool Mimics. Vesperlark doesn't hit Borrower, but it hits Risen Reef. It hits Deputy. It doesn't hit Toski. Or no, it does. It does hit Toski. But I can't imagine this would go into the graveyard. Very rarely would this go into the graveyard. Hits Arbor Elf. I'm sure there are other things it hits that I'm not thinking about. Doesn't hit Kataki. There's a 2-1. Yeah, I mean, it bringing back Deputy is actually really sweet. I like that idea a lot. The first Vesperlark. That's very... very cool idea. But yeah, if we're gonna play Vesperlark, I don't think I want Tangled anymore. I think I just would want Glasspool Mimics. We're often hurting for blue mana anyway. I'm not usually hurting for green mana. I don't know if we've properly adjusted the mana base for Utopia Sprawl either, by the way. I don't think I have. We need to cut the Bark Channel. I need to maybe consider cutting the Cavern. No, I like the Cavern as a 2 target. I might need to cut the Hallowed Fountain. Yeah, we just need to reassess our mana base to compensate for Sprawl. I might not be able to play the Horizon Canopy either. Pitch Elementals with Wreath would be so cool. Yeah, I think it'll be neat. I don't know how many more Pitch Element. I can't afford another Endurance. I can't even afford the first Solitude. I could pick up a second Subtlety. I don't feel like we have enough blue for the Subtleties, though. We'd have to go deeper into blue is what I'm getting at. And we could do that, right? I could, like, really hurt our mana base and play a lot more Glass Pools, but then we're not an Arbor Elf deck anymore. I think we'd have to try a different way than this plan. What about Unsettled Mariner? Thank you. That is the other elemental I could not remember because it isn't one. Maybe third Glass Pool. That's 23 lands. Let's just play the playset. It's for all intents and purposes, it's an elemental. It's blue. It's in our colors. It has synergy. Copy Deputies, whatever. Copy Vesperlark. Copy the Trinket Mage. Let's see. Yeah, Unsettled. Thank you. That's perfect. I like that we're lowering the curve. So right. So what are we trying to do? We're trying to play 2 or 3 pitch elementals. So we do need to pick up another Subtlety. Let me check their price. Yeah, I think that tempo or combo is the place where subtlety. They're not very expensive. I do think that tempo or combo is where subtlety will shine the most, if it's ever going to shine in a deck. I know there are a few people on different iterations of like trying to make it work in a control shell. I don't think it's a control card. I think it's a tempo card, and so tempo, like in the same way that we like the Brazen Borrowers a lot, I do think that subtlety strikes me as a tempo play. I don't know if we can play more than that. What's our blue count? Yeah, this is sweet. This actually looks really, really neat to me. I'm sure it's not right at all, but and maybe like Hall would even be like a sideboard thing, like map Hall, like this kind of grinding. That might even be something we want to do out of the board and not in the main board. I know that seems strange. I don't think that's crazy to do that after board once we know, okay, we're up against like a mid-range or control deck, because it's very slow main board plan. Sorry, I'm just trying to look at my blue count. Grief is so good for this concept. Oh yeah, I mean grief would be better. Hang on, so our blue count's actually a lot better with the playset. Oh, of course it is with a playset of glass pools. It's a lot better. So that's 20 for blue, and then for green we're looking at green's gonna be good to go. I'm fairly confident. Oh, actually, you know what? Did we finally skew the deck in the direction of subtlety? It looks like we did. We're more blue now than we are green, very slightly. Well, that makes sense because I cut all our ramp, which, by the way, I need to put the Noble Hierarchs back in at least, right? I think our mana base doesn't work with Sprawl Arbor Elf, just again, like looking at it for another time. Give me Noble Hierarch. If we tap into red, we'd have a better elemental package. What, because Fury? I don't know if Fury is like... So, they're creatures that go bigger than what Fury deals with. Like, I'm with you. I think Fury is like neat. If we go into red, the biggest benefit from red Hawk is actually Gargadon. Period. It's greater Gargadon because it's another combo piece for Titania. In my mind, I think that's the best thing that red gives us. What about Brushfire Elemental? Gives us also Omnath. Oh yeah, there's the non-4-color Omnath, right? Isn't that one's rug colored? Yeah, I mean, we could maybe move out of white. I think we would miss Unsettled and Voice of Resurgence. A lot. I do think we'd miss white Deeper Than You're Thinking, and some of my sideboard pieces. I think we would miss white more than we would miss. I do think we'll miss white more than I would like red. I'm with you though. Like you would try to get us into Fury. You try to get us into 4 mana. And I get it, right? Because that Omnath has some great synergy for Risen Reef, but I feel like the fact that Titania plus Risen almost goes infinite. Sorry, Titania plus 1 Risen is not infinite. It'd have to be Titania plus 2 Risens, and that's when we started looking into the Thassa's Oracle because you draw your whole deck. But this build wouldn't, because like the fact that we've shifted a lot of our mana base into Mimics is going to be fighting the Risen Reef, drawing us lands. Just something to think about. Yeah, I tried actually an Oracle when we were trying to do Risen Reef with Titania, but I think that that's just win more, and I do think that we just want the value, and I think that we want this to synergize with the pitch elementals. I think that's actually more so what I want. Since we're a creature deck, what if we play Vile? It'll help with Saga. We could try Vile instead of Noble Hierarch. Thanks for that follow, Snappy. Yeah, we could try either Viles. I don't know if I can get them. CE price. Well, so the reason I wasn't giving back what I'm currently renting was because they were sold out of Sagas. Let me check them again. If they have Sagas, I can give back the previous list, and maybe that'll squeeze out, get us into some Aether Vials. You have all these ideas. I know, me too. I'm definitely an ideas guy as well. Yeah, Aether Vial might be sweet. I'm sad that I don't have any 1-drops. I like Vile with Glass Pool. Like, there's a lot of synergy for Vile here, right? It's Artifact for Saga. A lot of these cards are much more effective if we get to Vile them. Yeah, I mean, we're mid-range right at this point. I think we always were. We were like mid-range with a combo. These are 2-drops. Sorry, this is a 3-drop. This is a 4-drop. Vesperlark is actually trying to be a 2-drop, kind of. These are 3-drops because we want to hard cast them. Subtlety is sometimes a 0. We should not forget that these are sometimes 0s, but now let's put them into the curve. No. Yes. Yes. Let's put them into the curve. Yeah, I do like the look of this, actually. I think, because sometimes I am dying some games with cards still in my hand. I do think that the pitch elementals are nice for that fact. One Pithing Needle. Yes, I have it in our sideboard. Do you think we should be main decking it right now? My current main board bullets are Shadow Spear, Relic, and Zurin Orb. And I guess also, if we don't have anything else to get or we don't have an Aether Vial yet, we could get Vials. In the sideboard, my other Urza Saga targets currently are Map, mostly for Hall, but Map could also get Cavern. But I think it's really slow, and I kind of want this more when we know that we want particular land targets. Welding Jar, Tormod's Crypt, and Pithing Needle. The Chalice of the Void, if we're going to keep it, there's only a Singleton Mage now, though. I do like that Mage ties the evolution, though, to the Zurin Orb. I have really liked that the Singleton Mage because it ties... Because, like, let's say we have a draw that's 2 evolutions. 2 evolutions will still result in Titania combo, because even if I don't see a single Saga, because I can Eldritch for the Trinket Mage, go get the Orb, spend the other Eldritch on the Mage, go get Titania. So I do like having the first Trinket Mage. But while we have white removal, Borrower seems weak. Borrower's great, though, for other reasons. This is not just... Don't think of this as just the petty theft. This is also food for the Eldritch. And maybe it's wrong. Maybe we do finally have enough creatures that I don't need this anymore, or this many of them anymore, right? That's a good point. We could go back to just playing endings. Yeah, the Borrowers were important when I moved away from ending. And they were important when I probably didn't have enough creatures in the deck. I think our creature count is very happy for Eldritch Evolution now. Very happy, right? We're at 26. I don't need to move things around to see that number. We're at 26 creatures. So I do think that now maybe we don't need Borrower at all or nearly that many. Even without Borrower East. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, again, like, ending is just a really nice universal answer right now. But yeah, this deck has a very clear plan, right? It's Titania combo. Its value now is a thing because we've Risen and Voice is something that's good to Eldritch, right? So I even before, I didn't have a lot of creatures that were good to Eldritch, right? So I do think having things like Vesperlark and Voice, these things that we want to evolution, I think will make the deck a little bit cleaner as well. Yeah, maybe we don't need Borrowers. I do like... I own a Borrower. That'll make the deck significantly cheaper, actually. We might be able to get into some Solitudes. Let's check our white count. If we play Ending, I think we could play Solitude. And I'm sure somebody's going to be like, wait, Bruce By, are you just going to play one of each? Not necessarily. I don't know if we could play one of each, and I don't think we should. I do think that Solitude's the best next to Endurance. I think that Subtlety's the weakest of the 3 that we're talking about. I'd rather be running Solitudes. Solitude's also an Eldritch target, so the first Solitude has some value, whereas Subtleties don't. Subtlety is not an Eldritch target. If we were in green-white, have we tried Kitchen Finks? Kitchen Finks could be in the sideboard. I like Kitchen Finks. Maybe we play Kitchen Finks even over the Night of Autumn. All right, well, let's see what the deck looks like without Borrowers. I don't mind the first Borrower, though, if we sneak it in here somewhere. Like a Miser's copy. And again, I think this many glass pools is too many, by the way, especially if we're not going to be doing Subtlety. Flicker Wisp is an elemental. It works well with Risen Reef. Yeah, it does. Yeah, Flicker Wisp does. I do think that our deck maybe has more synergy for something like a Flicker Wisp or 2. Flicker Wisp has great synergy with this many glass pools, by the way. So, Flicker Wisp... Oh, yeah. Okay. If we're playing that many glass pools, we should consider the first Flicker. So Flicker Wisp has great synergy also for glass pool because you can flicker the glass pool as a glass pool shore, and it actually comes back as the Mimic. Flicker Wisp also snipes the bounce lands. I do think that Flicker Wisp also is a lot better if we're going to play Aether Vial, which it looks like we're thinking about doing. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Subtlety. I understand that we were trying to increase our blue count to maybe consider playing it. And it is a tempo play, but I think it's not very good. Maybe we move away from you too. Yeah, what's my white count? I think we pull off a Solitude, right? We want to be green for endurances, and we might play more than one if I can afford it. And we want to be white for Solitude. And I think I want... what's my white count? Only 11 so far. 12, actually. 12 so far. We could mainboard the Skyclave. Play some Prismatics. Oh, thank you. I missed them. We're actually at 16. So we want to play two. I want to try to afford 2 Solitude, right? Maybe we don't run the masked main board. All right, 0s, 3s, 1s, 2s. I like the direction we're headed in. This is technically a 2. I know I've said that a bunch. Bear with me, folks. Let's leave this in the 3s. I know it's potentially a 0. Let's leave it in the 3s. Let's leave it in the hardcast mode. So we have 1, 4. Why do we want the 4? Oh yeah, we want something for voice and unsettled to turn into. That's right. We want 1. We started mainboarding the Toski for that reason. These. I know it's going to change it a lot, but what about just doing Bant Soul? Do a Bant Soul Herder list and base it with the Titania combo? Be interesting. I think that would, yeah, fundamentally that'd be a quite different deck. I don't know. I think that deck is really good at grinding. I don't know if it... I like how this is turning a corner. And now we're playing like just the straight up best tutor. Thanks for that, Diebat. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that, actually. I'd have to kind of mess around with it. I think Chalice maybe has to go away because I only have 1 Trinket Mage now. We're not going to see it as often as we would need it. We're also kind of all over the place now, converter mana cost wise. I don't. And now we're playing Vials even. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the Chalice anymore. I do want to keep a Skyclave in the 75, I think. Maybe we just have to cut down on that. Like maybe we just want to use our sideboard mostly as just extra extra silver bullets room, which is usually what happens with... We could play like a Gust or a Veil. What are we weaker to? The red-green decks of the format, or are we going to be weaker to the Veil of Summer? What beats Veil? I'm probably more interested in the Aether Gusts, actually, than I am the Veil of Summers. I think we'll grind really well, better against the blue decks thanks to Aether Vial. And I think we're going to be better against the black decks as a value deck. So if I think I had to choose between Gusts or Veils, I'd be more interested in Aether Gusts, just for all the reasons I just listed. We also get very grindy post-board with like Haul and Expedition. I think we can get very grindy post-board. I think we're already pretty grindy, but we get very grindy with just keep returning Saga over and over and over against... Alright, cool. I don't think we would replace the Aether Gusts with Subtleties, because Subtlety doesn't hit burn spells, which Gust can. Great Bullets seem like Sanctifier, Core Firewalker. What about Prelate? Oh yeah, we could play a Prelate. That's a good point. If I still wanted a Chalice effect. Yeah, we could play the first Sanctum Prelate. Good suggestion. What about Eternal Witness? I don't know if I want to go that slow. Like, Witness is very grindy, but also very slow. Whereas, like, the fact that Vesperlark gets us the Glass Pool back immediately is really sweet. And Glass Pool, by the way, can just copy the Urza Sagas. We've had some matchups where that's what I do, by the way. I don't know if you guys thought about that yet. I'm sure somebody in the chat did, but let me just bring that to your attention. There are games where we used to play a 2 of Glass Pool. I just copy the constructs. So these aren't just for value. These are also for the beatdown plan. It's a sideboard card. Just something to mention. Yeah, I think we just want our whole sideboard to be tutor targets. I don't think we bother with cards like Gust even. I think we just want it to be And maybe we could sneak the haul into the main board anyway. I think it's a lot worse without the expedition map. We just won't find it. I think it's fine in the sideboard as a sideboard plan. Yeah, Flicker Wisp has some cool synergy here because it lets us rebuy our glass pools. Flicker Wisp has great synergy with the Risen Reef. I think the first Flicker Wisp is really sweet. Also for white count for Solitudes. So yeah, we're trying to be green, a little bit green, and we're trying to be white for this card, right? I'm just trying to figure out why we're... Okay, I have room for one more card. Yeah, Sanctifier is cool. Or even like, not Core Firewalker. Before I play Core Firewalker, I would probably play... Thinks is good too. I would probably consider playing... what is that creature? Auric Champion? With 4 Saga, do we even need Trinket Mage? Yes, because you won't always see Saga. I know, we're playing a playset, Hawk. But you don't always see Saga. It's nice to be able to tie, because I could draw Titania naturally, right? It's nice to be able to tie the tutors, the Eldritch Evolutions, to the Zurin Orb. I've actually really liked the Singleton Mage. I know it seems like the cutest card in the list, but you don't always see Saga and you don't always see Orb. So, like, let me show you the difference. You buy it. Check this out. So, yes, we have this 5. And that's a lot, right? Like, we're seeing, like, that's a lot of Urza's, sorry, a lot of Zurin Orb, right? And we've only got the 2 Titania. But check this out. By just adding the first Trinket Mage, you add to this list the Eldritches. And all of a sudden, now I have 10 hits for Orb. And I almost never miss on Orb with the first Trinket Mage being added to the deck. Now, do we miss on Titania? Yes. Because Titania in this build is just a 6 of. A 6 of is still really good, right? A 6 of is still pretty good. And I tried to make those other tutors work for her. They just weren't working. We were trying, what was it? I had Neoforms, and I was also trying, I mean, we could play, what could we play? We could play some number of Eladamri's Call. It's just really bad. But Eladamri's Call is a lot better with Aether Vial, actually, in an Aether Vial build. So if we wanted another I wouldn't play. I'd either play 3rd Titania or I would play the first Eladamri's. And I think Eladamri's is actually very good in a deck like ours that's just a ton of silver bullets. I do think we should consider the first Eladamri's Call. It also increases, also simultaneously. Yeah, so you can just put those in the middle. So it's almost like 7 Titania. It's almost like 11 Zurin Orbs. What about a Collected Company? What about collected companies? I don't know about company. I think we're a little low for company hits, right? Because none of these are hits. Let me count the ways. Let's talk about all the things that aren't hits. But yes, I mean, it's good to talk about company briefly though, and just say, okay, well, why are we not doing it? Because it would be pretty normal for like a Risen Reef Glasspool Mimic deck to consider, right? Is company? Because these are all hits, right? There's still quite a few hits. There's 21 hits. But then we have these. All these are not hits. We'll move the lands over. We'll give that the benefit. Like, even in a normal company list. But I have 21 things that are hits, and then I have a lot of not hits. Hawk says you would want 27 hits if you play company. So we'd have to convert over a lot of stuff. Like we'd have to switch over. We wouldn't play the call. We wouldn't play endings. And we'd have to cut something else. But, like, company wouldn't also hit some of our biggest impact cards. I think we're brewing around Eldritch Evolution still. And this build is brewing around Eldritch and also Risen and also Glasspool, right? Like, we're brewing around... Like, we've got a lot of different pieces, right? Like, we've got... Like, Saga is a build-around card for us. Risen Reef in this build anyway is a build-around card because we've got some of these pitch elementals, right? Solitudes and such. But we don't want to go down a card, in theory, is the theory behind this current build is maybe I was trying to use Risen Reef wrong just with Titania, and I do think these other pitch elementals maybe give me enough synergy perhaps. It's close. How many lands am I playing? 23, 24 post board. I kind of wanted to stick the Heliod Hall of Heliod's Generosity in the main board. Do we have enough green for Cord? I don't know if I like Court either. I really think that Eldritch is the most efficient way to get to the Titania. I don't really want to play the Eladamri's Call. I'd rather just be doing value-y things, or how about this? I just don't like this card right now. I think it's better with Aether Vial than it is otherwise. I mean, maybe it's in the sideboard. I don't know. I think we're just so close here, folks, to finally buying the cards and playing. If you're like, Bruce, hurry. No, I think this is close. I do think that Eladamri's Call is going to be better in this list than it would be in any other iteration, just exclusively because of Vial, because you go get the thing, you put it in immediately, hopefully. But so that kind of truncates some of the cost that's associated with this card that this card normally has to bear. This is the brew part of Brew Spy. It is. This is what I like to do. I do like to build decks. I will admit, I'll go on the record and admit, maybe we don't need the second Deputy. I do love Deputy right now just because we can, if we're losing the construct race or their constructs are bigger, I can just reset their constructs. So I do want a Singleton Deputy somewhere. I do think it's even main deckable right now. Deputy Detention. We can main board the Skyclave. I mean, you might make the argument, well, Bruce by Skyclave is still the more main deckable target. I don't know. There's a lot of people playing Saga right now. I would rather we didn't have to choose, is what I'm getting at. I'd like to just play both. And maybe Unsettled Mariner, even though its effect is nice, it's not like I'm taxing my opponent. Like, this card really shines in a deck that taxes the opponent. Like, it'd be nice if we also had, if we were playing, in addition to Mariner, it'd be nice if we were playing, I mean, I get why we're playing Mariner. It's because it's a shapeshifter, right? The same reason why we're playing Masked Vandal is because this counts as an elemental and we're trying to have synergy with this card. I get it, right? I get why we're playing Mariner, but, and they do stack, but I think this card really shines in like a more, a deck that's taxing or has other tax effects in play, like Esper, what's his face. Also, the viewers have doubled since we've been brewing. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I try not to look at those numbers, Hog, because I think it hurts my heart for doing what I do. So I appreciate it if you didn't tell me. So let's see. So this would be version 24. Main deck pitching is good, I think. Only one helps many situations. Oh, main deck pithing? Main deck pithing needle, you mean? We could main deck it. Yeah, we're looking at a few different cards that could be in the main board, right? Like these. I mean, maybe even Sanctum. There's some combos we just beat if we can Sanctum. Sanctum on 0 beats the Cascade deck right now. I mean, I'd rather just like, hang on. If we're going to be this Silver Bullet heavy, I almost want to just like maybe do value as a sideboard plan. I don't know. It'd be nice to steal games against some of the unfair decks in the format. Game 1. Prelate's more main deckable than Meddling is. What about Phantasmal Image? The glass pools are kind of trying to be our Phantasmal Images, but yeah, I mean, Phantasmal would make us a lot more, would lower our curve. I mean, don't forget that the glass pool mimics are also a land drop for us, so they might be here in the curve. And like Urza Saga, we might not be activating it. Like, I will admit, the way that I built the deck, Urza Saga is not our plan A, it's our plan B. So there are plenty of turns where I'm not making a construct, I'm just using it as mana. So I mean, this might be a more accurate curve. What about a card that works well with Saga, Evo, and pitch elementals would be Brought Back? Oh, Brought Back the white spell? That's a funny card, Gallagher. Yeah. I like this card a lot. I think this card's hilarious. Yeah. You get the pitch elemental back. That's funny. You get to keep them too. That's spicy. That's spicy, Gallagher. It's a spicy take. You can also use it when you're Titania-ing off. See, that's the kind of spice that I'd be interested in. That's some super spice. White's hard, but that's some spice right there. That's a cool suggestion, Gallagher. That's a spicy take indeed. Like I'm not that in love with the Mariners. I don't know if we have a ton of synergy for them. I mean, I get why we were playing them. I wanted more white cards to pitch to Solitude, but this is a white card. Do we have any Ephemerate enter the battlefield effects? Yeah, Ephemerate's another direction we could go. We do. Flicker, Trinket. Sorry, Flicker, Trinket. We could change what this is targeting. Flicker, Trinket, Risen. We could reset what the prelate is on. I mean, that's about it. Oh, Deputy. We could reset what Deputy's on. That's about it for Ephemerate. Obviously, the Solitudes. Out of the board, Knight, Skyclave. I mean, we have a few. We have some synergy for Ephemerate. I do think that Brought Back is harder to pull off just because it's white, and also I think the Brought Back is like super spicy, but we almost get the same effect out of Ephemerate. Thought of it because you're trying to brew something similar. Yeah, so I mean, like if we have enough pitch stuff, we could just straight up just play Ephemerate. Brought Back, you want sack outlets. I mean, we do have a sack outlet. It's just not for our creatures. We could do an Ephemerate plan. I wasn't that in love with the Unsettled Mariners. This lowers our curve, but it's a combat trick. We need things that are relevant for the combat trick. Can't obviously Ephemerate my own I don't know. I feel like Ephemerate almost wants us to be like a Wall of Omens kind of style deck. I almost feel like we're getting further away from the Risen plan as we speak. Put Knight in the main. Yeah, like we would have to main board a lot of our creatures that have synergy for I'd have to consider mainboarding all the most of the creatures that have synergy with the Ephemerate, and then maybe we're not even an ending deck anymore. Maybe we're not a I don't know. Maybe we wouldn't have all the endings that we have right now, or maybe we just don't have them at all. Maybe like I think, like, don't get me wrong, I think ending is strong. I think we would just move into trying to use the creatures themselves as answers to our opponent's stuff. Ending out makes 60. It does. Yeah, I'm just wondering if if we're considering Ephem, like, and then we have double synergy for the pitch elementals, right? We can Ephem them, or we can recoup the card loss off of Risen. Like, and I do think that Risen's a great Ephemerate target. Vandal will be a good target. Glasspool Mimics can be good targets. We can like reset them or shift them from something else, and then all of a sudden now they're copying a construct. You like this better? Yeah, I think this might be better. And maybe we don't mainboard the prelate, even though there's plenty of decks we would just win just by having this in the main board. But and we can name 2. By the way, the deck naturally could name 2s. We could name CMC2. We could also name 3, but then I cut myself off Evolution. If we can name 1, we cut ourselves off of Ephemerate and these artifacts. But if we're tutoring for this, it's because we're naming 0, right, for the Cascade decks. If we're tutoring for this, we're naming this is actually trying to be a 2-drop. Is it worth considering a Hall of Heliads? I'm actually playing it, Joe. I'm glad you brought that up. I had somebody else mention Hall. It's actually a sideboard plan. I have Map and Hall in the sideboard for when we just need to get even grindier. Oh, I don't play paper hardly anymore, Hawk. I sold most of my collection, which is fine. I mean, I wanted to pour more of myself into the streaming scene. I mean, it's different, right? If I follow the path of, like, you know, someone like a Reed Duke, where I'm just using him as an example. I'm not saying I'm Reed, but, you know, if I followed a similar path, or like, what was it? I think William Huey Jensen might have been another. I'm trying to think of the other pro player that came from Magic Online. Like, that's different, right? If Magic Online if I like spike some tournaments, I don't think that's gonna happen for me because I'm a brewer, and like my life is, you know, music and engineering, and I like building weird Magic decks, right? So I don't think I'm probably the type to like grind enough on Moto. You know, like, I mean, we are sitting on a lot of, this season anyway, I'm sitting on a lot of points for the upcoming. I have 58 qualifier points right now, which is more than I'm usually sitting on. So anyway. You're an audio engineer? Oh, no. I like music. I'm actually a mechanical engineer, but I play music. But yeah, I mean, we're kindred spirits, you and I, right? Ephemerate also made sure that our white is still at a similar level. I mean, it went down because I cut the Mariners, though. Are we still good? These are all white cards, though. We still pulling those off? Barely. We may need to get a little more. That's 16. That's pretty low. Absolutely. How do we get more white in the deck without playing? I guess I could play the Deputy of Detention in over. I mean, it's not like I have zero graveyard hate. I do have the Relic as a tutor target in my main board. Maybe we don't main deck the Masked Vandal because it's less flexible than Knight of Autumn is. This only, yeah, maybe we put the second Deputy in. If I'm really thinking that Deputy is really good right now, like this is me declaring that I think Deputy might even be a little bit better than Skyclave right now because it helps us against the Hell's Kitchen and Saga decks. But like again, maybe it should just be on 2 apparitions though. I don't know. Deputy doesn't have synergy for Ephemerate other than he gets protected and or we can take other things underneath of him. Is there a white creature that does Masked Vandal's effect? Yes. It's not going to be a changeling. There's the white the sliver that Pod used to play. Also, yeah, Relic Warder. Yeah, Leonin Relic Warder. Yeah, there's Harmonic Sliver. I guess we could copy it too. The nice thing about Harmonic, I'm not saying we're necessarily making that switch immediately, but I do think we have a lot more synergy for the Risen Reefs than we did before, even with just adding the pitch elementals and the voices, right? Yeah, Harmonic might be sweet because we can clone the Harmonic and it'll get double triggered. If you Glass Pool Mimic a Harmonic Sliver, you get double. I don't know if I'd mainboard it though. Oh, that's right. We were trying to increase our white. What did I do? I moved the Vandal to the side. What went back? What went in? Oh, the second Deputy. Yeah, maybe we do this. I mean, now we do have room for the endings, right? If we need that early game removal in the sideboard, we could just play them. Because there are matchups where it's a dead card. There are. That is one of the nice things about being a creature-centric deck is, like, I think we have enough slots so we can just do that, right? Like, against the Ragavan decks, etc., we do want endings in, but against a lot of other decks, we might not want them. I mean, there is, combo decks floating around. There is Blue-Eye Control floating around. I mean, there are matchups where these are bad. We've run into some of them, and I felt bad about having him. So... yeah, I think the Harmonic Sliver is an interesting idea. We need to be careful because it has to. It's not a May. We need to be careful about this card. I like in matchups where they don't have enchantments or artifacts to target, which is pretty rare right now with how popular some of the new cards are, especially Saga. But you usually will have targets for this, right? But when I don't, I guess we could pitch it to either of the pitch elementals, which is good. Like technically, the colors that we should be shooting for, since it looks like we want to be doing Solitude Endurance, is Voice of Resurgence's colors, right? So we probably need to find more cards that are like Knight and Harmonic and Voice, right? That are green-white cards. But this might be good. Is 17 enough to play with Solitude? Anyone know? Anyone run the math on the pitch elementals? It's probably. I mean, it's similar to like playing with Force Negation, right? We're still a little bit low, but I don't see immediately where we can slim. We could cut like the Shadow Spear. Maybe we don't need it anymore. Oh, the Shadow Spear's been sweet, though. Maybe it's not mainboard. We don't have to mainboard it. This is only the best when we're playing Fair Magic, if it's a matchup where Fair Magic is happening. And a lot of, like, my Fair Magic... well, how fair is recalling Hall, right? But some of our just, like, grindy engines to do with Saga are in the sideboard. Like, we're really trying to Titania game 1. I'm really just trying to go for that. That would give me the first mainboard Eladamri's Call, which I kind of would like. I'd like us to be a little more consistent on the combo than we are right now. Eladamri's Call is good glue. It'd be a 5th tutor. It would synergize well with Aether Vial. I do think the first call might be fine. could also add it to... Could look at green, white, Heliod, pod, or old cocoa lists to find some good toolboxes. I'm fairly confident in our initial toolbox. That's not a prideful statement. We've been working on this for a while. I'm fairly confident in our ability. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't mainboard the harmonic even still, by the way. Maybe we should just go 2 depths and let this be in the sideboard. I think double deputy is maybe a better idea than mainboarding the harmonic, now that I think about it. I do think that I'd rather have mainboard knight than I would harmonic as well. This is cool. This is really, really cool. I like brewing with you guys. Not necessarily because, you know, A, we're making content together, but B, I do think that this is a good direction. We'll put the pitch elementals in the zeros and see how it curves. See if it curves a little more nicely. So don't forget about them down here. And let's be generous. Let's put the Urza Sagas in the 3s. So that's where they should be. So we have a million 3s. That's to be expected. We have 1 4 and some 5s. You can say Titania. Yes. So, I mean, it looks like we're overloaded on 3s, and we are, but, like, remember, Saga is a land drop. Remember that glass pools are a tapped land drop. So, like, yes, I agree with that assessment that I'm sure somebody somewhere just made, that we are heavy. We are. But you could also look at the deck like this. Like, these are going to be tap lands very often, and we shouldn't be shy to use them as a tap land because we're going to play the Flicker Wisp after all. At least the first Flicker. I could see Flicker being the correct thing to call for, or Eldritch for, to reset our... because the result is you end up with an extra creature that you didn't have before because you just flicker your own glass pool shore, and then when it comes back, it's a mimic. We copy a construct. All right, seems slow. We have so much utility. I don't think it'll be... Well, I think the Solitudes will help us against the aggressive... I mean, again, we could mainboard some number of endings if that's what we're worried about, right? Like, if we're worried about aggressive decks, then that's what we do. We sideboard the Eladamris. Because I think, again, like even our main board evolutions, like, these get better after board. Like, if we're worried about being slow, we can speed the deck up. It's not hard to do that. I mean, again, like, I kind of would rather just have one or the other, right, as far as, like, grindy pieces. Like, how many hits do I have for Vesperlark versus what is the Flicker Wisp doing, right? I kind of want to have maybe only one of these two, right? Like, that would give us more main deck endings, right? I mean, maybe we should just do the play set of endings, and some of these grindier things we just don't mess around with. Like, it's cool to Vesper, like, a Mimic. It's cool to Vesper the Risen Reefs, the Deputies. Like, there's some really cool synergy for Vesperlark in this deck, right? It gets back Toski. I guess if this gets, like, Thought Seized, I don't know. But I wonder if the Flicker Wisp actually has better... I don't know. Maybe they're both just too cutesy and we're fine without either. You're more worried about combo like Amulet. If we want to be better against Amulet, you play Medley Mage main. You just name Titan. I'm more worried about Amulet than aggro. You think we'll stop Burn and Prowess? I don't know about that. I think that's presumptuous. I don't know if I agree with you, but granted, I haven't played with Solitude Ephemerate yet, so I might be wrong. The friendly disagreement. Hopefully that you took that as friendly. Maybe we don't mainboard you. Maybe something like this, and then we cut the Vesper and the Flicker. I don't know. I kind of like the 2-2 split on ending, but that might be wrong. But, like, what would I add to the main board? And then if I'm cutting the kind of cutesy... These are probably the cutest cards in the deck. Because, like, oftentimes, what are we doing with Glass Pool? I'm just copying this or a construct a lot of the time, I feel like. Or, like, voice. So, I don't know if we really... I don't know if the Glass Pool Mimics really need the Vesper or the Flicker Wisp. They're very fun to think about, right? They're very fun to think about. And I do worry that our white count is below what Solitude wants now, actually. I think we just fell below. Maybe we don't get to play Aether Vial. On paper, it looks like we beat them. Yeah, I don't know if we're an Aether Vial deck anymore since we cut that other 2-drop I was originally playing. By the way, I don't think we're an Aether Vial deck now. Right? Look. Not just because they're colorless and they're hurting the pitch elementals, but look at our curve, right? Like we lost. Like Aether Vial doesn't do anything till it's on 3, pretty much, unless I have a voice or the mage. I wonder if we're not an Aether Vial deck now. Might be nice to have one as a Saga target. I just don't know if we're this anymore. That's fair. You like Hierarch? Yeah, I do think we like something like Hierarch, or even I would maybe do what I was doing originally in my most recent build, which was 4 nobles, and then I was playing 2 geese because of their synergy for constructs. All right, every time I see there's a Saga, someone's doing something new with it. Love the card, want it gone already. Want to try an Elvish Reclaimer style. Ooh, Jesse, there is not. I'm not trying to say you're not being original. There is another streamer out there that's doing Eladamri's Titania, Elvish Reclaimer flagstones. I can't remember his name. I think he's a European or West Coast time. But he's been working on the deck you just described, minus I don't know if he's playing Sagas in it yet, but he should be because it finds the Zuran Orb. You've watched that guy? You haven't seen him add Saga for his... Why wouldn't you? Aaron says, my only personal opinion, I don't like 1 copy of Meddling. We should play 2. We could play 2 copies. We could do like a 1-1 split on Meddling Mage. I think Meddling Mage is a big reason for us to be in white. So yeah, maybe the 2nd copy. Sure. Thank you for expressing your opinion. Let's see. Now, granted, I'm sure somebody's going to say, well, Bruce By, you're not fixing the issue that you were hoping to by moving out of, or not this, but the, yes, I hear you loud and clear. Person that just had that thought, perhaps. Well, you're not fixing the Solitude problem yet. I haven't figured it out yet. We'll figure it out. We could even play like that 1 land. There's the white. We could play that as like if we're desperate for white count, there's the white utility land that's like make a bunch of angels. It's like a bad. You have to pay life, but it's like a bad. What's that word? Pay 3 life. Last I saw, I was using Karn for Zuran Orb, but I think that people are coming around to just jam 4 Urzas and everything pretty quick. Oh yeah, he was using Karn to find it. That's right. Yeah, I think Karn's decent right now. Well, it's too bad that constructs can still beat down a Karn. You're not turning it off. Yeah, Emiria's call. Thank you. Yeah, I think that if we're that desperate for, if we're this desperate for white, I don't know if I'd play the fancy one or not. They're probably the same price, but whatever. Yeah, if we're that desperate for white, we could play this literally just as a white card, and a tapped land, and in a pinch we could pay the life for it. We could cut the Cavern of Souls. I don't even think we need Cavern of Souls, by the way. So like, what was Cavern of Souls doing for us? We were just trying to resolve the Titania combo, when really I just want to search for Hall of Heliod's Generosity, right? Against control. Like I was using Expedition Map to go get Cavern named Elemental, right? But I don't even know if we need that anymore, because we're just trying to do this with these. Obviously in a matchup where it's slow and grindy enough to do that, but yeah. So playing like Call would. I almost want to just put. I just don't know. Oh yeah, we moved the Shadow Spear to the sideboard, which makes me sad. But I think that's also for matchups where it's grindy, right? Was that our thought process? Or no, we're doing this. We're trying to increase the white count for our Solitudes. That's what's happening right now. Night of Autumn is main deckable. If we're gonna play Call at all, it's main deckable. That brings us to like maybe 20, but I gotta cut 3 cards somehow. Well, okay. Why is Toski here? Toski was here because we wanted something for voice to evolution for, but evolution, like, I can still just voice. I can evolve voice for just bullets, right? We don't necessarily need Toski in the main. What I think about Knight of the Reliquary. It searches for Saga, it pitches to Solitude. I do like Knight of the Reliquary. I've played Knight before. I don't know. I thought we were trying to be more on the Risen Reef plan, but I feel like we're falling further and further away from it with some of the bullets we're choosing. Just mentioning that. Like, what's our elemental count? Even if we count the glass pools, which I don't know if I should. Like, what's our elemental count now? These are... You aren't. You are. You are. None of you are. 17. And I still have to make 2 cuts. We could put the... You could do a 1-1 split on... Well, no, I'm trying to increase my white count. Maybe we don't play the geese. I think Noble's going to be better overall first. It's just if we have extra mana dork spots, maybe we want geese because they make artifacts. It's not a very good card. I think it's better in like Hell's Kitchen, the Hell's Kitchen's builds that do like a green splash, because like the food token has more mileage there. So is this 18, 22 mana source plus 4 nobles? It might actually be fine. If we want to make sure we're hitting our land drops, wouldn't we just main board map and haul? You'd way prefer evolving a voice into a Venser or something? Bring out Reef and just play like Reflector Mages? Yeah, we might not have enough synergy for Reef, and like that's where we started, right? We wanted something other than Ephemerate to pull off Reef, or to pull off the pitch elementals, just so we weren't going down cards. But I just don't know now. I think... Yeah, I just don't know. There's so many things to be doing on 3. Look at this. Oops. These are 2s. Just like a million cards. Like I can't even see them all, right? We're not hardcasting the Amiria's Call. I don't think ever. This will probably be just a land. I can't see us hardcasting that. So we'll just skip up to the 5s. So no 4 drops in the main board, maybe. So many things we would be doing on 3. Yeah, maybe we can't justify main boarding mage or prelate, but we were trying to get our white count up was what was happening, right? Who's the legend that has a pen? I think the Panharmonicon legend is black, right? Is bug colors. We do have Evolve Voice into Deputy, Endurance, Skyclave. I mean, I think there's still some reasonable hits. It's just... And we want to be heavy on 3s, kind of, because we're trying to just go for the Titania if we do draw an Eldritch, right? But... Seems sick with the pitch elementals. Yeah, you get the double trigger. Just play Panharmonicon, right? So 2 of these cards need to go into the board, and I'm trying to make it so that they're not white cards. So yeah, I mean, that would be the map. And if we're not playing map, I don't want the Heliod. But I mean, that's a little... I don't know. Is that Landlight? We've got 4 nobles. We've got... I mean, I realize that the glass pools are slow. I'm fully aware of that, right? They're tap lands. So that's a lot of tap lands, but that would be... Well, why did we go that high up on the glass pools in the first place? We did it because we thought we wanted to be doing subtlety, right? So why don't I cut 1 and play Hall instead? Actually, let's cut 2 and just go Hall map, right? Just put that in the main board. Right? So this would still be how many mana source? And then we free up a lot of our sideboard spots, right? So this would be like if you want to count map and the nobles, this would be what is that? Oh, Saga's 2. So this is 20. Yeah, I mean, that's 27 cards dedicated to mana, right? If we count Mimic, Call, Map, Noble. I think that's enough. I do think that might be enough. It still doesn't fix my issue, though, with the Solitudes, right? We're still light on white mana. Yeah, we could cut some number of Risens. I know we're sitting here like, oh, this is what we're trying to build around, but if I can't even play, if I don't even have enough white to pitch Solitude, then we're in the wrong. We're in the wrong, right? Oh, let's cut these. So this would be 20. Actually, no, maybe we're good. Maybe we don't need to make any more changes. That's 20. Cut map, play another green land. Don't we need more than 10 green source? Oh yeah, we could play Alright, I'm doing it. I'm gonna cut a reef. I did it. Oh, it feels so painful, right? We're fine. It's gonna be alright, guys. It's gonna be alright. I think that Ephemerate is still like the better engine to build around, actually, than reefs. I think I should have. I mean, that I've realized that in the past with this deck, even, right? That a different engine was better than the reefs. All right, so that gives me the first. What was it? There's a dual that I like. It's in our colors. Although we're very white again, right? I have white for Solitude, white for Sanctum, white for Skyclave. We could play the first. We could play a Horizon Canopy again. I was considering playing the. Also considering the flip lands, but I think, yeah, I think we're in league for a Canopy, right? So that would be that's why didn't that number change? I thought we were still, huh? Did I miscalculate? I might have miscalculated earlier. So this is 27 cards dedicated to mana. I don't think I cut the map. I think this is good. I think cutting Risen is actually smart. Instead, like, just because it's an engine we're brewing around doesn't mean the playset is a must-have, right? And like, and honestly, like, look, like, take a peek, right? Like, how much synergy do we really have for Risen at the end of the day? I understand we were trying to find something other than just Ephemerate for the Solitudes, but like, let's do the math here. Voices. Okay, minus tutors or anything else, right? Because those are kind of more copies of elementals, right? But let's subtract the tutors. We're looking at 14 cards worth of synergy. Are we looking at white? Oh, Amaria's Call was with the white still. That's what you're trying to say. Thank you. So actually we have a little bit more than that dedicated to mana, but maybe that's correct. So that would be actually 28 cards dedicated to our mana. Yeah, it's too bad, obviously, that it's a white source and not, you know, a green source, but... So we need more than 10 green sources if we want Hierarch on 1. So let me do the math there. 1, 4, 5. I thought you did the count for me. It looks like you didn't, so I will do it for us. We're at 11, 12. We maybe didn't need the Horizon Canopy. So we're at 12 green sources. Honestly, I'd like to cut Hall. But Hall was like, we were trying to... We should just cut Hall for another shock or a basic. Yeah, we could play second basic Forest or even second basic... I mean, yeah, we're in ultimate greed status, right? I mean, I was thinking for a while that Hall map would be a sideboard dealio. So you think second basic Forest? Second basic Forest plays nicely where? Plays nicely with more commonly having turn 1 Noble, right? Or do we just want another fetch? I can grab us another fetch. We could play with a Oh, I was playing Snow Coverts for reasons. I can't remember what it was. Oh yeah, some people thought that I had Ice Fang. Which, by the way, Ice Fang plays nicely with Ephemerate. I feel like we're at the point where I just need to price the deck out and see if we could like put stuff like Ice Fang and such in this, because that was a card that I was priced out of because of the Sagas, but I don't know if that's the case anymore. But yeah, I do think Map and Heliod's is just a very grindy thing in the board to be doing, and I do miss the Shadow Spear. I think Shadow Spear was a very common target. Like every time I wasn't getting Orb, I was getting Shadow Spear. And then if I didn't get Shadow Spear, that was when I would get Relic. Yeah, we actually just don't have enough main board targets for the Sagas without having a map. So if we're not going to do map main, we should probably consider Shadow Spear. So actually that probably is correct. The best kind of correct. Yeah, price it. See if it's another Yorion list. Oh yeah, maybe. I need 2 more cards in my sideboard. Why don't we just go back to playing the 2 of Aethergust. Yeah, it might be, right? It might be. Let's just play these for now. Yeah, it might very well be a Yorion list. My issue with Yorion lists is they make your sideboard a little weaker, but the fact that we have tutors kind of makes that not as much of a drawback. I don't know. There's things about Yorion lists, like I get that you're gaining the consistency if you have a companion, right? You're losing some main board consistency, but you're gaining the consistency of a companion. You're losing some of the odds that you're going to draw cards from your sideboard, but yeah, I mean, like having a companion is huge. Aaron says only Urza Saga and Shadow Spear will beat the opponent sometimes. Yeah, it does, which is sad. It's kind of a little dirty, right? It's like it's like, all right, well, like how many decks in Modern can do this 5 cards, right? Shadow Spear Saga, like many different decks in the format certainly could get a little bit more mid-rangey or more control-y, and well, actually that's the scary thing about Saga. It's even showing up in decks that aren't that way, right? I mean, you see it in Hammer Time, you see it in I'm talking about Sagas, not necessarily just Shadow Spear. Like you see this also in Hardened Scales. I mean, there's a lot of decks that like this is what they're doing instead of like a Stoneforge Mystic. They're just like low to the ground, make construct. Anyway, but yeah, let's price this. And oh, did my Magic Online just crash? Okay, no, we're good. So let's price this and see if I can't get it. May not be able to. We'll see. I feel like we're going to be cutting it close. But yeah, it's crazy that yeah, you're right. I mean, this alone can beat people. Beat certain matchups. All right, let's return this order. Got a few different orders to return, so bear with me, folks. Thanks for being here while we brewed a deck. This was fun. Thanks for helping me build this. Reanimator's not that popular. Prowess is, though. I do really appreciate, McSnap, your very astute assumptions. We did just prize with the list, but it was a previous list. We did play some of those matchups you just described. I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater before we even give it a chance. I think the thing that you just did, I could easily, like, watch this. You ready for this? I can do the same thing you just did, my friend. It's not hard to do. But I do appreciate what you did. Like, I'm not, this is not me, don't take this as me saying, oh, well, your advice isn't, like, warranted. No, that was great. All right, so let's say we're Amulet Titan. We're going to get beaten by Burn and Blitz, hence why these are popular, right? Let's say we're playing Blitz. What are we getting beaten by for Blitz? Blitz can suffer from opponents having a lot of removal, enough removal to remove the threats that they're trying to ride on. So if I'm playing Blitz, then yeah, like I don't want to play against Azorius Control, right? I don't want to play against the Juns of the format. If I'm playing Burn, I just don't want to play decks that have the ability to interact or gain life. I mean, I could go through the list and like list off the things that beat the decks. I do appreciate you listing off the things that beat me, and I am aware that Prowess is popular, and like yes, I do think that or some people call it Blitz. I do think that we should try to change a lot of the things about our deck over time that help us in this matchup, right? But Reanimator's not popular. I haven't seen it once. I saw it once in like the practice room. Um, I'm still looking for it. Here it is. It's point. I mean, granted, we're only going off of MTGO Goldfish lists, right? Oh, awesome! They reanimate Grave Titan now. Oh man, that's sweet. So I appreciate the advice. I wanted, and I'm not trying to throw it back at you. I'm just saying we could do that to any deck in Modern, right? I could take a deck and say, like you just did, hey, this is what beats it. This is what beats it. Okay, well then, cool. I appreciate that advice, and let's. I don't think we're as dead to reanimator as you're saying. Actually, I have the ability to tutor for this and use it. Are you sure we're as weak to reanimator as you're saying? Because I have main deck Graveyard Hate, and I have more. I am playing a Tormod script. I just wonder if you're looking at the same cards as me. But yeah, it never hurts. It never hurts to like think about that statement, right? Meta's going too fast to play grindy decks. Probably, right? There's a lot of people on Titan. There's a lot of people on Prowess and Burn, right? So like maybe we need to play Spellskite. Maybe we need to play like Burrington Forgetender. Maybe we need to play yeah, I mean, actually we could make a lot of different adjustments based on what you just said, so I appreciate you saying it. That's not me trying to, it's very easy to, I don't know if you guys have ever heard this expression, it's very easy when you're making something or spend like 2 hours making something and then somebody comes into the chat and says, oh, well, like, your deck gets demolished by, well, yeah, I mean, like, that's a good thing. It's a good thing that there are decks that beat other decks, right? But I am taking to heart what you just said, and I'll try to adjust the deck. We have 2 Gusts. Those come in that matchup. It'd be good for us to look at like, oh no, we do already have a Spellskite, but do we want more? Do we want more stuff? Do I want to go as deep as, I mean, what really is vulnerable out of our deck to Prowess? Something I've played in the past. It's non-combat. You can play weird stuff like this card. Like if you really want to get specific to decks like Burn and Prowess, you can play very specific cards such as Mark, or you can play Burrington Forgetender. There are some cards we can use if you want to make that matchup specifically better. You could play like Auric Champion. They don't remove that. It gains you lots of life. You can play Core Firewalker. I mean, there are things we can do if we want to make that matchup better. You could play Timely Reinforcements. I mean, it's just what do you want to be doing, right? So I hope you feel like I took your advice to heart. I'm trying to. Have I appeased? Have I appeased? Have you been appeased? Just kidding. I mean, even this build of the deck prized. I don't think and this was like very cute, right? We were messing around with subtlety. I do think that we're headed off in a better direction than even this build was. This is like a borrower build. I do think we're headed off in a better direction for sure. Some pretty major changes going on. Are you still there? Please tell me you didn't make that comment, Snappy, and then leave. I was answering your question, your statement. Yeah, you didn't leave me with a question. You made a statement. That was not a question. That was a statement. That was the Bruce by your deck is bad, so give up statement. I get it often. I mean, if Brewers couldn't handle that question, like no new decks would ever happen, right? I mean, they would, I suppose, if they were very obvious cards. And I do think that Modern Horizons 2 has had some very obvious cards, right? There have been some cards that came out that were just very obvious, right? What we would be doing with them. I don't know if Titania is that obvious though, and I'm trying to figure this out. So please forgive me while I try to figure this out. Maybe you should play a Dried Arbor in case you have a dead Eldritch. Wouldn't stop my choice. Oh, what are you playing right now, McSnappy? Yeah, no, maybe I misunderstood your question. And again, like I'm missing the benefit of tone. Like I'm trying to read what you said. with the right tone. Let me read it one more time. The meta going so fast, ATM, that I think Reanimator, which I may not agree with the Reanimator statement, but I'm going to agree with you on the Prowess statement. Prowess will still beat you. All right. I'm gonna say it, though, maybe the way you meant it. They're still going to beat you, Bruce Spy, on clock without you even see your match plans come to life. And control probably will stabilize before you start doing something. I'm actually very scared of what the control decks look like now. Check this out. Sorry, we didn't talk about control either. I tried to do a better job reading your statement in a I'm not attacking your idea, Bruce Spy. All right, Azorius control. Because maybe you really weren't. Very possible. So what's scary is like Blue Eye Control is becoming an Urza Saga deck itself. This was a 6-0 from a recent Modern Challenge. Not all the players are doing this, but this is like really cool, right? They have map, they have bauble. Man. You meant the cookbook? Oh, the cookbook decks? Oh yeah, I'm terrified of that deck. Yes, we hope to dodge that. No, that is more prevalent. You said Reanimator, so I thought you meant like legitimate Reanimator. No, you're talking about Hell's Kitchen? You mean this deck? Yeah. Wait, the feasting build? What do you mean, Grizzlebrown? What are they like trying to Eldritch feasting Troll King now? That sounds sweet. Is that what this one's doing? No. Is this still Hell's Kitchen? This is like a Mayhem Devil build. I think that's enough to fight the fastest decks in the format, then get to your game plan. I mean, you got 2 Skyclave, Prelate, 2 Deputies Meddling, 2 Prism, 2 Solitude. That's 9 pieces of interaction, plus you're playing Evo. Yeah, I think it's also possible he's not used to seeing toolbox decks. This is pretty normal. All right, Naomi says Caleb D played a Bant Elementals deck. Looked at it, had legs. Titania and the blue-green elemental draws cards. Yes, we were trying to maybe do Oath Kills Cookbook. I don't know if I want to play Oath in my deck. Now, Holmes, can you grab that list for me? I don't mind. If he's got something that's working, I have no problem. I mean, we were brewing this from scratch, though. We didn't even have Risen. I started without Risen or Ephemerate. Just to clarify, this is version 2.4. But no, I mean, if we're coming to the similar, if I'm coming to similar conclusions, I'm totally fine with that. He's a fellow brewer. That doesn't hurt my feelings at all. It sucks because in the end, you know, everybody in the community will be like, oh well, Caleb came up with it first because you're coming to similar conclusions as him. Therefore, you didn't make the deck first, Bruce. But it's like, well, no, in a vacuum, like I like to brew in a vacuum, but I do appreciate you bringing that to my attention. And now it's like, okay. If he's found something that works, I don't mind benefiting from some of what he's been doing with the archetype. If my ideas are ending up concluding in similar, and maybe some of the suggestions from chat came from people that saw him doing that already, right? That's my next thought is maybe some of you weren't, you know, innocent of looking at Caleb's list. I know how Voice played Titania, played the blue-green elemental at 4-1. I mean, I've 4-1 with my list too, though. But anyway. All right, this is more interaction than Pod ever did. I've 4-1 with some of my ideas too, but I'm with you. Right now we're trying to figure out if I want to have a lot more stuff for the Prowess matchup or not. What did I cut from the main? Oh, I moved the Risen Reefs over. I think I still want these though. It's fine. If we're coming to similar conclusions, so be it. It doesn't bother me. You can only be so, I mean, it's like you can only be so original in a game where somebody else designed the cards for you too. That's really okay. We'll move these over to the zeros pile. Should I just make a zeros pile? I feel like you guys might be missing these cards as we're talking about the list. These are 3s actually. I'll make a zeros pile because we have quite a few now. We've got Orb, Endurance, and 2 Solitude. But no, I'm with you, Snappy McSnap. I am more intimidated by the cookbook decks. I mean, against the cookbook decks, I have to go get the Kataki. I think the Kataki's still has a bit of anti-synergy for what we're doing, but there are decks that are more all in on Urza Saga that I think Kitaki helps, or even Affinity, right? I mean, I think Affinity's, well, I think we haven't figured out Affinity yet, but Affinity's coming back a little bit, isn't it? Or is it still kind of, people are still a little wary to do it? It's Hammer Time. Hammer Time's also become a Saga deck. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't be playing it. I mean, like, look at the meta where it's at, right? We've got like a lot of the, we got a couple of the cheat in spells. We got control, different Stoneblade decks. It's cool to see Jund be this popular. I mean, like, what's really cool is, like, seriously, like, look at the percentages, guys. Like, Modern really is a wild, very, very open format right now. Just very exciting. I don't think we need to maybe get super specific. I think it's smart for us to have plans against, like, up here-ish, right? Like, we should have plans for, kind of up here. I think Humans beats us down, too. I think Merfolk will go faster than us, too. I mean, like, we're not necessarily trying to find specific cards for those matchup. Kitaki destroys all the food? Yes. All right, parallel thinking is real in this game. My coworker beat Jerry T in an open playing Cawblade before Jerry T considered it. Next open, Jerry built his version, then got credit for the deck. I wouldn't worry about it. Oh yeah, I don't. I remember that happened with a legacy deck I was working on too, Robopod, and then they didn't call it Robopod. They called it Star City called it Sultai Artifacts. So some guy named Aaron, but I don't know if Aaron came on the stream and borrowed the deck. I just know that he took it to. I mean, but it was card for card. It was my same 75. I'm pretty sure he did, but I can't prove that, right? So yeah, I do agree, Hog. I've kind of, ever since that happened, that was years ago now, but when that happened, I kind of tried to wash my hands of worrying about it, and I don't. So hence I hope that colored my statement to you, Nah Holmes, which was, please show me the list, because I don't mind if he's come to similar conclusions, or if he's like gone further, right? If he's figured it out, I don't mind maybe meshing and borrowing some of the ideas that he's come up with. I don't think he would mind at all either. Sorry, I'm just trying to let you guys into my head for a second there. But I think I had to learn that lesson through the process of someone using one of my lists. I mean, these days I'm flattered when someone does. I had somebody actually I had a list that went to a challenge. It was a really weird deck. It was like Vengevine, Fauna Shaman, Wynota, Eldritch. There's another Eldritch Evolution deck I was working on, and it was piloted by somebody else. So what did we go? We went like, it was a modern preliminary, actually. It wasn't a challenge. It was a modern prelim, and then I had somebody 24 hours or just in a prelim that was the day after, played the exact same list and got the exact same record as I did, which was hilarious. Sarah says, I believe brewing recent years is more of a collective effort anyways. I agree with that statement too. I was flattered. I was flattered that someone, I didn't feel that way with my legacy deck, but I feel that way now. Like, looking back, Sorrow, I feel that way now, and I did feel that way when it came to my recent, it was like a Naya Wynota list that we've been working on for about 2 months, and someone else piloted it, got the same 75, and got the same record as I did. So, and I don't think I'm necessarily, I think that's a weakness of mine, not just mana bases and brewing, but I do think that folks that do this for a living, I think they're going to be a better pilot than me. I don't think I'm necessarily bad at Magic, but I do think that people that are dedicated grinders are, going to play the deck better than I do. Gallagher says here's what he was playing. Yeah, let's take a look. Let's take a look together. I want to see what you guys are talking about with us coming to similar conclusions. So they're in red, or he's in red. So we're 4 colors. Ooh, okay, he's playing a glass pool. We're playing a glass pool. He's playing 2 endurance. Whoa, that's a lot of pitch elementals. Oh. And then his ramp is just Utopia. Oh, yeah. I mean, Utopia is like some of the best ramp you can have in the format. It's just not easy to interact with. That's cool. Okay, so just like Utopia to fix us. Playing some Triomes so we can play 4 colors. Huh. Oh, yeah, Fracturing Gust is pretty good right now. Interesting. So he's playing Titania as just his value. He's not trying to do the combo. Huh. 2 Omnath is cool. I don't think I don't think I have enough budget to do. I'd have to choose, right? I'd have to choose to do something more similar to what he's doing because I can't afford both forces and the Urzas. I think as neat as this is, I do think we have real reasons for why we're 3-color, which is namely Saga. I'd have to let go of Saga to do something similar to this. Ooh, the Fulminator's sweet. Lightning Helix isn't random. Lightning Helix is we need removal against the aggressive decks. I like some of what's going on here. Gallagher says, honestly, I think he might have been inspired by you. What? Or the idea got to him from viewers of my stream. I have no idea, Gal. I don't necessarily want to say that either. Caleb's a fellow brewer, and we can give it to him. I don't mind. Like seriously, my heart behind brewing really has been. I'm not interested in the cred. What I'll say to you guys is, if you do find something you like from my stream, let people know where you found it. But Brew Spy decks are a community effort anyway, right? Just to jump off what you were saying earlier, Sorrow MTG, they are a community effort, right? Like all of my decks, even that deck I'm referring to from years back, the Robopod for Legacy. What that deck was doing was just artifact lands, and it was playing Birthing Pod, and you were podding a Mirror Enforcer to go get Grizzlebrand. And I wonder if that deck would be better now because there's even more affinity creatures, right? But I guess it would be better because you have the one that's a flyer that draws you to. Yeah, that deck would actually be maybe nuts right now. Maybe you'd even play Saga. I don't know. It's interesting to re-envision or rebrew. I know that for example, Caleb rebrews. In fact, Reef Omnath, one of the best experiences in Modern. Yeah. His list also wasn't an Ephemerate build. It was just pitches and value to try to recoup the loss. It was interesting. Sprawl is actually sick. We could play Sprawl. Maybe Sprawl is better than Noble, but we'd have to change our mana base to accommodate Sprawl. I do, yeah. Sprawl might be a good call for us too, because Noble Hierarch just ends up dying a lot of the time. And then I'm kind of going wide, so I'm not really benefiting from the Exalted. Yeah, maybe we should at least borrow that idea. Maybe he's really onto something that right now. I mean, there is a lot of burn and prowess. Maybe we just want to make sure our ramp is not vulnerable. We'd have to change our mana base considerably, though, right? I wouldn't get to run the Canopy. Let's still try to play the call. I think double Forest is absolutely where we start, and maybe 2 Temple Gardens. So probably Temple Guard, number 2, right? I don't know. I really just want to put Sprawl on our basic forest, though, often. I always feel so vulnerable on a not basic. Us adding another Misty is going to make it expensive. I could play well, it's just as expensive as me getting a Prismatic. I could try to pick up the 4th Misty. We still haven't priced this out either, so let's do that before we go any further, because I just don't think I actually don't know if I can afford the deck in its current iteration. Let's find that out first. Let me cut these for now. Export. Yeah, I think this Utopia Sprawl is actually really heads up from him, and maybe we should do the same. Let's go to loan program. Okay, so I've basically given back most everything. So I almost have my full 500 unlocked. Deck editor. Clear. What do I actually own from this? Very little. I don't play Bant decks all that often. Most of the deck we're going to need to get. I don't need to play the snow covereds. I kind of want to, though, because it makes people think of... This is a donation from one of you guys recently. This is a very generous donation. You know who you are. I don't necessarily need to call it a specific name, but it was a generous donation because I was working on decks that needed a Yavi, at least one Yavi. So I need most of the deck, it looks like. It's going to be expensive. Version 2.4. Sanctum Prelate, 0 in stock. Oh, the fancy one? We don't need the fancy one. That's fine. We'll cut that. Don't need these. Give me a second while I do this, folks. Pithing Needle I already have. Alright, then it's pretty much just mana-based stuff. Add my fetches. Oh, I don't own Misties. That's what's really hurting me for the price. I actually don't even own a breeding pool. Huh. Okay. Temple, I do. I mean, I used to have more. Huh. Is that really true? No way. 386. We could, like, play forces, maybe. We could play one. I could play one force. That seems not worth. Really? How did the deck get that much less expensive? When I rented it, like, very recently, it was like basically my whole budget. What did we do to make it so much cheaper? What did I do to the deck to make it so much cheaper? I'm just baffled. Like, I just borrowed almost this exact same deck earlier today. Why is it so much cheaper? Saga might have gone down. Not by that much. Oh, Misty got cheaper. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, prices fluctuate. Weird. Oh, Hall is going up. People noticed. People realize Kataki's going up. Well, of course Kataki's going up. That's the obvious. But, huh. Weird. And I know. If we're gonna play Utopia Sprawl, like, it's very tempting to play Arbor Elf, but let's not bother. Caleb wasn't. Maybe he's onto something there. So hold up. So I could add one force. If we want to do that, I could add a force. I also don't think we have enough blue now for force, though. I think we shifted in the direction of white, right, for Solitude, so let's not bother. Gosh, what was that other card besides force that I was like, I would not be able to afford this? We could just be cutesy and, like, bling out the deck a little bit, like have pretty glass pools or whatever. That seems like not worth it to me, though. It takes time. Yeah, let's just get the deck then. Sweet. I might be. Gals, did you have you seen the Brew My Deck stuff? You're currently Prime sub, so yes, we could use it that way. That was the structure my buddy Steve was recommending. I'm not sure about the prices, to be perfectly honest. I'm still workshopping it. But no, I mean, you're one of my subs, so the answer is yes. I mean, you guys know I'll sometimes look at a list even if they're not subscribed. I will take a peek. Oh wow, there's only one version of Prelate I can get my hands on right now. Okay. Thespian Stage, Urza Saga. I have heard about that interaction, yeah. Permanently has the make a construct ability, right? Does it? Yeah, I'll take a look. You know how this works. Yeah, Thespian Stage and Urza Saga, then you turn into something else. I don't think it still has the make a construct ability, though, to my knowledge. Does it? Oh. It does if you do it in response to the Urza Saga gains, right? I think you have to do it before the second... is that true? Wow. So but you would have to Thespian Stage it before the second. And again, that might be better than Hall, right? Hall, though, also works against them removing, like, going after the Saga with enchantment removal or land removal. But yes, I think you're right, actually. Yeah. That is a very specific timestamp, though, right? When you need to Thespian Stage clone. Idea is you can go turn 5 Emrakul, but still be a Lurrus deck. Interesting. I see dragons. All right, 30 seconds. Can I do this in 30 seconds? Do I see what the deck is doing? I'm with you so far. So we are using... how are we cheating out Valky? Let me see if I can figure it out. I don't see it yet. Okay, we haven't finished our sideboard yet, but that's okay. Masterminds to go get the Emmy. I'm with you. So we're like a Delirium deck. Makes sense with the Flares then. Well, I think I figured that when I saw the Dragon's Rage, but certainly with Flare. So we're Delirium. We're playing Traverse. We're trying to tutor for things. I don't know if I'm in love with the Valky if we're not cheating him. This looks grindy. This looks fun. I do like Delirium decks. Was that pretty good? Was that close to 30 seconds? Did I do alright? That does look like fun. That's now a sub-plan of depth combo, actually. Oh, that's gross. Depths is doing Thespians on Saga. Their deck plays, their deck main deck's Pithing Needle in that format. I'm pretty sure their deck does make total sense for Saga. Saga also finds Expedition. Yeah, I could see Turbo Depths being a Saga deck. They're like a lands deck, kind of. Doesn't also just Legacy lands consider incorporating Urza Saga too? Urza Saga would go get Mox, Diamond. Aaron says Valky CMC is too. No, it is. It is. I want to be using the Tybalt side. I'm not as interested in the Valky side. I'm with you. I'm with you. Like I'm with you that he's trying to cast Valky for 2. I don't know if I don't know if I'm that interested in Valky. I'm interested in the Tybalt. But yeah, I'm a little concerned that I actually still don't have enough lands for these Utopias to work, but we'll find out the hard way. It's mostly Jund with tribal enchantments. Goyf can get big. Yes, that is going to be a rather big Goyf. Oh boy, I'm getting a little tired, folks. What time is it? Oh my goodness. No wonder you guys are all here. It's 4:30 in the morning. How did we brew for like 4 hours? I thought I was just going to finish my league. This has been a lot of fun, folks. But why don't we jump into the league, because you guys have been so patient. I'm sure somebody's going to be like, wait, Bruce Spy, you never looked at the clock? I was getting really into what we were doing. I hadn't looked at the clock yet. And maybe somebody will take my list over to Caleb's chat and be like, hey, Bruce Spy stole your idea and you should do this, Caleb. I'm sure they won't do that. I hope not. I hope we have a good community here. I would be totally flattered, though, if Caleb started trying to go in the Urza Saga direction. It looked like he was set on the 4-color direction for Titania, but maybe for Titania Risen Reef anyway. But maybe we can show that a Saga direction is good. Oh, I'm less in love with Eladamri's Call now that we're not playing Aether Vial. Hang on, I forgot to make that change. I don't think I want the Eladamri's Call if we're not playing Aether Vials. Shoot. Oh boy. What should we be playing instead? Oh, you could just play another Prismatic in the main, I guess. Just to not make it big brain. Not to have to make a huge brain decision here. Or we're on a split of meddling. I think that's fine. If we're cutting call, what do I need to be doing? Drawing cards. I mean, maybe call is still fine, but I'm less interested in it, I guess. Well, okay, you guys are saying we're worse against the low to the ground deck, so yeah, I mean, that does mean, like, maybe this is what we do. Aren't we on too few targets? Maybe. Maybe. Oh. Yeah, where's the synergy? Technically, even Titania has synergy because she gets another land back from the graveyard. But yes, let's talk about it. So, about 15. That is a little bit low. Play a third Solitude. You think? That's true. We also are on the playset of Ephemerate in the current build. I mean, like, maybe we just play the playset. It is quite strong with Ephemerate. Like, maybe we should just commit to the playset. I didn't realize I was going to have this much budget. Like, we were actually perfectly fine. Oh, I still like the first ending. What's our white count? I do think that... I mean, I could even get us a second Endurance. I didn't think I'd have that much budget. We might want a second Endurance for the sideboard. What about some value What about like Wall of Roots or Coiling Oracle? Yeah, we could play something like... Actually, I've played Coiling Oracle in a much, much, much earlier build of this archetype. Long time ago, I was playing Coiling Oracles. We could play the fourth Risen... But the fourth Risen Reef might be better than the first set of Coiling Oracles, though. What about just Wall of Blossoms? What about Renegade Rallier? Renegade Rallier gets back Saga. Does it? It does. Renegade Rallier. Do kind of like that card. Alright, well, hang on. I kind of just want to buy us another Endurance if we have that much budget. I'm still waiting on our cards to come. But yeah, so maybe we just load up on the Solitudes. I'm just checking our white count. White count looks good. It's 19. It's probably fine. Actually, it's 20 thanks to the Emirias. If we're still going to do that. What's green count like? Let's look at their green count. Green count should be fine. For a singleton Endurance. And like Endurance, you don't really need to pitch it even. Like Endurance is pretty readily hard castable. Whereas that's not, the case with Solitude. 19. Okay. So we're a little more in the direction of white, which is good. Still tons of green. I mean, yeah, when it comes to Titan, like, people talked about subtlety, but Solitude also has applications for Titan. Like, I know they get I realize they get the lands. I realize that. But at least you're answering the Titan, so they can't win with the Titan itself. They're trying to win off of the lands that the Titan gets. The issue, of course, is the fact that they can just go get more Talarias, and that's why I kind of miss I do kind of miss our Chalice, although we're trying to have Prelate act as that slot. Sanctum Prelate. No one loves Wall of Omens ever. Well, we would play Wall of Omens actually because we want white count, right? If we were to play a wall. I don't know if I want walls here. Maybe we should be. Alright, Aaron thinks 4 Ephemerate's too many. Has strong synergy. Does nothing on its own. Alright, does Double Major could be letting you have a second Titania. Let me look that up, Snappy McSnap. Double Major. Is that the I know that's from Strix. Oh, that's fun. It's a fun little clone effect. It's kind of fun. What about a Nevermaker in the sideboard for Lockdown? Hey, what's up, Stasis Guy? How you been? What am I doing with this? What non-land permanent am I trying to bounce? I'm trying to figure this out. What specifically am I trying to bounce, Stasis Guy? There's also there is an elemental that came out that's the 2 mana evoke for destroy something. I'd almost still rather just play the Changeling though. You just keep their card, make them try to draw the same card. Oh no, I'm with you. So you want me to ephemerate the Nevermaker? That is spicy. I see it now. Stasis Guy. Kind of like trying to do like a what is that card? The green command. I mean, that's a lot of mana because I guess I don't have to evoke it. I can just hardcast him, right? Well, no, we want him to leave the battlefield. So yes, you would do the evoke if you had the ephemerate. That's a little adorable interaction. That's cool. This is kind of neat, actually. It's a very, very specific card. Yeah. Primal Command. That's really cool. I love when Stasis Guy comes in. He always is just like, boom, Bruce Spy, I got you. Play this card. It's like, whoa. Whoa, man. That's awesome. That's spicy. That's on the list of spice that probably none of us would have thought of. Why don't we just change your ephemerates to play Flicker or Soul Herder? Yeah, I mean, if we can't find more synergy, I mean, couldn't we just move out of Voice and try to play something that has synergy, better synergy? I realize that Voice has good synergy for A, the deck, B, Eldritch, but maybe you're onto something that I just can't afford to play this many cards that don't have Ephemerate synergy if I'm going to play the playset of Ephemerate. Because what were the cards that didn't have the synergy? It was the Mage and the Prelate, but those are silver bullets. It was the Voices, right? And Voice makes total sense in an elemental deck. I'm trying to do the Titania Risen, Eldritch thing, but like these are the things that don't have synergy for the Ephemerate. I kind of do want to try the playset of Solitude Ephemerate. So what would that mean? That would mean I have to find something different that's white. Which, yeah, I mean, we could play Wall of Omens. There's also Charming Prince. There's a bunch of different, like 1 or 2 drops that have Ephemerate synergy. Yeah, the first Soul Herder could be really good, actually. It's a good point. But then it's almost like somebody earlier even suggested like we try to go more into the Soul Herder shape. A more Soul Herder-y build. Yeah, I think the first Soul Herder has a lot of value because of what we're doing. I think we could maybe even play 2. And they're white, so we're not going down on our white count. Right, we're still 15, 16, 17. We have 3 more slots. Try to make. I mean, with 4 Solitude, like how many white card like does? I think that everything else I add to the deck probably needs to be white, right? So do we want some number of Wall of Omens? Do we want? I do think that Wall is maybe a good idea. Maybe some walls. Maybe 19. Maybe main deck a Priz. What about that? So instead of changing the Ephems, what if I'm just changing out the Voices? Which, I mean, that seems weird, right? Because Voice seems very much what the deck wants to be doing, though. I think the Never is a really spicy inclusion, but I need to cut some stuff. I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to get rid of the second Mage. I do think that's a really good suggestion, but I'm going to cut it so I can have room for, endings? Number 2? Our Alone is here finally. Took a while. I do think that Nevermaker is kind of a neat idea. Man, not playing the second Deputy, but maybe it's correct. Alright, let me get these cards and let's jam. I just need to get us into it. Actually, I shouldn't play. And I'm sure somebody's going to be like, wait, what? Let me clarify. I think we should play, but maybe not just jump into a league, because A, we haven't figured it out yet. A. Exhibit A. Exhibit B, I kind of want to just squeeze... Like, just main deck this somehow. So it's not taking up space in my sideboard. I feel like we're wasting some sideboard space when that could just be in the main board. And the same could be said for the Prismatics, though. These 2 Prismatics. Yeah, I mean, maybe you're still entirely right that I shouldn't be on the playset of fem, and then those should just be two endings, or the map in the hall. Well, two endings would make it so I'm not going down on my white count, right? Maybe this should just be in the main board. Maybe we should take your advice and cut two ephems. Add the map over the relic. Hall over ephemerate. Well, no, what about this? We still keep this as a sideboard plan, and we add a second endurance to the sideboard. I do think 2 endurance is where it's at. So let's add another endurance. Because, like, we're not all in on needing the ephemerate for the solitudes to... I mean, solitude is solid on its own, right? Even if we have to pay the full cost. It's just that we have a few different ways to not have to pay the full cost, namely Risen and ephemerate, right? If I don't have enough ephemerate synergy, I think you're right that I should cut some number. The Soul Herders will have natural synergy with the Solitude, right? So there's some synergy here. I just want to make sure we have enough synergy. So Solitude has synergy with what? Being cloned, being flickered, being ephemerate flickered, being... if we have a Risen Reef in play, we don't go down a card because it's an elemental. Okay. I think that might be enough synergy, guys. Like the ability to play it for the free cost. And then we have a few different engines that, you know, this and that, theoretically, that, yeah, there's synergy here. I don't think I put endurance in that pile, though. This is what we are trying to do. Let's keep map and hall in the sideboard. Let's try the Nevermaker. Let's add an endurance, and then what, I have room for like a path. We could have like a sideboard path or a well, no, you guys are saying well, I mean, I know I'm weak to we could play the oh no, you're fine, Aaron. Don't worry about it, friend. I also talk a little fast. A little, very fast sometimes. Why don't we play that one spicy sideboard card I was considering? It's very matchup specific, but I've always been very happy in my creature decks lately with Prowess and Burn playing what is it called? Non-combat. You can only use it against the, you know, Bolt Burn decks of the format, Anger of the Gods decks of the format. But I've really liked a Singleton Mark. It really supplements the Spellskite plan well for those matchups. I do think the Nevermaker is maybe the cutest card in the deck, but I love it. We're going to try it maybe. So just to clarify, I'm going to play the deck. I just I don't think I'm awake enough. It's 4:30 in the morning my time. I don't think I'm awake enough. Maybe that should be my hint, right? That we have some, you know... Oh, these are so cheap right now, too. The marks. Okay, 2 Solitude, 2 Soul Herders, Endurance number 2. Oh, did I not get the Sanctum? Hang on. Update with versions. There we go. Yes. Couple of Wall of Omens. I think Wall is fine. Yeah, so we've kind of got like the undergirding of a Soul Herder deck going on up in ours now, maybe. Huh. But Solitude is, like, it helps us speed up to fight the hyper-aggressive, just beat you down with a creature, which is all the different aggressive decks of the format are most likely going that route. So we're okay giving up a card to keep up with them, and then against other grindy decks we just want to keep flickering them and just gain lots of value out of it. What's nice is I don't actually care too much about my opponents having a ton of life because of the Titania kill. It's really okay if we've made them gain a lot of life off of Solitude, I think, because like once we combo off we just make a ton of damage. Go to sleep. Sleep, nerd. Sleep. I know I need to. I need to, Cylon. It's bad. I got it bad tonight. We got the brew. The brewing is bad tonight, man. It's like, I mean, it's good. It's good bad. It's like my words don't even make sense anymore. It's so bad. I'm tired. That's the bottom line. He's right. I am. But let's finish. We got to play the deck at least once. Okay, I have enough to get 2 more Solitudes and the Endurance. Wow. Why did they... yeah, I guess the deck is that much cheaper because of Saga. I even got us the 4th Misty Rainforest, too. Man. This is exciting, though. I love me some toolbox decks. You guys know that. I mean, like, the Legacy deck I was describing earlier, also a toolbox deck. Let's sort this. But thank you, Caleb D, for giving us some things to think about, right? Like, or somebody posting the list from Caleb. I know I'm not, talking to him directly, but I do, in the spirit of trying to make Titania work, if he's also at work doing it, like, hats off. I think some of his concepts, right, we're borrowing, certainly we're borrowing the Utopia Sprawl. Like, maybe that is the ideal ramp. It's very good ramp in Modern, right? Yeah, I like where we're headed. This looks good to me. Excuse me, this at least looks a little bit more robust. Let's just make a zeros pile. I just want to make a zeros pile. We have Zernorb, we have pitch elementals. Let's just make one. I don't normally do that. I usually just chunk my zeros on top of the lands. But let's curve this out to where things are happening. Let's get 1s. 3s, we got some 2s. This is 0. These are zeros. So yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. We're still very heavy on our 3s, but these don't have to be 3s necessarily. We added a second forest. I don't know if that alone, and another fetch, I don't know if that alone made us like able to play Utopia Sprawl, by the way. We'll have to figure that out. Hard to play Utopia Sprawl in my Urza Saga deck, right? Whereas I think it would have a happier home in even the 3 or 4 color non-Urza Saga deck. We'll have to see. I think we're like right on the cusp. Oh, I didn't get the Nevermaker. No. How could I forget? That was a really cool suggestion. It's cute, but it's cool. I think it's a little bit worse with only 2 ephemerates, right? Oh, no, I guess we can Soul Herder it and put their card back on top. This is cute. This is really cute, but I like it. I mean, cute as in, yes, it's an adorable looking card, but no, I'm saying cute as in, oh, this is supposed to be an Armada base. There you go. There you go. I do think that it's, yeah. It's like the rest of my deck. It's pretty adorable. As in, we have no idea. Still, many of the numbers. Still, many of our tutor targets. Yes. And if it's a playset of Solitude. And like even littler questions like, do we want Toski? Is Toski where it's at right now? Is Toski just laughably slow? I don't know. It's a powerful card. We've played it, brought it back, cut it again before. Do we know which is better, elves or squirrels? Oh, you mean like modern elves or squirrel combo? Is that the question you're asking, Joe? Oh, elves. I haven't seen squirrel combo. Although I've seen some decks try to incorporate... I even tried to incorporate Squirrel Combo into a deck that I was working on a while ago. Yeah, I haven't really seen Squirrels. Squirrel Combo also dies to Spellskite. Not that Spellskite's all over the place. It's just funny. We played... We did run into a Squirrel deck. Actually, no, let me take it back. We ran into a Squirrels deck, but I used Spellskite to great effect. Not this list. A different list of mine that happened to have a Spellskite as well. All right, let's play. Let's find somebody. Let's play against someone. Yeah, we'll play against someone, but just not in not put this in a league just yet. Not just yet. Alright, Godspeed deck. Alright, hey, this casts Utopia Sprawl. We keep it, right? Let's do it. Hey. Say, hey, good luck and have fun. It's an Asmore deck. Looks like it. Do you want to just turn one ending that? I don't think we do. I think we're supposed to still sprawl turn one. They can hit us for 3. I think that's fine. Whoa, double Saga. So I just sprawl for blue, right? Off a basic. It's a little awkward with the voice, I guess, to go blue on this, but I mean, if I'm not getting a shock, then yes, that's the obvious choice. I may have just set us up for failure, right? Because like my turn is like, okay, well, what are you doing, Bruce Spy? Are you playing the Saga or are you playing the Plains to ending? And if you're ending, you're not casting the Reef. Can't really afford to play the Reef though until I've endinged the Asmore, right? They might just have a second Asmore, very possible. Vesperlark seems good. Yeah, no, Vesper was something we did consider earlier. Okay, well that actually saved us, right? Didn't it? Or not really? That doesn't actually help me with my issue. It sucks that I might just have to spend this turn ending, right? I guess I'll play the Misty. No, I'd still would play Saga because I want to work forward. I think I should have been greedier with what I did. Like even Temple Garden would have been better here. I mean, of course, opponent goes Mountain. I'm thinking about Blood Moon maybe, but maybe it's just, I don't know. So what is this hand lacking? White mana, right? So maybe I should even just... It's probably just a hollow one list. Oh, this stinks. I don't like my turn at all. I think I should have used my Utopia Sprawl differently. I make no promises to play all that well, folks, this late at night for me. But I did want to play the deck at least once. It just stinks that we're not getting the Saga on the table. It's a hollow. Some madness. A street wraithed Ox of Agonis. They need like a cathartic effect. There's a hollow one. There's another hollow one. I need a tutor. Stat. Burning, my hand is about to get a lot better or a lot worse. Holy crud, we just drew like the nuts. Although there's a Troll King, but and their Ox is ready, right? 8 other cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nearly. We are like, we drew the perfect card. That's what I was thinking I needed a tutor for. I need a tutor for the main deck deputy. And sweet. Oh, that's the plan. That is indeed the plan. It stinks that we're not going to have the Ephemerate, though, to protect this deputy from the potential top deck, but this is, like, the perfect... I mean, I realize that they're going to be working towards the Feasting. There's not much I can do about that, folks. Well, we bought ourselves some time to set up the Titania. Let's work on the Titania. I need another green source. Just another reason why I should have maybe gotten a basic. Flamewake Phoenix, huh? There are 9 cards in their bin, so they could give up their whole graveyard to do Ox. Might be correct to do that. Cookbook. So they're going to try to keep the Feasting, I think, is what they're doing. That's what I would do. I mean, next turn we can Risen Reef, Ephemerate the Risen Reef. I mean, we do have our hands on an engine finally, but it might be too late. And I needed to play Saga a lot sooner, so I could have maybe gone after our Graveyard Hate. I mean, there's Eldritch into our... we do have main board Graveyard Hate to access, maybe. Yep. Asmore. Asmore's going to eat my Deputy. I don't have the Ephemerate. This is where the Vesper Lark would be useful. Cookbook. Okay. Ooh, but maybe they just want to get their feasting out instead of killing the Deputy. Oh, nice. They have the Daredevil. I think this is only as a sorcery, right? Yeah, activate only during your turn. So no, they want to kill this instead. And since I don't have the Revelark, or not Revelark, Vesperlark, I don't have a way to get him back. I think we're just toast, right? Another Utopia Sprawl. I don't see how we get out of this, right? I mean, I can play the Reef, pass to them, Ephemerate, like block Ephemerate, like block the Ox, Ephemerate. I take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then I have to have them not eat this, and they let me Eldritch into Titania. I mean, like, there is a line, but it's, they have to make a mistake. They have to go after their Feasting Troll King. With Overchase, so this game's probably over. Probably. Do another one. Yeah, probably. They have to get greedy and like try to eat the Risen, or I don't know. I feel like I need to get a block off here to live. I mean, I do, right? They have... Oh, they're going to let me. Sweet. Yeah, Oval Chaser is really interesting synergy for... I'm not even sure this is going to resolve. They might just make food in response and eat it, and... This looks like that's what they want to do. Yeah, all I'm doing is showing information. It's fine. Like in a league, I might be hesitant to show the information. Just go ahead and scoop up and bring in more Graveyard Hate. Yep. Now we have access to the Graveyard Hate, but it was too late. Also, this is a matchup where I'll just play out my Urza Saga turn 1. I'm curious what my draw is. Is it ending? Ending would have removed the Asmore. Alright. So we do have a little bit more Graveyard Hate than the previous iterations because we have the second Endurance we're able to afford. Mark, non-combat damage. Actually, Mark protects us from Asmore, doesn't it? I didn't even think about that. That's kind of cool. Kataki comes in. Maybe. Tormod's Crypt for sure. Do we want Needle? Yeah, you can name Asmore or the other thing. Okay, so this is the hard part. We're cutting the Soul Herder side, right? This is not a matchup where we just get to sit there and grind. This is maybe not even a match for the Shadow Spear, right? Like all this walling and voicing, I just don't know. Prelate name's 1. So this does have a relevant name. What will we name with Mage? Nah, they have too many different pieces. Linvala stops Asmo. She does. She's a bit expensive though, of an answer. Whereas ending would just ending her. Knight doesn't seem to like it does enough here. Deputy does, so we're gonna keep Deputy in. We keep in the combo, so I want to keep in the Trinket Mage. Apparition, actually, I don't know if it does enough. I feel like Deputy is where it's at. I don't know if I want these at all. If I'm not playing the Soul Herder. Like, if I'm not playing Soul Herder, I'm less interested in Wall. We could play the Gusts. Tuck the Asmore. Counters also, that one guy. Oh, what is his name? We're not going to do map with Heliod. Way too slow. Harmonic Sliver could actually maybe keep up. with all their different artifacts. We might actually play that. Yeah, maybe I should still play the Linvala. I know you said it's narrow, but let's do it. Could play the Spellskite. I do think that I think that the enchantment instead of Spellskite, maybe they're kind of trying to do something similar. So we got to play both of these out as land drops. Maybe that's horrible. We drew both of them. Makes me wonder if I have to mulligan this, honestly. Like, I would need to see a different land in addition to these. Knight's strictly better than Sliver then, isn't it? No, we can copy the Sliver and we can blink it. But no, maybe Knight should have stayed. I wouldn't say it's strictly better, because we can blink this and stuff. Yeah, I do think we actually have... I think the Vesperlark was actually a really great suggestion. I do think would be... Like, let's look at the deck again, right? Like, Vesperlark hits not just Sliver or Spellskite. It hits more than that, right? It also hits Toski. Although I don't think Toski will ever be in the graveyard. So 1, 2, 3. 4. 5, 6. So yeah, I think we actually have a lot more hits now because we added the soul herders. These are also hits. Yeah, I do think. All right, I'll just keep this. I think it could work. We just need to see one other land. But I really shouldn't keep hands like this because it really doesn't cast any of it. Like I have to see another land. So I do think this was maybe a bad idea. It's different if this hand had like an endurance, right? If this hand had an endurance, maybe it's a reasonable keep. I think I should have looked at a 6 the more I'm looking at this hand. Okay, so that does something. That sets us up for the harmonic. Okay. Yeah, this changes things. Go. But this is just very, like, I'm doing nothing until turn 3 dot deck. Yeah, I really like the idea of a Vesperlark actually. I just don't know what I would cut. Maybe an ending. Maybe the main board. Like Knight of Autumn is flexible, sure, but she's still kind of more of a sideboard card. It's a very specific sideboard card. We might want to cut it. Could cut the Nevermaker. It's kind of adorable. I kind of want to leave it for you, though, Stasis guy. Kind of want to leave it for you. Cathartic. That doesn't surprise me. Blazing. Sure. Instead of Cookbook, I'm probably going to be harmonicking a hollowed one in a second here. Oh, they didn't have one. Sweet. What are the odds they kill my harmonic Sliver? Pretty high. I still think that's what we do. We have an Ephemerate. We have a Glass Pool. We want to copy this harmonic. I need another land anyway for Linvala. But I think actually what I'm getting here... it's got to be Temple Garden, right? I'm considering the Temple Garden because of the Linvala. Yeah, I think that's fine. Alright, harmonic away the Underworld. The Cookbook. I'll leave the Nevermaker. We'll cut my mark, even though I really do like that card. Daredevil, they make it the food, they do other things. Hit this. Cleansing. Okay. Yes. Let's go green instead of the basic plains. Let's go for forest, because I mean we're a Utopia Sprawl deck as well. Looks like they want to just grow the root walla. I'm not letting go of the sliver. We'll find a different way to deal with the root walla. We could even ending it if it gets us low enough. I think they're just pumping here. Oh, maybe not. Neonate. Okay, so we did draw a land. I think this is a little greedy of me. But we could just get rid of the root walla with the ending and mimic the... Well, let's mimic the sliver and see if that goes. Oh, I mean, it should. It should be good to go. There's also ephemerate to consider. Like, I don't need to ending, honestly, on this board. Yeah, I think just mimic the harmonic and sit on the ephemerate, right? Ooh, I just misplayed, actually. I forgot I would get double triggers, so I actually have to blow up my own Saga, don't I? I don't think I even get to choose here. It's okay. We'll make these mistakes in the practice room. Actually, I can target them both at the food because they happen on the stack at the same time. Thank goodness. Still the legal target. I was like, wait, is this a mistake? Wait, I can just target the same target twice. Come on, Bruce Spy. I'm not that sleepy. I actually am. I'm pretty sleepy, folks. Pretty sleepy if I'm thinking I have to target my own Saga. If there was nothing else on the table... Yes. If there was no permanent for my opponent, I would have to target my own permanent. So you have to be careful with this card. Cathartic, huh? Okay. See if they have a hollow one they want to cast. That's a Vengevine. Is that what we're doing? Hollow one, okay. That's a Vengevine. We get to kill these hollow ones, but well, this is kind of a freebie block. So they're gonna swing with the Vengevine. I block. I ephemerate. Cookbook, huh? Phoenix can't stop. This is a lot coming at us, but we get to block. I don't know, do I let go of one of my harmonics onto the root wall? It's not pumping this turn. Yes, I care about the cookbook too. See if there's anything else in their bin. We're going to get to blow up all of their artifacts, actually, because I get the double. 1, 2. Still taking 3. Like, we're doing sweet things, I just don't know if it's going to be enough. And on this ephemerate, on the harmonic, so this rebound, we do want to do it. We send both of them at the cookbook. I could still target this one and just re-choose. So target. It's fine. We just want a Titania. I'm so close to just doing Titania. Oh, okay, Aethergust. I can Aethergust the Vengevine. We're so close to just doing the Titania thing. I need, though, another green source off the top. This turn is just Gust and ending, right? So what am I ending? What am I gusting? We can destroy 2 in this case. Yeah, no, Gust was a good draw. I think I might actually ending the Root Walla, but then again, Root Walla is something. There's also the make a construct, just ending the Root Walla line. I'm at 13. Might be correct. Just make a construct. Construct could trade itself with the Root Walla. Yeah, I mean, I think returning the Vengevine to their hand is a good move. Although they almost have enough. They could have another green source and get there. Yeah, I kind of like just ending, and then if we, yeah. Let's ending the Rootwalla, and it leaves me open to either Saga or Gust if we have to, right? And oh, Hugabees TV, thank you. Thank you for the follow. Shoot, man, we don't have the full combo if I don't draw green source. Ugh. Curses. What are we doing here? I'm amazed that we managed to turn this like double Glasspool Shore, Glasspool Mimic into an actual thing, right? I'm just attacking, right? And if I have to block, I block with this one. We're attacking. I mean, I could make a construct and... No, that doesn't work. I'm pretty sure I'm just gusting the Vengevine. Or they show me what their plan is. I don't actually need... Like, this actually helps us. I go get the second forest. They don't know that this helps us, but this helps me greatly. I mean, I think that's a line. It's a very normal line to do with Wildfire. But I go get another forest. So do we think they have another cleansing, or do we just want to not take the Vengevine damage here? I think I'll gust it. This is a juicy spot to do so. Whoops. I think I will gust it. Maybe that's wrong. This might be wrong, folks. I mean, they have 4 cards in their hand, so... Well, we know what one of them is. We know that one of them is the Chaser. The Oval Chase. They decide to top the Vengevine. Okay. Well, there goes my plan, maybe. Yep. Although, now I have an Endurance, but I can't cast it right now. I can cast it next turn. Okay, so actually we're not in a terrible spot-ish. Drew a Risen Reef? Okay. So I'm not making a construct. I want to have the Endurance, right? And I want to just hardcast it. So maybe we don't go get Zurin Orb, because now that opportunity is gone from us. We're on different plans now. There's Pithing Needle to think about. There's Relic. There's Tormod's Crypt. Might still be correct to get the Zurin Orb, because we already have their graveyard hit once, but I think Relic of Progenitus is actually a really heads-up move instead. Yeah, I think it's Relic. Play Shadow Spear, sit on the Endurance. And remember, when we do Endurance, we're going to get a bunch of... Oh, no, we won't get these triggers, sorry. They're slivers. Yeah, let's play the Spear. This is going to be a little suspicious if I attack and not equip this, though. So they should put us on something. I don't know if they're going to put us on Endurance exactly. But... Swinging for 2. This is them hardcasting the Vengevine. Okay. How do we do if I don't block the Vengevine with Endurance? Like, what if I just flash in Endurance and put the Shadow Spear on the Endurance? We're taking 6 here, but then I'm cracking back for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 4 of its lifelink. I think we actually win that race. It'll be close, but... Oh, you know what? I just messed up. Endurance has reach. Pfft, I forgot that it has reach. I just maybe made us lose. I mean, it's fine. I'll learn these mistakes or I'll make these mistakes now instead of in the practice room, but I forgot that it has reach. This card's so good, and I just misplayed it. I forgot that it has the reach. The reach. It's fine. But yeah, the correct play there was try to block the Phoenix. I mean, like, yes, they might have a Bolt or something. I don't think they do. We know their hand is another Daredevil, and maybe one other thing. Yes, I'll dumpster your graveyard. Get dunked. Get dunked. Let's see if, despite my misplay, we still get to win. I don't think we play out the Risen Reef. I think we definitely want to equip. Unless it was relevant for me to get the destroy, you know, artifact or enchantment triggers. It blocks Merit Lage for a turn. That's sweet. We'll play out this Misty, though, and fetch, and hopefully I can get us into some colors. I don't have that many shocks, so, you know, they're going after my my duels. I mean, like, we have Utopia Sprawl, so it won't normally hurt me, but it certainly hurts us here. Just another hardcast Vengevine. Wow, so we lose. We wouldn't have lost if I'd properly blocked. That stinks. Doesn't that stink, folks? It's really okay. It's the practice room after all. But I would have needed to also win a post-board game. But let's just say that I didn't make that mistake and we did win that second game. Third game would have been interesting, right? But I'm also kind of thankful. I know you guys attacking with the 2 slivers didn't change the clock at all. It didn't. I'm also totally fine to fall asleep. It's Christy, please forgive me. Give me some grace here. It's 5:20 my time. I needed to be asleep, you know, probably 4 hours ago. So there was a huge disclaimer over that game, which was I'm not awake enough to play. It's why I'm not taking this to a league yet. But I do like the direction we brewed it. Sometimes when I'm tired, I feel like we certainly brew weirder decks, but I feel like we brew in interesting directions. I'm going to pick up a Vesper like before I forget about it tonight. Part of the reason is if you don't finish a list on Moto, it like shuffles it, you know, puts it in alphabetical order and shoves it to the bottom of your list or wherever it is. And so I like to complete a list before I go to bed because I'd like to pick up with version 2.4. No, I made a huge promise that I wasn't going to play it great. I didn't. I was true to my promise. I promise you I do play better on a full night's sleep. I do. It's a very easy promise. I do think that the Vesperlark will be sweet. How are we curving now? 2s, 3s, these are 3s. So many 3s. So we got our 0s, 1s, 2s, 3s, 5s. Yeah, like we shouldn't have blocked, or we should have blocked there. And then we didn't need to attack. We could have hung back. So we made two fatal mistakes there that game. I don't think there was much I could have done game 1, if I'm thinking back to it. But I do think that there were real things we could have done game 2. It's such a cute card, but we'll keep it. I'll screenshot this, put it up on the Discord if you guys have more thoughts. I'm going to be asleep. Going off to Dreamland. Thank you guys so much for helping me brew this list. Oops. Actually, let me do it to Discord first. If you have lists of your own, if you want to work on them with me or other folks in the community here, please consider putting them here. Screenshot. We're going to be brewing your deck soon as well, folks. Thanks for the follow, ZXBR. Welcome to the Brew Crew. I'm going to be brewing your deck soon. If you guys are curious what it takes or what it looks like, brew my deck is the command you want to use. Should be brew my deck. MTG bot is sleeping. Commands? Alright, previous build looked more streamlined. I think you win games with this deck when people misplay. Which build? Which one, ZBX? I see the sun coming out. That's not good. Which build? The previous league build? Which one? See if I can look at it from here. View deck. No, it doesn't let me view it. There you go. So this was one brew previous. Well, I don't think I actually took this one to a league, though. This was a Pyre of Heroes Neoform build of the deck with Nobles. I don't know if I like this more. I like that the Nobles and the Goose can, in a pinch, like, carry the spear, but I think they're a very weak holder of the spear. Alright, I say Endurance is playable if it doesn't have Evoke. Yeah, it is good if I, like, remember that it has Reach. That card is even better if I remember. Yeah, Endurance is a very good card. This is what we looked like before. I think we've made strides in a better direction. Let me go back even one more version. I'm trying to think of what version you're looking at, friend. This was the previous league list. This ended up as a 3-2, I think. This is what it looked like as this was a 3-2. I think there were a lot of cutesy things about it. We were on a place at a borrower as well, which I actually really liked the borrower, but I think there were some definite changes that needed to happen. Alright, well, I'm exhausted. You've followed ZX. We can have more conversations. Martinez says not modern good, though. Maybe a standard. Oh, as far as, like, Endurance getting to block things. Yeah. I think in the modern format, there are things it will block, but yes, it's not like... Creatures are going quite a bit bigger right now. You got, like, people playing Goyf and Kavu. Shadow. Be like the card's very good for... Yeah, I think that people's creatures in the aggressive beatdown decks are going a lot bigger than Endurance. But yeah, I think Endurance is still very sweet. Lots of abilities on this card. Lots of strong abilities. Able to be cast. Yes, very cool card. Alright guys, I'm very sleepy, so I'm going to host you guys over to another stream. Please take the host, or the raid. We're going to raid, actually. Please consider taking the raid. I'm going to try to put some more sweet Magic content in front of your eyeballs. There's a lot of great Magic content happening on Twitch. I certainly don't think of myself as the only good content on here. There's a lot of great content here, and I want to put this in front of your face. There's some guy playing Enchantress. Ad nauseum. Blue-red Delver. Is there anything spicier? Oh, excuse me. There's some guy playing the Grief deck, it looks like. Death and Taxes in Modern. This one's a Spanish stream, though, but maybe that's fine. Ooh, I see a Bitter Blossom. This looks like sweetness. You guys want to see this, right? This is where we should go, right? This deck looks very honest with its Bitter Blossoms. Although... No, actually, we're looking pretty good. Opponent only has 3 cards left. Their opponent's playing Monkey Blade. Alright, I'll host over to this guy. This looks like fun. I'll see you guys on the next Brew Spy show. Hit that follow if you haven't already so you know when I go live. But let's go raid over to this new friend, about to be maybe new friend of ours. Hit that button. Hit that button. Click it. Let's raid. Let's do it. Let's go say hi. Let's go give him a nice Brew Crew hello from us. Let's do it. Hit that button. 2 seconds. 1 second. And if you haven't hit the button yet, I'll see you guys over there. Have a nice night. Or morning, wherever you are. Yeah, of course, Aaron. I'll see you. Let's go. And now. Oops.